and welcome back to Adobe Live on this fine Tuesday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Tim, and today I'm joined by the lovely Shawn Danger Kosel. How's it going?
Tim, it's wonderful to see you. It's going great. I'm always honored being on Adobe Live, and it's especially special when I'm on it with you, Tim.
Oh, stop it. All right, but keep going. Oh no. Uh-oh. At least it's glowing. That's a good sign. Yeah, there you go. All right, but of course we are not alone today. We have our wonderful friends in the chat. So why don't we have a quick look at who is joining us already? I can see Nate and Black Becky and Shawn. Shouldn't you be here? Like, what are you doing in the chat?
I was able to run fast.
I mean, that's actually pretty clever. So maybe you can even watch the stream and learn something from yourself. It's very clever.
Ooh, sometimes I have to do that.
Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I watch some streams back I did like a couple of months ago, and then I thought, like, I knew how to do that? I can't remember. Well, anyway. All right. So, exciting announcements today. We have a really fun couple of releases that are live right now that you can try along with us. And for the first hour or so, we're gonna have a look at Shawn's screen. So I know we'll switch over there in a second. I know you have prepared a couple of things. Thank you, Nate. Very kind of you. Loving the beard. Well, yeah. Not close enough. And after that, we'll jump over to my screen, and later on, we'll have even more guests from our friends in the US. But without further ado, I think, why don't we jump straight into it? So I'm going to switch over to your screen. Here we are. And
all right.
Shawn, what's new?
Yes. Well, there's actually quite a bit that's happened over the last 24 hours. We're going to start out with things that we're not going to talk about. So just to let chat know that may not have heard this, there is remove distractions, people, and reflections in Lightroom, Lightroom Classic, and also Adobe Camera Raw. So look for those updates. In Illustrator, just today, I got an update, and Generative Extend has been added to Illustrator. So Firefly is still continuing to expand its reach into all the apps. That's great, but that's not the big one. The big one is Firefly Mobile has been released. It's been released for the iPhone and Android. We are going to be jumping into that. Let's do it, Tim.
All right.
Let me grab my phone.
Sounds fun. And Nate says very exciting. Exactly.
I think it is.
Hello, Shawn and Tim. Hello. Right, so I'm going to jump over to, there we are, your phone. And we can see, well, that looks oddly familiar.
This is quite amazing how, if you're used to the desktop, it's just going to be seamless to jump in. Of course, a little bit of a learning curve. So up here at the top, we've got our menu, and it's just your home, your files, because the amazing thing about Firefly Mobile is that everything that you generate is being backed up. So it's going to be seamless through the cloud. So you can continue working on it on the desktop. So wherever you are, you're going to be able to create and keep working on it whenever you get back to the studio. So that's the first thing. What we actually have here is just like on the desktop, we've got this square at the top that says describe the image you want to generate, and you can do an image or video. That's fine. I never use that. But if you do, that's great. So what our options are on the phone is we have text to image, we have text to video, We have image to video, which are the keyframes. You can add a starting keyframe, and if you add a starting keyframe, you can add a ending keyframe. We have generative fill, which we're going to have some fun with. And we have generative expand. So as of right now, that's what's on the mobile. It was just released this morning, so it'll continue getting better. It also has the gallery. So if you are looking for inspiration, I like that walking cow. But let's jump in, and right off the bat, let's do generative fill. Let's have some fun. So we're going to jump into generative fill. Now we can upload an image, and we have a series of images here. So let's hit the upload button, and our options is our photo library, take a photo, or choose a file. We need to take a photo, Tim.
Uh-oh.
So not that way. Let's flip that around. Okay. So you get the behind the scenes. Let's make sure we got that right there. I'm really bad at doing selfies. I got the mic in the way. Come on, Shawn. Okay. And oh yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that. We are going to, you have a choice between using this photo or retake. We're going to go ahead and use it. So that's perfect. So it opens up in generative fill. And as of right now, we can insert, remove, or expand. So I don't think we need to remove anything yet. But if we hit insert, this is where you can paint with your finger or thumb. You can subtract from your selection. You have your brush settings. So you've got your brush size, your brush hardness, brush opacity. And we have background, and you can invert your selection. So if we go ahead and hit background, and does a pretty good job. And let's see here. Hey, Oliver, good to see you. What type of background should we add?
Oh, it definitely should be something colorful. There you go. Very good.
Colorful.
Vibrant, even, one would say.
Let's do a colorful circus and see what we get. We still need generating music. That would be great. Adobe, if you're listening. Okay, kind of funky. Okay. That'll work for me. Okay, let's keep that. Now, if we want to jump in and let's say we need, and I am not going to do what everybody would think I would do, which would be a top hat. Not going to do it. We are going to put in a enter prompt, a purple, cowboy hat.
I didn't
and we're going to generate. I bet you no one did. Now, I may get some funky results because I'm wearing headphones and Firefly is looking at those headphones. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. It hung the headphones off the hat. Oh.
I mean, it's certainly stylish. Okay.
Look at that one. That is...
Might be a size too small, but other than that...
It could be. It could be. So we're going to go ahead, hit keep, and then we're going to come up here to the download. So this is where it gets cool. I can open in Adobe Express. We can add text, and this is all going to be done in Adobe Express. Add shapes and graphics or create a social post. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to download it for right now. And we're going to move on. So we've got
Clever
that.
says that's a different kind of cowboy than I'm used to in Texas. What's a very colorful cowboy?
I would be kicked out of Texas. Okay, so that is generative fill. You saw how quickly the selections were made. Did an absolutely wonderful job. Let's go ahead and check out. Let's do a text to video. Okay, so we're going to be starting with text to video. Now, if you're doing image to video, this is going to look exactly the same because down here at the bottom, we've got keyframes. So if I open that up, we've got a first and last frame if we want to start with. We've got our general settings. So 540p, 720p, 1080p. Now remember, depending upon your resolution, it's going to use a different amount of credits. We also have the models. And so this is something else that has come out recently, is there's new non-Adobe models that have been added. So we have the Adobe models. If I click on the non-Adobe models, we have VO2, but we're going to stick with Firefly Video. We've got our resolution set. We can jump into our aspect ratio. And this is on the phone, so let's stay vertical. And chat, if there is anything that you would like to see, always let me know, because I'm happy to share. We have, whoa, get back out of here. Bam, we've got our camera settings. So what do we want to have done? Or do we want an extreme close-up, a close-up shot, medium shot? This is just like on the desktop. So if we say a medium shot and we go with our camera angle, let's do an eye level shot. That's good. We do a motion and let's do a handheld. Okay. And under our advanced settings, we've got our seeds. So for those of you that this may be new, once you start generating something, you're going to be given a seed. Now, to keep consistency from your generations, you're going to want to copy that seed, and this is where you would put the seed in. Now, I haven't generated anything, so I don't have a seed. But if you're continuously doing the 5-second videos, and you want consistency, you want to keep using the same seed. But you can also go the other way and change the seed up, and that will actually give you different results. So you can play with it both ways. It's fun. Okay, so we need a prompt, and I think we're gonna stick with a cowboy scene.
I think we most definitely have to. And probably for comedic value, you can even set it to extreme close-up. I mean, that's gonna be funny, but
oh yeah, we can change that up
later, maybe.
Okay, we're going to put a cowboy riding a zebra.
Naturally, yeah.
What else are you going to ride? I mean, come on. Riding a zebra in a fantasy forest. And you wanted, so let's go back to camera.
Well, if you want to see the fantasy forest, perhaps the shot size would be medium at best.
No, let's do a low angle shot. Let's see what we get. Okay. So we've got a cowboy riding a zebra in a fantasy forest on a low angle shot, and we are going to generate. And we've got our beautiful little wavy hair guy that I'm so jealous of.
Yeah, that used to be me. I modeled that, but they changed the color of my hair so it wouldn't, nobody would notice. So.
You have fantastic hair. Oh, Tim. Okay. All of your generation history is saved in the files automatically. Okay. Oh, here we go, people. Let me go. Hold on. Whoa.
Oh, the full
don't
screen
think
might
it
not like it
Yeah.
with the screen share. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let me give that a thumbs up.
Oh
See
dear.
if we can get that.
It's very aesthetically pleasing, definitely, yeah.
Yep. I thought it would go away once I gave it a thumbs up. All right. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Okay, had to try it, people.
You can just gen fill the thumbs up and thumbs down out of this frame at home. So just
Okay.
mentally gen fill
So
that.
yeah. Now this is going to show up in my files. So I don't need to download this at all. So let's go ahead. We will get out of that. And let's just take a look. I want to go through text to image. So first off, text to image, our models, we've got the new Firefly Image 4 Ultra. Hi, Uma. And just to remind you, I believe if you do an Ultra, you only get one generation. Correct. And it costs 25 credits, if I'm not mistaken.
The size should be bigger, the quality would be better, and yeah, it does cost more credits.
Yes. We have Firefly Image 4 and Firefly Image 3 as our Adobe models. Just like when we had Image 2 and Image 3, the results that you get are going to be very different. There's certain times that I find myself going back to Image 3 to achieve what it is I'm trying to achieve when I'm generating something. Sometimes I'll jump into Image 4 and just like, no. So remember to go ahead and switch back and forth. But the non-Adobe, we have the Imagine 4 from Google, Imagine 3, and GPT Image. So those, if you would like to, you can use them. If not, you just hit add and a pop-up will come up and it'll say you're using a non-Adobe model, and Adobe has made this so you're 100% sure if it's Firefly or another model, a non-Adobe model. And content credentials are added to all of your images. So we're going to say that's good. Image 4, aspect ratio. Again, let's go with a relatively new vertical, and we can say we're good there. Now, we've got content type. So we've just like on the desktop, you have an auto button, and you can always flip that off, and you can say, let's go art. And then your visual intensity, which is the overall intensity of the existing visual characteristics in your image. So you can turn it way down or crank it all the way up. We're going to leave it where it's at right now. Our composition reference, you can add an image here, or you can use some of the images that are given to us. So we have abstract, we have photography, we've got line art, and that's really it right now for composition. I guarantee probably more is going to be coming, but let's go ahead. We're going to use our cat as a composition reference. That's good. Now let's jump over to our styles. And again, you can add a style. You can add an image, from wherever you would like. And we've got a lot here. We've got the acrylic, watercolor, pencil, architectural sketch, 3D, digital illustration, graphic, neon landscape, dramatic lighting, and photo studio, photo manipulation. The list goes on. The list goes on.
Right.
We're going to go into dramatic lighting, and we want, nope, not that one. Let's get rid of that. Let's do that one. I like that one.
Which doesn't mean that there will be a person lying on the floor. It just means it will take the style of that image.
Correct. Now, we're already using the cat as the composition. So whatever prompt I have, whatever it is that I put in, and I don't know, maybe a cowboy, that's what we're going to end up getting. So Let's go. Stick with it. Cowboy. Looking out a window sadly.
Oh,
He's lonely. It's a lonely cowboy. And let's go ahead, semicolon. Wearing a purple hat. Now, this is interesting. I didn't put in a purple cowboy hat. I just put hat. So this is kind of a test. I want to know if Firefly is going to say, okay, it's got to be a cowboy hat, or if it's going to give me something else, because I don't know. So let's go ahead. We're going to generate. And
is it the same cowboy though? That just
No!
sat in a chair with headphones on and is streaming right now.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So we have 4 possibilities here. And let's go ahead. We're going to hit. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a cowboy or a cat cow, a cat boy cow, cowboy.
Oh
cat.
my
I don't
gosh.
know.
First thing, the guy in the middle, the beard,
How did Tony get in here?
Tony Harmer. Tony, what are you doing?
Didn't
Then we
know
have
he
a
modeled.
cat. And then we've got a Renaissance person. It looks like a neck ruff or maybe a scarf. The first one, it nailed it. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. So that's great. So if we want to, from here, we can generate. Oh no, we may have to generate another video. We can generate video. Generative fill, generate similar, use composition reference, use as a composition reference, use as a style reference, and then of course take it into Adobe Express. We're going to generate a video from that. So that is going to be our first keyframe. And I'm not going to give it a last keyframe. So we're going to hit OK. And we need to get into not our seeds, our general, aspect ratio, vertical, yes, please. Models, good. Resolution 540, that's good. Everything is good there. And our prompt is going to be maybe. There we go. Really likes punching doggies.
What?
I'm just going to put in becomes super surprised. That's it.
Oh, okay.
The prompt, it's got to be a minimum of 4 words. Super surprised. And, you're not happy with me right now, are you? Come on. There we go. Super surprised and happy. Okay.
That's better.
So we are going from our sad cowboy, all moody, looking out, going to the exact opposite. So super surprised and happy in 5 seconds.
Well, let's see if that one is worth a Dust Tony. I mean, I guess we got what we asked for.
Oh, okay. Oh. And then he's sad again.
Wow.
Okay. I am loving that. All right, let's get out of here. Go ahead, stop sharing my screen if you could, please.
Absolutely. It looks a bit like the cat that on the third image has bitten like his toes. He didn't seem very happy about it.
I can't see. Okay, are you still sharing my screen?
No.
Okay, then let me go ahead. We're going to stop
Clever
this.
says, I'm scared. Oh no. Purple cowboy isn't real. He can't hurt you.
Okay, you can share my screen again.
All right, here we are.
Okay.
We're now back on your desktop.
Back on the desktop. I'm just going to reload to make sure. And if we jump into our files, and this is wonderful. We can jump into here, and we can continue working that quickly from my phone. Now, to be forthcoming, my phone is like an iPhone SE. It is not new. So just so you know. Oh, that's hilarious.
Looks like it disappeared. Hang on. There we are. All right. Okay. We're back. All good.
We're good?
Yeah, all good. My camera was just off screen. I mean, some people would call it an improvement, but yeah, I need my close up. All right.
Okay. So let's get back out. Let's jump back over into the files. And everything that I generated is here. Let's open up our cowboy riding a zebra so we can see it better.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, not bad.
It's missing the purple hat, but other than that,
I didn't prompt the purple hat, so that's operator error. And let's go into the files again, and okay. So once I open that up, this is wonderful that we came in. All of our settings are still here. Here's our composition reference right there. If I scroll down, you're going to see here's our lighting reference right there. So everything is set up. It comes over seamlessly. So this is wonderful. Oh my gosh, I didn't see this on the phone. So we've got our cat.
That's what I meant. Like, the cowboy was so surprised, probably because that one bit their toe.
Well, this cat is totally doing a Zoolander look. He's like sucking in his cheeks. But now, okay, so we got the cat. Now look at the whiskers on this guy.
I mean, you set the style, not the style, the composition reference as a cat, so I'm not surprised.
That's so Tony.
Well, it's missing the mustache. Maybe we can fill that in later.
True. The handlebar mustache. So yeah, this is the big thing. Being able to work seamlessly wherever you're at, jumping into Firefly and generating something pops into your head. You want to try it. Generating, then being able to come back and immediately jumping onto the desktop, and there's your files. I'm impressed. Am I a big fan of using mobile for a lot of things? No, I have fat thumbs. Not, but when you have to, I love the idea of having the option. That's the big thing. So I'm excited for Firefly on the mobile.
Especially if you are perhaps on the go and you don't have your laptop. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't always take my laptop if I'm walking around somewhere in the park, or I have my phone with me. So if I see something cool, then I can just take a photo and see if that could be something I want to go further at home on my desktop.
I'll take it a step further. I was visiting the United States, visiting family. Adobe contacted me about some stuff, and I didn't have my laptop. I was in an apartment that didn't have a computer we were staying at the coast, so the only thing I had was a phone. So I had to do a lot of work putting stuff together, getting it sent back to Adobe, all on the phone. So, it's good to have. It's good to
Absolutely. And Nate says positively perfect.
Nate.
Hey.
Oh, Nate. Okay,
Stop it right now. Okay.
Jumping back, if you have not noticed this, all of Adobe's apps on the web now will have this banner at the top. So we can end up jumping from our Creative Cloud app. We can jump over initially by clicking on that, boom, to Express. We can jump into Photoshop, Lightroom, Acrobat, and back again. Now, if you feel like, oh, this is taking up too much real estate, over here in the top left, you're going to see this little app icon, and you can just close it down. The app icon is going to stay there, so you can open it up anytime. And there you go.
Boom.
That's relatively new. I kind of like it. Next off, we are going to be jumping into Firefly boards. So let's jump over to the new boards. And chat, some of you have seen this. Some of you were part of it. I'm looking at you, Devlin and Arif. But I'm going to give you a choice. Instruments or zombies? What would you like to see?
Let us know in the chat, either on YouTube or on Behance, zombies or instruments or zombies. I mean, I know I'm certainly partial to a good flugelhorn, but...
Oh, there's flugel. Oh, okay.
I mean, Nate says instruments. I think that's settled. We don't need to count any further.
Okay, so we're going to open up this file.
Oh my god. I mean, holy snikes. Big boom.
Yep. Yes. Very big boom. And one thing to pay attention to up here, your view options. We are at 1% right now. So I'm zoomed out as far as I can. And look at all of these images. Now, this was actually put together with our very own Arif and Devlin in chat. So I cannot take all the credit. But if we go ahead and zoom in, you can see it's just crazy instruments. And Tim wants a flugelhorn. There's your flugelhorn, Tim.
Well, that's a big flugelhorn.
It's a big flugelhorn. Okay, we're going to zoom out just a little bit. So the idea here was to generate strange instruments. And we've got food instruments. You can see we've got harps. And it's spaghetti strings and meatballs.
Of course. Yeah.
Of course. I mean, why not? And then, of course, we've got the famous taco piano and the nacho bell. Nacho bells. We've got just crazy instruments, and doesn't always work when you're trying to combine multiple instruments. I'll get to the pipe organ. This is actually the pipe organ.
Oh dear.
Dispensing
the
pipe organ dispensing melted butter on popcorn. And then, of course, we needed...
Oh, I thought the pipe organ as an apple pie organ.
Pipe organ. Sorry.
Pipe.
And, of course, we needed more cowbell. Now, I know this is not what cowbells look like, but you always need more cowbell. So, first off, this was done as a collaboration. So to do that, if you come over here to share, now I have removed Devlin and Arif. Sorry, guys. So what I'm going to do is we are going to invite our very own Tim in. So,
Me.
yeah, you have a choice. You can do as comment or can edit. We want Tim to be able to edit. So we're going to just send a message, come on in, and invite to in, or send the invite. Now, I can also make a link so people can access this. And then that way I can share it that way. But now, if you're using this, there's always room for cello. Oh my gosh, I have to make that. I have to make that, Devlin. It comes up a little strange. In the beginning, I got notifications on my Behance app saying, hey, you're in, and or come on in and join. Now it comes up on your Creative Cloud. So if I open up the Creative Cloud app, you'll get a notification up here saying you've been invited to join a project. And then you can click on it and join on in. And Tim, once you join, let us know how you received the notification.
I received it on my desktop as a small notification. I received it as an email and on my watch.
Oh, wow.
So, in short, yes, I received it.
Good. Okay. So when Tim jumps in, I don't see what Tim does. I can't see if he's generating something, if he's getting Adobe stock, until he places an asset. Once he places an asset, then I'll be able to see it. But until then, I can see his cursor moving around his, that's about it. So we're going to do an image. Now, first off, looking at the new, this has been updated, we have our images. We can jump over here to our models. Now look at this. So we've got our image 3 fast, image 3, again, different results, image 4 ultra, and image 4 for Firefly. Now, all of these have been added. We've got Flux 1.1 Pro, Flux 1.1 Ultra, Flux 1.1 Ultra Raw, image 3, image 4 from Google, the ideogram, I think that's how you pronounce it, 3, and Runway Gen 4 image. Now, very important. The user agreement that has been made from Adobe with these non-Adobe models, they will not use your images for training. They will not. That's a big thing, and that's part of the agreement that they made with Adobe. The question is, are they commercially safe? And the answer to that, I would say, is just no. I know that question is going to come up. So we're going to go ahead. Let's jump over to image 4. We want a portrait. There we go. And I'm going to do a photo, and we're going to put in a cello made of Jello. And it may know what Jello is. Do you know what Jello is, Tim?
It's delicious. Or so I've heard.
Okay, well, it's see-through. That's not bad.
Nate is asking why are you doing that? Nate is asking, what does that mean that our images are not used for training? Well, that means if you upload one of your own images and you edit that, they won't use it to train their model based off of your work. I mean, Firefly never does that unless you are a stock contributor, but we also
which you can opt out of.
But we also made sure that even the third-party models don't train on your content. Which can, of course, be important, especially if you're working with client work. So.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. I zoomed. Why did you zoom in? Oh, interesting. Okay. When you're in this mode and you're using the zoom, it's actually zooming the website. So you need to actually using the command plus command Y to make sure to not be in that. Well, that's not a cello. That's a violin. Yeah.
I mean,
like
cellos suspiciously often look like violins, but that sure does look more like a violin.
Well, I think the chin, what is that called? I played the violin.
The chin rest?
How do you chin rest? Thank you,
I
Tim.
suppose. I mean, I only played the cello, so having a chin rest on a cello would be quite, well, interesting. You would have to be very tall to play that cello like this.
You would. Nate's asking, how do you prove to Firefly that the image used is my own image? So when you upload an image to be used, it asks you, do you own this image? And so you, as a moral artist, says yes. You can say, yes, it is. I own this image. I think that's important.
I mean, there's also more to that. There is, we are also working on on a system to check if you actually have the permission. So people will be able to register their work, and then it will be able to check against that, like a database based on content credentials. But that's to come.
Okay. As you can see, as I hover over this, you can see right here, commercially safe, the content credentials, we have the source as Adobe Firefly Image 4. This content is AI generated. So all of that is there. Now, if I want to go through and let's say for whatever reason, I want to go ahead and use this wine barrel and I want it to look like Jello, maybe. So I can go ahead, grab both of these images. Now, this is important. If I select the cello first, that is going to have the primary, that's going to be the primary image. And then if I hold shift and I select the next one, you can see I get remix up here. Now I want the barrel. So I'm going to select the barrel first, hold shift, select the cello, and hit remix. And it's going to give me, wait for it, 4 options here. If the image is rejected, what steps should I take? Nate, I've never heard of anybody being rejected. Okay.
Rejected from where? From the Firefly boards? From Adobe stock? Or let us know, Nate.
Yeah. So it's now we want to see what's going on here. First off, resizing. You're going to have these handles here, and so you can go through and move how these are laid out really quick and easy. Very fun. But if I'm like, this isn't what I wanted, so I click on the image and you can see here, I have some options. I can vary it, or I can go ahead and hit load. Now this is what is occurring. Down here at the bottom, these are sub prompts. So it is taken in from the information from the original prompts. We have barrel and vines, and you can even see right here, here's the prompt. This image features a wooden barrel prominently placed in the foreground, surrounded by green grass. Behind the barrel, there are rows of grapevines stretching. Okay, so it's rewritten the prompt. So I can copy this prompt and put it in. but that prompt is part of the subprompt. And
which you didn't
the
have to
same
type,
thing,
right?
I didn't have to type.
Right.
No. So red violin. Okay, you know what? I actually don't like the idea of having a red violin. So we have the Vineyard Hills, the smooth gradient. That's what it got from the jello, bright sunlight, vibrant shades. Now, it's come in as a violin. It didn't know it was a cello made of jello. So we're going to put in our violin made of jello. And let me zoom out. So I'm keeping the majority of the subprompts and just adding a new prompt to it. And let's see. Okay, that one's getting there. That's got a double.
That's if two people want to play the violin at the same time. For duets.
Two people play that.
If you're very close with your musician friend, yeah. And you would like to, yeah.
I was going to say there, what is it? You can play with both. Thank you. English is hard.
I mean, we can go back to food puns, you know.
We could.
Like, what are you going to play on that violin? Or on that cello? Some Brad Zeppelin?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Becky says, oh, he's both left and right-handed. There you go. Or if you have a double chin.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe the person whoever plays this has eaten a bit too much of Fleetwood mac and cheese. You don't know that band? Oh, well. Some joke you just do for yourself. It's fine.
Oh, God. Tim, I missed this. I've missed you, Tim. Okay. Organization. Let's talk about organization really quick, because this is a mess. This is just an absolute mess. So if we want to, and we can grab our jellos, bring it up here. And if we go ahead and we select all those, you're going to see you have some options. I can remix them all. Not going to do that. We can collect the items. When you collect an item, and you know what? Let's do it. Let's collect an item. Okay, boom. It creates an artboard right here. And I can double click, and we're going to call this our cello, and spelled it wrong. It creates an artboard. So now I can move this around. We've got our artboard. I can adjust the artboard. One strange thing about artboards to be aware of is if you've got text, and let's go ahead. Let's do, where is my text? Oof. Oh no, not this again. Okay, one sec. There we go. Okay, is our text still there? We gotta find our cello up here. There's our text. Okay. Now. Did I lose it again? I did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's so tiny.
And you probably want to scale it with the circle. That one here, there you go. Well, that's better. Just
a little.
Just a casual 1,295 point font.
This is massive. Like
I mean, we are at
everything.
3%. Yeah.
Yeah. And I tell you, when they say, like, gotta get this out a bit. There we go. When they say this is totally, there's no limit, they're right. Okay, this is a little bit of a flaw that I came across. I selected everything. Now the option that I have is I can align everything, or I can, open and express, copy, paste, group, blah, blah, blah. Group, I actually didn't know you could group it. So learn something new. But you can't collect text. So if you want to add text, so let's jump over here. Let's change this to, let's go black. And we want to bring this in. You actually have to bring it over like that. Oh, you didn't zoom in correctly. So this is how you bring text in. You can't collect text. Why? I don't have a clue. I don't know why. But organizing, let's jump over here. We've got all of our animals. Now, these animals are great, but I don't want to put them on an artboard. I just want to make them a little bit easier to see. So this is where you can go in and you can arrange. Now, if I wanted to give it different alignments, different arrangements, you can do that. So we still have the control of adding a little bit of space, just giving them some room to breathe. But it's really super quick being able to get everything in. So if we come in here and we've got our arrange, boom. And this is like, I feel when I'm working in boards, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of boards because it's reminding me of like working in Illustrator. But I don't know if you can do something like this in Illustrator, like collect everything so quickly. Just bam. It makes me happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just really makes me happy because you can get as crazy as you want. And then once it's time, okay, it's time to just pretty things up a little bit. You can use artboards, just like what we've got here, or you can just arrange them better. So we've got all of our stringed instruments. And if you want to, we can go rows, columns, or mosaic. So let's do rows just for the fun of it. Boom. So it just slaps it that way. And I like the mosaic better. I do. Okay. Long holding, mosaic, bam. So much better. So much better. Let's see. I think I went over quite a bit. What happens
Most
with
definitely.
mosaic? Good question. So we've got a bunch of people over here. We got some images. Tim, were you able to get into this project?
There were some issues because I'm on an enterprise plan and we have a couple of different profiles, and that had some issues, unfortunately. But for everyone that's just on a regular plan, it's completely fine because we have some internal ones, and that wasn't quite working out, unfortunately. But I could see it. Just said like, nope, not today.
Okay.
Too bad.
So
Otherwise, I would have added
option.
some more puns. I know that Nate said did a great joke. The cellist opened a bakery. Now he's known for his cello cream pastries. I mean, I would have gone with the rolling scones, but close enough. Or perhaps some trombone broth. Well, never mind then.
Oh, let's give him something to taco about. Okay, so Nate, what we've got going? Let's go ahead, going into arrange, long pressing. If we go to rows, let's click on rows. You can see it takes all of our images and makes them the right size. Okay, let's do a Command Z. Right now, we have many different sizes of images, and we've got rows. If we do columns, boom, it makes them all the same size. So this can actually be really, really helpful. Let's do a Command Z. And Mosaic, what that's going to do is it's going to keep pretty close the size of your images and make them all fit together in a square. So that's what it's doing here. And you can see it a little bit better. Let's see what we've got here. Here, with all of these, I forgot we had a bear playing the drums. You can see here, it's bringing everything in. It's resizing just so everything can automatically fit well together. So it's so quick. It's so fast. And let's zoom all the way out again. And if I want to keep on organizing things a little bit, like, let's see, we've got all these. Let's go ahead, do a mosaic there. I can just grab this and bring it wherever I want. Same thing with the artboard. We grab our artboard. We can bring that down here. And it's got smart guides, which are always cool and helpful. And again, I'm still at 1% zoom. So you're going to come over there.
Oh, dear. No, I'm just looking at Clever in the chat. Just, the puns keep going.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we have any questions. We're coming to time. Stick around, everybody, because Tim and I are going to switch seats.
Oh, absolutely. In just a minute.
Yeah. All right. Chat, do you have any questions, or you're just being puntastic today? Legal fighters.
I'm sure there's a pun in there with a mixer in there, something like, because you use it for music and also for fruit mixing. So get on that. Clever.
Just so you know, there was one way to kind of do the boards that I just showed you with the instruments, trying to explore, and really just the whole purpose was to create crazy instruments. Then you can take it another way and actually use it like you do in Illustrator and start getting into mood boarding. So this is a mood board that I did for the Zombie Awareness Month that was put forth by the Zombie Research Society, which is a real thing. They are a real thing. And so is the Zombie Awareness Month. And so as you can see, we're getting in some ideas using the text. We're bringing in some, I think, Firefly. Okay, Adobe stock. So I didn't show any of the Adobe stock. So if you come over here to the search, you are going to be able to dive into here. We can add an image and you can upload a file from your own files right there. You can search for Adobe stock. You can search for graphics. You've got all of this. And a new thing that has just come out is and I don't know if the correct terminology is to link. So correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. You can bring in your PSDs or your Illustrator files. Now,
Yeah,
but
close enough.
are they linked?
I think it's a copy that you would be taking in. So certainly when you're exporting, you're creating a copy. I actually haven't tried it if it's updating live. I would probably tend towards it would be a copy, but that's one thing to try out.
I have no idea what this is. Okay, brains.
That's what a zombie would say. No idea what that is. Don't look at me.
Okay. That's
a no-brainer.
Now.
Thanks, Clever.
All right. Unlink. It is linked.
It is. Well, look at that.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, because it can be a cloud document, probably.
Okay, I'm Tim. I may run over a couple minutes. Is
That's
that okay?
That's absolutely fine. I'm very flexible in terms of timing. I can do it all in 5 minutes if you listen very fast.
I'm a slow listener.
And done.
Okay, Illustrator's opening up. Cannot open. Can't be signed into. Doesn't have access to this file. What? Come on.
It's a different account. Do you have more than one?
No, it is. It's the same. Maybe because I doubt it's an Adobe stock. I think it was this one.
In the meantime, Nate says, every zombie loves a good head start. Well, thanks, Nate.
Ooh. Okay. Does this need to be saved as a cloud document to be brought in?
That's what I would have said. But in all honesty, this is brand new. I haven't tried out this specific workflow. So let's find out together.
Okay. Then I would have to bring it in.
From your Creative Cloud files, probably.
Which, I mean, since I downloaded it. Okay. 635. Maybe it'll be in my files.
Is it saved as a cloud document yet?
Okay, let's make some changes. Let's just go into our fill color and let's make it
pink.
Red.
Oh, reddish. There you go.
Pink. Okay.
No, it's all good. You don't need to change it.
Let's do a save as. Let's save to the Creative Cloud. Brains. Okay, let's save that. Now let's jump back over.
Now it's a cloud document, and then on the very left, where you have the toolbar,
but
there's. I'm not sure if it understands that this one is the same asset. So what I would do is probably go on over to the left to your toolbar. No, that's the right. There you go. Left. Creative Cloud. On the other left. And pick that one. There you go.
Okay.
And place it.
Oh,
that's big.
Lord.
I think you can click and drag to... that way. That also works.
Okay. So now
now it's linked.
Okay. Let's zoom in.
Good.
This is going to be cool. Let's jump in.
We are learning.
Learning. Okay. And yeah, fluorescent green brains.
That's a zombie color. There you go.
Did you know that zombies are supposed to glow?
I mean, I know they naturally take care of their skin, and they have probably good skincare routine, so of course they are glowing.
Okay, it's a creative cloud. Let's go ahead and close that. Let's jump back over, making sure that it's saved. And do we need to...
Interesting.
Okay. File owner.
One understands it's cloud.
Let's try a refresh. Okay. We're going to have to look into this.
Boards is still in beta because, so might be just a bug, might be a feature. Who knows? All right. But that looks good so far. Very brainy.
Yeah. Brains. All right. I think we can probably stop sharing my screen.
Sounds good. I shall go here and we'll jump over to my computer. So I'm going to share my screen so you can see what's happening. There we are. And I'm going to go back to my screen.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Adobe Live. I'm happy to be here. And I am so happy to be able to host the one, the only, the loveliest Tim Say. How are you, Tim?
Oh, I'm doing great, Shawn. Thanks for asking. I have a couple of things I want to show and do. And I feel like while you were creating the musical puns, I also created something in the meantime. So whoever can tell me what this is wins, I don't know, a dust Shawn. There you go. What, a virtual one? Right. While you think about that in the chat, or you can even let me know what this is. Cool. So what I've prepared is I want to walk you through a small branding project. And we're going to take that from the ideation phase over to some video and maybe even a sneak peek of the upcoming sound effects. Ooh. And from there, we'll take it into Express if we have the time, and maybe even if we still have more time, Illustrator, but we'll see for now. All right. And for those of you playing along at home, this is Adobe. It's Adobe.
Adobe. Oh.
Well, I've tried. All right. So from Adobe to Adobe. Oh, that's for later. Here we go. I've started creating or collecting already some images for my new brand, the Wild Mint Company. Or I guess we can call it Adobe, because it's going to be all about making fresh iced mint tea. I do happen to have some on my balcony, and I really like it, and I want to create a branding around it. So, what I've started already...
Wait, you're growing your own mint tea?
Yeah, and it's really good.
Nice.
On my balcony. I would have taken some photos with perhaps even the new Project Indigo app, now available on the App Store. Try it out. But the leaves look very sickly because they have been burning in the sun and they have a lot of brown spots. So unfortunately, well, there you go. However, luckily for us, we have some assets in here already. So what I've started doing is I've went to Adobe Stock and I've imported some images simply by dragging and dropping, or the way Shawn showed it via the search here, and then you can find it there. And I've already generated some images, but why don't we walk through the process how to do that in terms of branding, because maybe you want something specific. So what I like to do is I would like to have some assets for perhaps a web page, a web design that show like the huge, vast fields of mint freshly being harvested or just about to be. And so I need some images. Now, I could go to Adobe Stock, of course, or even some other stock sites, but I mean, I have it right here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to delete all that. That's from earlier, what I've already created. So just going to take all that out. And I actually don't want to create a video. I want to create an image. And in my case, let's zoom in so we can actually see what's happening. Here we go. Widescreen, most definitely. And I would like to have fields of fresh mint plants, vibrant green, and rows of plants until the horizon. Something like this. All right. Style, composition, you've showed that just a moment ago, so I don't think we need to go into that right now. I just want to see what Firefly comes up with. And of course, I mean, I want to make sure that we're using the right model. For this, probably, since we're looking for something photorealistic, I'm going to go with the Firefly Model 4. Because for me, what I've found out is Model 4 is really good at photorealism, and as you can see, Firefly 3 is good at abstract concept and expressions. But I want something photorealistic, so let's go with that. I'm going to hit the Generate button, and in the meantime, I'm going to move our camera to the top, so we are hopefully not interfering with this. There we go. And already we can see, if I just move down here a bit, we can see we have our fantastically generated images, and to save time, I'm going to select them all by holding down the Shift key and clicking and dragging them here. Now, maybe I like this arrangement, or maybe I do want to have them all in a row. So I can just use the arrow keys to quickly put them all in a row like this. And there we have it. Just a bit easier and a bit quicker than doing it once I've already pasted them. So here I have my wonderful fields. So let's actually take a look at them. See if I like one in particular. I think, ooh, that's nice. That's nice and green. I would prefer having a bit more of a close-up so we can actually see the plants. So maybe what we could do is, I do like the style of this one, or the look, but I would just like to have some, a different perspective. So I can load this up, go to my eyedropper, use this as a style reference because I do like the way it looks, but I just want to have a more close-up. And in the composition settings, the generation settings, I now have more options to actually go a bit further. So just like Shawn, you've showed on the mobile app, we have the visual intensity, we have the seed, we can add sub-prompts, either some of them which are created for us already. This could be fun, maybe for the next image. Or of course, I can also do something random if I just want to be surprised. In this case, I'm probably going to say close up of fields. Photo is fine. It automatically detected that I want a photo, but might be just a good practice to say it nonetheless. And generate that
Tim,
again. Yes.
Within the photo settings, do you have the same camera controls as you do in Firefly?
Some. You can go into the sub-prompts and find perhaps something that might be close to what you want, but I don't think you have the same controls as you have on the Firefly website itself. So everything that you have just mentioned, from camera perspective to close-up, wide shot, and so on and so forth, I don't think that's quite here. So that's why I typed it just in here. And now we can see that's definitely more close-up. And I do like the symmetry of this one. And maybe just have one as a backup. So just gonna pick them both, drag them in here, scale them down. And just like you mentioned earlier, perhaps it would be a good idea to arrange them in a pleasing way. So I'm just going to select them all, hit arrange, and I mean, well, that's quite boring because it's all the same size. So maybe we can try some other ones in here. How about this? Have you tried the vary option here yet? Have you tried that one before?
I did, but it's been a couple weeks.
It's pretty cool. So for those at home who haven't tried it yet, if you have an image and you're happy with it, but you just want to see if maybe Firefly can help you to come up with something that's just different, like almost like a remix, although a remix is something that's we're also going to talk about in just a moment, then you can see Firefly can take the image which we've just selected and say like, what if we remix it a bit, add some variation. In this case, you can see it changed the lighting. This is more artistic, I would say. This one is definitely more blue. And that could be a way for you to try out different options that maybe you couldn't have come up with yourself. I certainly would not have thought about taking this and adding it to a picture frame. But, you know, Shawn, maybe, I mean, I do like the idea of having it as a picture frame. I mean, why not? Let's try it out. But I'm not so sure if I do like what's inside of this frame. I don't think that's particularly what I want. Now, of course, I could take this and edit out the inside, but maybe, just maybe, we can try and see if Firefly can remix this a bit. So I have some images earlier that I've asked Firefly to create earlier, perhaps this one. And if I select them both, or even select more than one, we can also add perhaps even this one, I can say, Firefly, can you remix that for me, please? And Firefly says, well, sure thing, Tim. Just going to put them in a 4x4 grid.
Firefly sounds a lot like you, Tim.
Well, I did. But yeah. No comment. Oh, I just see the chat is going away with the mint puns. And here we go. Now, indeed, as requested, we have a remix of these images. We have the symmetry from this one. We have the color scheme from that one. And as requested, at least for those two, we have the photo frame. And while this definitely, as long as you say please, while this one is definitely very off-brand, I don't think this will be part of our Wild Mint Co. Branding. That could be a way to just, explore and see what Firefly maybe can help you with and come up with some clever ideas. Now, I think we all agree that now would definitely be a good time to just put them all in a grid like this. And yep, looks good to me. Or maybe I can just try again. Well, that's also not bad. Yeah, I like that. Okay, right. Whoops, don't want to edit that. I can just take that and put that right there. Okay, now, what I also want to do is I want to create like a logo that can take the mint plant brand and bring it a bit further, actually create some ideas for a logo or for some graphic design. And to do that, I have some images prepared already that I've taken from Adobe stock, which, by the way, we can see has content credentials, as do all the other photos. This one is a stock photo, for example. This one is made with Firefly. So super easy to find out if or how the images were created. And in my case, right here, I have this this image, and I would like to turn this into something more abstract, because for logo, an image doesn't always work. So what I would like to do is, I'm just going to move that up. I'm going to add some text. Well, let's call it actually Wild Mint Tea. Come on. Go. Find a nice color. We can probably sample one from the image. Let's try that dark green. Any font choices you particularly enjoy lately, Shawn?
Oh.
Don't say Comic Sans.
No, I wasn't going to. I don't know. So for the brand, hi Jack, for the brand, and I know Lust is being way overused.
Yeah.
don't deny it.
I have it on speed dial, you know.
It's a good font. I like it.
Although
I don't know if it's on brand though.
I mean, we can. Oh, that's in German. Can I change that to English, please? English. There you go. We can take a quick detour to Adobe Fonts. Fresh Minty. See what they come up with. Interesting. That's definitely a very stylized font. Ooh, a 3D typeface. Probably not what I want. Oh, that one is nice. Look at that. I don't think I've seen this one before. All right. Let's take that. Probably don't want the grid variants. I think I want the just the dark. There we go. Nice. Make sure that's centered. And now, chunky. Yes, absolutely. Spent way too long on the phone with support this morning, missed the first half of the stream. Oh no, Jack. Well, luckily we have the option to rewind, and if you turn on your time machine, and then you can see what Shawn created earlier. What are we boarding today? Well, we are just in the pre-boarding phase, so people with mint allergies can board first. In the case of an emergency, Firefly manuals will drop from the ceiling. Read your own manual first before assisting others. We are doing a mint, an iced mint tea branding mood board. I just started already. I had some ideas for the name first, but unfortunately most of them were taken already. But finally, I settled on this one.
Anybody coming in just now, go check out your app store, Adobe Firefly on Android and iPhones. Came out this morning, so make sure to download Firefly for the phone.
Yes, we are on the desktop right now, but definitely on iOS and Android. Apps are available now, and you can create content on the go if you don't have a laptop with you. Right. Okay. So back to look at that. It actually has like a texture. I do like that. Almost like the edge of a leaf of the mint plant. Cool. So back to our logo that we want to create some ideas for. And what I would like to have is essentially the general shape of these leaves, but in a more stylized way. So what I can do is I can go here and edit this with one of the third-party models. So this is not Firefly. This in this case is Flux by Black Forest Labs, or even GPT Image. Just going to pick this one. You can see it's loading Flux context. I can also add the other one. It will let me know, like, hey, using GPT image in Firefly Boards Beta. It's not created by Adobe. You're responsible for determining whether the model is appropriate for a project, and your content will not be used to train generative AI models. Good to know. And if you're not happy with this, of course, then you can say like, nope, actually I want to stick with Firefly. In our case, to edit the image, I'm going to use a third-party model, and I will let them know. Turn this image into an abstract logo. Right. Double check we actually have the image loaded. Use as image reference. Okay, looks like there's just a small bug. Actually, pro tip, report the bug. It's still in beta. So if you see anything, or if you want to have, like, if you want to say like, hey, Adobe, can you implement this? Here's where you can do that. All right. I think that's fine. And let's hit generate. And now, as opposed to Firefly being used, it's going to use the third-party model. I don't have to worry about paying any for that because it's going to use credits. And if you would like to know more about credits, that's why I had the tab open here. You can go to the Firefly FAQ, and then you can have all your questions answered around credits. So earlier, for example, we were wondering about how many credits does Firefly 4 Ultra use? There's your answer. So there you go. In the meantime, this is done with the generation. So now we have our very own version of this logo. I do like that it turned it into a more abstract illustration style. However, the shape has been lost a bit. So if I actually wanted to use this, I would probably try a couple of more times and see if it can come up with different options, even try the variation perhaps, and go from there. In this case, we're just going to say like, actually, this might be even more usable as a logo compared to just this loose collection of leaves, because it actually has some structure and a shape. What I'm of course missing is it should be removed or isolated from the background. So in my case, I'm just going to quickly head out of here and remove the background. There we go. Luckily, that's just a one-click option. And now we can take this, or maybe even copy this artboard by just holding down the Option or Alt key to quickly copy this. Can get rid of that now and bring that in here, making sure it's aligned. There we are. And actually, it probably looks slightly off-center because the logo or the illustration is off-center within the image. So we probably have to crop that if we actually want to use it. But there we are.
Now, if you go ahead and click on it, click on the logo.
Yes.
And can you pull the side handles in?
Ooh, yep, there you go.
To crop it. Yeah.
That's much better. There you go. Thank you, Shawn. That's why we have you with us. Let's try that again. And align, center, much better. Here we are.
Ooh, I would bump it over just a little bit to the left so the point is pointed directly down at the eye. I mean, we're talking like 1 or 2 pixels. Oh, no, not spin it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
see that bottom one?
I see. Yeah, what you mean. Yeah. So it aligns. That's a good idea.
It is not vector, no.
No. Should we make it small, or is that something that wouldn't work? I mean, that's probably a bit too on the nose, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think that would work. No. Worth a shot. That's why we have the mood boards, so we can try that out. We can turn it into a vector file, of course, if we import it, for example, into Illustrator. Then we can trace it. That's one way to do it. Maybe we will actually do that. Could be a fun idea. We still have some time left. We have like 30 minutes or so, or 25 rather. Okay. So now, I mean, let's say I am happy with this mostly, and I would like to actually create a quick animation in Adobe Express. to use this. So what I can do is I can send this over to Adobe Express. The chat is, well,
on fire.
most
I
definitely.
mean, they
is.
are boiling. They're steaming hot today.
Right. So while that's opening in the background, okay, let's have a quick thought about what else we would like to add. I think we'll probably use. Well, I could have copied that first, honestly. Well, we'll do it in Express. That's fine. We probably want to have a background. Maybe
There
we want to have
definitely
some...
is not a steep learning curve here, is there?
Oh, no. This all is... I mean, I'm biased. I have been using Adobe apps for a while. And I mean, even if you have been using the apps for a while, this all feels very intuitive. Even just using the default keyboard shortcuts like V for the select tool, T for text. Let's see if there's any other ones. Yeah, there you go. Probably. Do we have shortcuts? Well, there you go. M, L, / arrow. There you go. So it feels familiar, so to say. Right. Now, this is in Adobe Express. Not sure why it doesn't like this one here. Probably a reason for that.
The whole text is wrong.
Cole. Okay, I'm not sure why it says wild. It was off. Well, it's in beta. There you go.
Yeah. Yes, Control Z does work, Nate.
Right. Looks like it just got rid of the crop. So I'm just going to redo that quickly here. So that's probably a bug. There you go. And just a touch with my arrow keys. There you go. So it actually goes here. Now, quickly, I would like to probably animate this. So we could use the animation feature in Express and see if we want to even just use the quick animate all, probably the easiest. So any favorites you usually go for? I mean, the bloom is just... It's quite basic.
There's one that you need to try, Tim. Could you select your logo, please?
Yes.
Go to animation on the left. Nope. Okay. On your in, use wobble, the top one.
Okay. I mean, I feel like this could be used if you have like a tea bag inside a cup. You can just have that wobble. I'm not sure if I would go with wobble. I mean, it's a look.
The squish and the speed. Oh my gosh, you can get some crazy stuff.
Okay. Well, I guess we have to use it now.
No. It's relatively new in Express, and I just wanted to make sure we showed it off.
I mean, now we have to use it. I think that's too much now. I mean, it could be fun.
I kind of like that.
It's wild though. Well, yeah, it's definitely wild. I mean, yeah, there you go. All right, now some animation for the text. I do like the contrast of the leaves just and the text. Very professional.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. Let's see the timeline. I mean, this has nothing to do with the updates, really, of Firefly. This is just me having fun. I think
we get to have fun every now and then, Tim.
Well, that's a masterpiece, definitely. All right. Okay. I mean, what really round this off would be some nice sound effects. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah. You
If
could
only
have
there was
a sub logo as grown locally in Tim's backyard.
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe for later. I do wonder,
Okay.
like, where could we find a cool sound effect for this? I do wonder.
Well, sound effects have been added in Adobe Express, and they have some pretty good boings and springs. But
What if I want something custom? You know? Well, maybe we can do a sneak peek. What might be coming to a Firefly near you in the very, very, immediate future.
okay,
One would
everybody,
say
we're under
soon.
NDA, so keep it quiet. Okay.
Shh. All right, I'm just going to download that real quick. This is definitely my best work yet. Only succeeded by light bulbs. But there you go.
It's still glowing.
Wow. So, what's new is in the audio tab. You can see text to sound effect. Ooh, that's exciting.
Ooh.
So I've opened this already, and oh god, Nate,
Jellycopter.
what wobbles in the sky? A jellycopter. Okay, all right, and let's see. What was it? The file called Wildmint.co, and I've saved it to the downloads folder. Perfect. So downloads, let's see, Wildmint.co, there it is. And in here, you can of course play that back now, and we can now add a prompt. I think our camera is slightly covering. Oh no, that's fine, that's okay. Okay, so leafy, springy, fresh, bouncing, or bounce. Sorry, go ahead.
No, not to stop you, because
Yeah.
I know we can add another track.
Yeah.
We need to add ambient boiling water.
Good point. Very good point.
Okay, keep
So let's
going. Keep
generate.
going.
All right.
Leafy, springy, fresh bounce.
Well, that's certainly something you couldn't find. And,
No.
well, let's see if the sound is coming through. Let's just double check. That's actually coming through on stream as well. It's a bit quiet, so let's try that one more time.
Hit the three dots. I thought.
Oh, for making it louder, that's in a moment.
Yeah.
That's down here. If I add it down here.
Okay. Sorry.
I just want to know if it's coming through on the stream. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm just gonna maybe use the first one. Yes. I'm just gonna time that with the point where it falls down. So right here. And now we can change the volume so we can make it a bit louder. There we are. And you said boiling water. Can you hear that, Shawn? Is it coming through on your
Yes.
end? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Boiling water, you said. All right. Boiling water. Anything else?
No.
I mean, sometimes it might be useful to be more descriptive, like vigorously boiling water. We'll see. We'll hear. We'll listen. Well, that's boiling. That's more electric. I think I'm going to go with this one.
Two.
make sure that's covering everything. Not too bad. Maybe we need something for the text to come through. Any idea what we could do? I mean, we could always go with some like sparkle sound effects or something, or maybe
go ahead and play it one more time.
grow. Maybe plants growing. That could be fun. Impact. That's the nice thing about Firefly. You don't have to do something realistic. It's just figure that out for me. Do your best, Firefly. Yeah. No. I think I'm going to use this one. It's going to be right. Oh, I should have staggered the text. It should have animated later. It's animating at the same time, so it probably won't even make as much sense.
Yeah,
Let's
if you
do
use
it.
typewriter, I was going to say
Yeah.
could do typewriter.
It's fun, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we can go with that. Now, perhaps before, I mean, we only have like 10 minutes left or so, so yeah.
To end it, we need a slurp.
Well, that's going to be fun for everyone who enjoys that kind of sound, Adobe ASMR.
No. Now wait. Record your voice.
No, that's for a moment. That's just in a moment.
Okay.
Because I want to have a second video where we need some more sound effects.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. I
So,
was getting too excited.
Short, quick slurp. There you go. Harpsichord and harp, pinkies up. Okay. Okay. Well, that's definitely very refreshing. I think that's a good one. Okay. That's... Oh no! Not enough space.
Are you at 5 tracks?
No, I think I didn't have too much. I didn't have enough space at the end. Let's do it here.
Oh.
It might be a bit too many sound effects layered. I think.
No, you can have 5 tracks.
No, I mean, yes, from a
I
technical
didn't
standpoint,
know-
but more from an art directing standpoint, it might be just too many sounds happening at the same time. It's fun though. So why don't we download that?
I didn't know you could have 2 separate tracks or 2 separate sounds on the same track.
Well, if that doesn't deserve a dust, Shawn, I'm not sure it would.
I'm craving some Minty.
Well,
It worked.
I feel like as something that would be definitely more important would be to find out how the mint is being prepared, of course. And I actually have, I'm just going to clear all. I've prepared a video from Adobe Stock, of course, which I just need to find. That's a good one, but not what I want. This one. So that's just an Adobe Stock video, which I found. But unfortunately, this doesn't have any sound. And that's definitely something that would be missing. So, oh, sorry, I have to upload that. Drag and dropping apparently doesn't work quite yet. So let's find that one again. I think I have it open, so let's try that one more time. Adobe Stock, come on. There it is. Upload that. There it is. And now I want to have some knife chopping through leaf sound effect. But, of course, it wouldn't make much sense if the sound effects don't match up with the timing of the video. So, what we can do in Firefly here is record our own voice, simulate the cutting sound effect through me personally, and then it will sync up the actual sound effect with the video. So I'm gonna first of all create the prompt. So we're gonna say knife chopping through fresh mint leaves on chopping board, on wooden chopping board probably. Wooden chopping board. Okay. And now, well, this is always the part that's fun.
Now, before
Yeah.
this image here to me scares me because I'm waiting for like an ow, like he cuts his finger.
Well, we are very careful. Luckily, we already know how that video is going to end. And I only see green. I don't see any red in there, so we should be good.
Okay, Tim.
Maybe we can fade to black and add like an
Ow.
Ay. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to do my very best and record my own voice making chopping sound effects, and we'll see how that's going to work. So I'm just going to turn down the music, I think. There we are. And let's see. I mean, I think I nailed that.
Okay, Tim, that was awesome. But just so you know, you don't have to make the sound effect.
No, I do want to make the sound effects.
But you don't have to. I'm saying
But it's
when
more
this
fun.
comes out, if it is more fun and I love it. But literally, if you went through and went chop, chop, chop.
No, I refuse.
Yes.
I mean, that would
wouldn't
make me
work,
look
though.
silly, Shawn.
Okay.
Might as well have some fun, shouldn't we?
Yeah. No.
All right.
I'm gonna have a blast when I get to use this.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. See? That's good. Just gonna turn down the music just a bit because it's very quiet. I think the first one was good already. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go with that. So let's see it in action. Yeah. Was worth it saying doing at the end. That was worth it. See?
It was worth
because
it.
It actually sounds like someone's picking it up. Let's try that again and make that a bit louder so everyone can hear that. All right. Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
All right. So now we can take this and put that into our very own video. So I'm just going to probably download that. Download. Here we go. Although before actually, I mean, we got to do it, right? Zombie screaming. Ow. And I think we know that we have to do a recording. I think that's inevitable. Right.
Okay. My mic's not hooked up to it.
No, it's fine. Ow! Perfect. Well, let's see what Firefly thinks about this. I don't think I can scrub through this. So we just have to wait for the moment. That's a very small zombie. Okay. Sure. Sure. Why not? Let's try that one more time. Okay. Well, that sounds like a chicken at the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, we can cut out the...
That's
definitely a chicken.
Earlier.
All right, last try. Come on, Firefly. Well, I think the second one actually was the best. So I'm just going to use that one and make sure that end is in here. So let's see. Well, it doesn't really make sense here. We would probably do a fade to black when actually using it, so that's fine. Okay. Well, wasn't that worth it?
Maybe
Let's start with that.
we're having chicken salad tonight.
Okay. Right, so let's recap. Let's go back to our boards. Where is it? Here we are. We have created some images, but now, of course, we want to import those videos. So that's the one. Let's just quickly bring that in here, drag and drop, super easy. And then we can play that back. Well, there you go. And you know what? While we're here, let's also add this one. This definitely will be part of our brand. It's also Adobe stock. This one doesn't have any sound, but I will leave that as an exercise to the viewer at home. Why don't you create your own, once it loads, your own sound effects in here? Not sure why it doesn't load in a moment, but it's just this video. Perhaps some water drops, some nice rain. This is very fresh. I wonder, could we actually see the person taking the photo in the reflection? No, that's just a house. Okay, never mind. All right. And with that, I think that's about all the time we have for today. So what we've created is we've gone through the image generation with Firefly, the image generation with a third-party model. We remixed some photos. We've put them into a nice layout. We can even do an artboard. We remembered that we can use our arrow keys to switch between the layouts real quick. And if you would like to have a nice tutorial all about Firefly, I also can recommend the Get Started menu here. It will open a Firefly board on your end, which will have all the tips which I've shared with you today. And also, if you haven't already, you can join the Firefly community server. This is just the Firefly Discord, and you can share your very own boards over there. So we would really appreciate if you create your own brands, that you can share it with the community, because we want to hear from you and your feedback. And if you have any feedback for the Firefly team, this is the place to share it. All right. I think that's about all the time we have for today. So I'm just going to go back to the big camera. Don't be scared. It's just us. And going to stop sharing that. And Shawn, for your efforts today, the next time you are in Munich, I'm going to give you the Das Shawn. And can take that home.
Oh,
but
I
well
didn't
done.
deserve a Tony.
No, that's a Shawn.
I see that. I'm quite stunned. I'm speechless.
All right. So stick around, everyone. We will be back with our friends from San Francisco. We have a whole day of streams planned for you. So don't go anywhere, or grab some Minty perhaps. And we shall be back in about 5 minutes or so. Shawn, anything you want to say before we jump over to the next stream.
Anybody just showing up, make sure to jump to the App Store, wherever you get your apps, download the Firefly mobile for Android and also iPhone. Thank you so much, Tim. Chat, you were awesome today. Thank you so much. And I'll see you later, Tim.
All right. See you later, everybody in the chat. Bye for now.
Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. I am so excited. My name is Arabella Espinoza and I'm here joined by Idara Ekpoh.
Yes.
So exciting. How are you?
I'm good, girl. How are you?
I feel like this is such a full circle moment. You guys, I hosted Idara so long ago on a remote stream.
Yes.
So it's nice to have you in person.
You. Like literally, you are the reason why I've even started
Oh
my
my
whole journey
gosh.
with the Adobe Live team. So thank you, girl.
Oh, girl, no, you did that all on your own. I had nothing to do with that. But I am so excited, you guys. Tell us where you are watching from.
Yes,
we have
please.
an insane day filled with all sorts of techniques, showing you all the new features. Thank you for putting up the schedule.
Yes.
We're here with Idara now, but we also have Fiorella later. Then I come back, and it's just going to be a really fun day of sharing all the new updates that are actually kind of incredible.
Honestly.
So we are going to get to it shortly, but I just wanted to say hi to a few folks that are in the chat. Hi, Tim, Sean, SK Arif Hussein, Anika, Jean-Pierre.
Hi, Cody.
So many people. Hi, Cody. Oh my gosh, Cody's the best. We've got Nate and Umacorn, Clever, all people I am familiar with because you guys show up all the time, and
y'all
it's
always
incredible.
be showing up, and that's the one thing I love about y'all. They consistency, okay?
Yeah, the community is there.
Yes.
So, if you love all of these live streams, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel where you can kind of dive into all of our previous streams and learn so much from all different kinds of creatives using all of the different Adobe programs. So, yeah, can you let us know a little bit about what you're going to be doing today? And maybe we'll just kind of dive right in.
We're going to dive right in. So we're going to be editing a couple of portraits and later on turning them into posters. So as you guys know, today we are highlighting some new features to Photoshop. In my stream specifically, we're going to be talking about the new feature of called dynamic text. Now, I'm going to call this out right now. I have not updated my Photoshop yet.
I love the honesty.
So I'm going to be honest because you're going to say, you see that it says beta. It definitely does. But these features are no longer in beta. They are now available in app. And so we're going to kind of walk through my regular process. And I want to turn these images. I have 3 of them specifically. We're just going to go ahead and turn them into little just mini posters that can go onto the Instagram stories. So I want to give a kind of background real quickly. So you see these beautiful women, the clothes.
Stunning.
These are my friends.
I love that. Honestly, your friends are the best subjects and the best models.
They really, really are. But the reason why it's so special is because the clothing that they're wearing is also designed by one of my close friends, Uzoma.
Oh my gosh.
So she has a clothing brand called Good Road Collection where she turned her art into fashion. So it's wearable fashion.
That is amazing.
All the designs are designs that she's painted and turned into fashion. And so we did a shoot. And it's funny that you mentioned community earlier, Adobe Live community, because the whole purpose of this collection is community.
Yeah.
And it's called, we had an event where we called it My People, My People. So we're going to be creating a little kind of poster that will be going to Instagram. So we're going to edit the portraits first, and then we'll get into that a little bit later.
I love it. Oh my
Yes.
gosh, you guys. And I already see some people chiming into the chat. We've got Jean-Pierre from Ecuador. Oh, Ted is in the chat.
Hi, Ted.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Ted. Oh, so excited. Carol, we're so excited for these new features as well. Oliver's just joined us. Carrie from Eugene, Oregon.
Yes.
I love it. I think community is just, a big part of today, really.
Oh, thank you, Ted. Oh, shoot, he said I had some awesome shots.
Oh, awesome shots. I love it. Oh my gosh.
Awesome.
Well, see, it just goes to show that there's creativity in everywhere.
Honestly.
I mean, how incredible that she took her art and then put it onto fashion.
Exactly.
Amazing.
That's
love
it's just crazy. So we're gonna go through my regular process of just kind of prepping the images. I always start off with duplicating my layer. I cannot stress that enough, y'all. Okay. Do not be editing on your original layer, okay?
Yeah.
So we're just going to go ahead and start with duplicating. The first thing that I'm going to go ahead and do is, you'll see here, if you can see my cursor ringing around it. Yeah, you can. This was my softbox.
I love it.
And so I'm going to try to
I know. Sometimes those reflections, man, they get in the way.
They get in the way. And if I'm shooting by myself and nobody else is paying attention to that detail, I'm going to miss it every single time.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss it literally every single time. So I'm going to use the Gen Fill.
Ooh, yes.
I love me some Gen Fill.
Honestly, I am using it for all of my workflows.
Oh yes,
like
absolutely.
it has just gotten so much better.
Yep. And it's just so much easier to use. Like I don't, bam.
Are you kidding me?
Like, I don't even look at that.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to get crazy, then you can like copy like one of the other designs and like stick it up there. Because I know sometimes it makes up some weird letters.
You know, we don't know what it says up there. But for the purpose of, this one does a pretty good job.
It does a really good job.
This little reflection here. If I come in, let me try one more Gen Fill.
There you go.
See if I can take it out. Because I prefer this one to the other one.
Yeah. Perfect.
You know, because listen, sometimes we don't catch everything while we're shooting. And I think what happened was I was moving the strobe light of the softbox too, and I was like, I put it up for somewhere and it wasn't giving me what I wanted. So I was like, you know what? It's gonna give me a reflection, but I'm just gonna use Gen Fill for it.
Yeah.
So you know, we're just
you
gonna do that.
You gotta make those decisions kind of on the spot sometimes, and it's like, yeah.
And we thank goodness we're really grateful for like the tools that allow us to go and do those very, very easily, because I know that like previously if I had to go and use like, you know, any of the other roof tools, spot heal, or clone it out.
Oh my gosh, it would have taken a million years.
Girl.
Ted says, low-key, I need those beverage coolers just for photo shoot props. And
you know, check out your local markets, because this was a market that is in downtown. I'm from Phoenix, so this is a market in downtown Phoenix that we just were like, hey, can we shoot in this space? Like, yeah, you can shoot before we open. So just check out your resources, Ted.
Amazing. And you guys, you have to follow Idara on Instagram. It's it's Itty. And check out her work on her website as well. Incredible. I mean, a lot of what you focus is portrait photography, but you know, you're obviously a creative director and obviously an educator as well. So definitely give her some love. Ted also wanted to know, what light do you use?
Ooh, I am a pro photo girly. Okay, I feel like
same.
I feel like I sound so bougie when I say I like
same.
I'm like, everyone's like, you don't want to use I've used Godox, I've used Einstein, like other brands as well, but I love how it's just easy.
It's
honestly.
very easy.
I just turn the knob. I can't be doing the maths.
No,
like,
I
this
can't
power
either.
And I just need to turn it. Be like, take it from 5 to 5.5.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly. 100%. It's so intuitive. It's very intuitive, very easy.
Intuitive. So
thank you, Cody, for dropping in the link to Idara's Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing. Cool.
So all I did
Easy
was
fix.
Easy fix. So this is the before and after. This is the Gen Fill. I just merged the layers because I'm not gonna go back and change anything there. I'm pretty satisfied there. And then I'm gonna go ahead and when we make the like little posters, I actually already created like a 9x16 that I'll put everything into. I'm gonna have to Gen Fill and expand.
Yes.
So I will do that. Should I do that now or should I do that later?
I think it's your call, really.
Yeah, you know what?
You could do it now, you could do it later.
Let's do it later. Let's do it later. So I always go into selective color. Let's go ahead.
Right. Actually, it makes sense to do all your edits and then like the
then,
style, like because otherwise,
exactly. Because I was like,
weird.
you know what? Let's not. I don't want that problem today. Sometimes I come on stream and they want to surprise me.
True.
We don't want that today. So I'm gonna try to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see the colors that are what's changing here.
Ooh. Selective color is such a great adjustment.
I love it. It's the number one reason for me, like as a creative that uses both Lightroom and Photoshop. What really brought me into the Photoshop world was selective color, because of the amount of control that you have. When I think about Photoshop, I think about control.
Yes.
And I think Lightroom for me, like you have like the hue, saturation, and luminous sliders. Great, use them, cool, right? But sometimes you want a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I think selective color does a really good job of targeting each specific color and you adjusting. You know,
and it also has like the whites and the blacks too, right? So
the
that's
whites,
also
the blacks,
what's
the neutrals.
Cool. And the neutrals, exactly, correct.
Which you don't have in Lightroom. So it's really nice because you can kind of decide which tool you want to utilize, and everything can be utilized together. A lot of times I will start my workflow in Lightroom, and then I'll just kind of export it into Photoshop, and then export back to Lightroom. So the apps work very well together. So it's just really incredible in that regard too.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like you and I are the same in that we like to have control.
I like control. Like one thing about me. Give me that control.
Yes.
So I'm going to pull out a little bit.
Love it.
I am going to, there's no greens, blues. Let's go to our whites. Sometimes I just like to like
play around.
to see. You can see like
that's like the best way,
It
to like
is.
see what happens to that image.
Especially because I think sometimes people will ask like, oh, like what? Another thing you'll notice that I'm doing as I am adding all these selective color layers, I'm going back and naming them. That is, please name your layers. And the reason why, pro tip as well, the reason why I like to separate them, you can do all of this in one.
In one go.
I don't know, like there's a lot of times where I would like start editing and I'll click through, and then like I'll go back to the layer and like I don't know what I want to change.
Yeah.
And I'm like going through the list and looking. So I just like to make a separate layer for each color. So when I know that I want to go into the blacks, I click on blacks and it's there. So that's just me saving myself an extra
And again,
millisecond.
more control over like, you
Yep.
know, what like you can be like super additive at first and then subtractive later because you like separated them.
Exactly.
You know?
And I think that's the power of Photoshop and layers is this like, and creating those adjustment layers. You want to be able to keep that control. There might be something that I like now that at the end of my edit, I'm like, I don't like that. But now because I put it on a separate layer, I can just remove that point and I don't have to remove everything. So
love it.
It's really, really dope in that regard.
Awesome.
So-
Ooh, we've got Elaine from Michigan.
Hey, Elaine.
So fun. Thank you for joining us. We're here with Idara. She is working on these fun portraits. We're kind of laying all the groundwork, all the coloring and everything before we get into designing our little stories.
And you know,
design.
y'all, just so you know, I'm not a designer, so you know, just so you know, the portraits gonna speak for themselves.
Yes.
But we will play around with some text options, and I'm really excited to talk about dynamic text because I think that especially for someone that doesn't use text as often, it makes things a lot easier and faster when I do need to.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I'm gonna take all of these color adjustments and just put them into a folder. I'm gonna call it selective color in case I come back and do anything else, which I don't think I'm going to.
Perfect.
And that is our before and our after.
Oh yeah, I see that little
Just
a little pop.
I might come in here and you also want to be careful every time with skin tones too. I feel like she's looking a tan bit orange.
Like a little too red orange,
you know, that red orange kind of vibe, and I want to just kind of pull back a little bit where I can.
I see.
You know,
I see.
there we go. That feels better. See,
100%. It was just that little touch there.
Bit, you know?
Love
I could have
it.
gone back to my reds and did that, but I created a new layer. You know, it's a good habit to have. It's a good habit to have.
And you can always like zoom in and then like turn off a layer, turn it on just to kind of see how things get affected.
And I do highly recommend that, especially sometimes what I'll usually do too is like I might sit down and be editing for hours. I'll step away, come back, turn on, turn off, like, you know, kind of do a number of different times because your eye is going to adjust too. And you might see something and be like, yeah, that's it. And then you come back an hour later and you're like, whoa, she's looking like an Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
And that's never the move, you guys.
Oompa Loompa.
Okay? Listen.
That is never what we want to go for.
Never what we want to go for, okay? I'm going to see if I can just, let's see if I duplicate this group onto, what's the copy, 754?
Oh my gosh, that's so smart. I've never done that.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just drag the whole thing into the...
Girl.
I did. See, I'm learning too. I love it.
We're saving you some time.
Yeah, saving you some time.
One thing about me, we're going to save some time.
Yeah, because then sometimes I'll end up not putting it in the right spot and then it like disappears and I'm like, oh, gotta do it again.
Yep, sometimes you just gotta work through that. So I just wanted to duplicate them over because I just wanted to see. I also want these to stay pretty consistent as a collection. And again, another thing, the reason why I like to do it too, or again, going back to like Lightroom, when I'm editing in Lightroom, I want to, it's kind of easier to do because I can just copy, paste.
Right.
But you can just duplicate your adjustments over especially if they're global adjustments. When they become selective, you that's different because if I was editing, let's say the color of her outfit or something like that, I can't just copy those adjustments over because they're going to be specific to that portrait. However, but global adjustments, things I'm just changing overall, can be copied right over and save you some time.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Lovely. I feel like the other thing I want to be...
Jean-Pierre also laughed at your Oompa Loompa comment.
I'm sorry. That's always where I end up coming back to because I'm like, listen, Listen.
No, I get it. Yeah, we don't want that.
We don't want that at all. We don't want that at all. So one of the things I want to make sure that I'm careful of too, I'm realizing in this one. So this one didn't really change her outfit, her color of her outfit, but this one you can tell like it's muted the blues in her outfit.
It is.
I'm gonna first start with figuring out what is it's the blacks.
Yeah.
Love that.
See, now you have it separate, so you can just
I can just turn it off because I don't want that to be changing.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's super nice. Ooh, love that.
See? So we're just going to replace that. And again, because it was a separate layer, I just turned it off. And so there you go. Now we don't have to worry about that. No, we don't have to worry about that. So we have
love it.
Before and after. I'm going to come in here, just clean up. I like the... Ooh, I know I didn't select anything. All right, there we go.
Oh, and I think I'm probably in the way.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go.
Okay,
here we go.
Sorry, you guys. See how your head is like disappearing?
It's just disappearing. I'm just going away.
Sorry, you guys. There you know what? Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you. We're over here trying to troubleshoot.
We like, what's going on? Okay.
Love it. Best use case for generative fill. Honestly, like cleaning up things has been like just amazing.
Yep. Whether you're using Gen Fill or also like, I'm noticing this remove tool that's also here as well, so you can go ahead and use that to remove too.
Yes.
Just to kind of clean that up a wee bit. Yeah.
Love it.
So I'm gonna merge all of that together again. I merge a lot of my gen fills like once or
well you can't really work you can't continue to work without merging them all into like a specific layer. So something you can like you have your clean layer and then you have another layer that's gen fill, and whether you're never gonna go back then you can merge that onto the clean layer, but otherwise you can kind of keep it separate and move up.
Because if you're not careful, like especially when you're adding all of these like adjustments, like different color adjustment layers, like what you'll notice is that if you don't do the merging, sometimes, especially depending where your layer falls, the position of it, you'll end up making an edit to other portions, and then the spot that you gen filled is still in your original color. So that's where it's just easier to merge, or at least make sure that you are adding everything on top of. But just to keep it clean, I like to merge.
Perfect.
Let's see. All right, so I'm a fan of that. The other thing that I may want to do I want to do that with this? Let's see.
Oh, love it.
This one
These are all so good.
I'm telling you, right? All right, let's go to this one. Duplicate my background.
And you don't even have to worry about removing the reflection in this one, which is great.
Listen, I came prepared with this one. I'm going to duplicate.
We've got socials and stilettos in the chat. Oh, hey, friends. So excited for today. I wonder if that's Megan. So fun. Thank you for joining us.
Hey. I want to be like, hey, Megan, but I don't know if that's Megan or Nicole.
Oh, that's right. It could be any one of them. It's so true. Oh, my gosh. Well, hi. Thank you for being in here.
Yes.
This is so powerful.
I just love the way that it looks. Sometimes I also like to go in and add like a solid color on top.
Yes.
And just play around. That's just, I want like a kind of like this.
Ooh, yes.
And then I'll come and like look at different blend modes. And
my goodness. It's getting so cool.
I
feel like everybody who like first gets into Photoshop like does this, like where you put a solid color and then you play with blend modes. It's like the best.
It's the
fun
best thing. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I play a lot with blend modes. I also play a lot with gradient maps. In my next stream later on today, like we're gonna be talking about also the improvements that have happened to the subject. What is it called? Replacing the background and the select subject. Thank you.
Select subject.
I kept saying remove.
Well, there's a remove tool.
And there's a remove tool, but it's not remove subject. I want my subject in the photo.
Select subject.
Yes, the select subject and the remove background tools, where we're going to be utilizing like also gradient maps. I'm a huge fan of like when I remove the background, I love to add like a solid color in the back, but also like a gradient with my portrait. So
I know, and the select subject has gotten so good.
Much better.
It's incredible.
Listen, especially when you're dealing with different hair textures, jewelry,
all of that.
Really
like intricate, selections there, but it's gotten really good.
It really has. Okay, so I kind of like this kind of golden feel that's going to be made there. I feel like that looks consistent there.
Yes. That looks awesome. Alessandra just joined the chat. Hey, everyone, she says. Thank you guys for being here.
Honestly, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're so excited, kind of sharing all day today is all about all the new updates, across all programs. So yeah, super fun. I'm loving this already. And I love that you gave us like 3 images to kind of see like the vibes, you know?
And I was like, you know what? Especially, I'm a girl's girl too, so I was like, let me plug all my friends, let you guys see them, and then also the different designs, and also wanting to show, how they look individually.
Yeah.
So I think for now, I kind of want to let these blues pop out a wee bit more.
Ooh, yes. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, that's
That
really
is looking
nice.
good.
That's really beautiful. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So now that we have created our, I know, need a little water. Now that we've created our different portraits, I'm going to start with this one, and I'm going to copy everything over and bring it over here, if it will let me. I might have to.
Oh, like do a copy merge or something. Yeah.
Let's see if I can just duplicate my layers and put them over here. Will it let me do that? Of course,
There you go.
Do that. Lovely. And then let's just scale it all. Oh, goodness gracious. Make sure I'm not messing with my image. Okay, great. So I'm going to bring this.
Gorgeous.
To the center. Bam. All right.
Perfect. Ted's like, it's a party here. And Sean Pierce says, it was so true. The vibes are vibing.
The vibes are
truly.
vibing.
And the photos really are vibing.
Love
also.
it. I love it. Thank you guys. Okay, so I want to kind of prep this for Instagram. It's just going to be like on an Instagram story. So it's already, I have the 9x16 here.
Perfect.
I'm just going to come in here and make sure I'm on. There we go. I want to expand or fill these areas here.
Mm-hmm.
Give me more space to add some text too.
Yeah. I love that. I just love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen.
I know.
Let's see, what is it? Sometimes I'm like afraid of like, what are you gonna give me? What are you gonna give me? Okay.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
It was a little chandelier moment.
Nice. I know.
A little chandelier moment.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
And then we've got the background. That should be like definitely pretty simple.
Yeah, that's pretty simple to get there. I feel like every time I edit, I'm like,
I'm honestly the same. Like I feel like I have to be like really close.
My posture is so bad. Like I'm so close. My shoulders come up. I'm like, oh my goodness, Idara.
I know. I have to have I have a sit stand desk at home because I definitely need to be able to stand and have my face and my posture. She's so important, you guys.
It's so important, man. I'll be like, oh, my back hurts. And it's like, why do you think it hurts? Of course it's going to hurt. Like, do you see how you're sitting there? Okay, so we've made a couple of adjustments. You can see, this is all of our gen fill. We got rid of the light, fixed the soda cans. We extended out the background. So here is where we're going to talk a little bit about dynamic text.
Okay.
So if I wanted to, like I mentioned before, this is for the collection is called Community. Okay. And we had a launch event a couple of weeks ago, and the name of the event was My People, My People. So that's like a phrase that we oftentimes use in my culture, just like, oh, my people, like kind of like when you're talking to your community, right? So I just want to add the text in here and see what we can kind of come together. So I'm going to go over to my text, create a text layer there.
Perfect.
Great. So I'm going to type in, if I can see it.
It might be super tiny.
My bad, y'all. There we go. I was like, where is it? Okay, my people, my people. So if originally, if I wanted it to, let's see, maybe I want to add community. Let me write community.
Okay.
Can I spell?
Yes, you can.
My people. Actually, I'm going to take the community out. I'm going to keep my people, art exhibition.
Oh, love that. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Shauna says, I have an elliptical pedal thing under my desk that I use to keep my blood flowing. I generally sit like a crunched up goblin, so it's necessary.
Ooh, okay.
And Gary says, I'm also a squinty hunchback.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I don't know how to stop it.
I know, it's so
it just
hard.
naturally,
It just,
like,
you
before
just
you know
like-
it, you just like.
I know. Well, thank you for making us feel seen.
Yes, thank you.
Because we feel the same.
Because, someone said the vibes are vibing.
Vibes are
Thank you,
vibing.
Jean. Thanks. Okay, so usually if I were to add in my text, you can see here that I have my people art exhibition, but I want this to look a little bit more aligned, right? So if I wanted it to necessarily, let's say if I wanted it to be more aligned, I could have put these on 2 different text layers. So I have my people, create another text layer underneath, and then I can put art exhibition, if I can spell again, sorry, and be like, okay, I want it to like look
align, so maybe make it smaller.
Let's make, all of those good things, right? I'm like,
which like that just takes up so much time, and you're like kind of guessing the right.
Exactly. I'm like, where is it? There we go.
There we go.
All right. And then I can go and deal with spacing and whatnot, and now I have 2 separate layers. Now with dynamic text, you don't have to do that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and remove that. And let me show you guys what you can do. So you're gonna click on your text layer and just drag out. I'm gonna write my people art exhibition. All right. So there are, I believe, 3 different ways that I at least know how you can change your layer into a dynamic text layer. So you can either right click on your layer. You can see where it says convert to dynamic text. You can go to type where it says convert to dynamic text, or the easiest way that I really like is there's just a little button there.
Perfect.
And when I click on dynamic text,
There
bingo.
we go. Oh my gosh.
Bingo.
Love it.
So I really love how it keeps everything very, very easily aligned.
That is so cool.
Yes,
Especially
and-
for people who do posters all the time or designs like in Photoshop, like with their photography and stuff. Like this text is amazing.
Exactly. You just want to make sure it's just, see how quickly everything is aligned. Whereas before, I was like, I had different layers, things of that nature. I don't need to do that anymore. And if I wanted to, I can also, it'll let me resize.
Oh my gosh.
So we can kind of.
That is so cool.
Yep, exactly. So let's say.
That already looks amazing.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I have an idea.
What?
I want the text behind her with the my people, art exhibition.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Amazing.
So I'm gonna
Ooh, Jeff says. I love it. Truly, I'm amazed. That's awesome. So and it's such a simple drag and
drop. And it's as you're dragging and reshaping, it is now going to keep everything in line and move things around for you.
It's gonna be so
It
useful.
just saves you so much time. Jeff says it's a game changer. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a game changer. Okay.
Love it. I love it.
So what I'm gonna do is come back over here to my layer here. I'm gonna click select subject, and it should select my subject. It did a great job. Command Shift I to invert it, and I'm going to delete. Ooh, I made one mistake there. You guys create a new layer. Because I was like, why are all those, why is the strobe bad? Why is the reflection bad? All right, so Command Shift I, and then we're gonna go ahead and remove, and let's say subject. And then I'm gonna bring it up here and then turn back on.
Wow. That just looks so good.
Right? Oh my goodness. All right, so that is like one variation.
You have to do that for the other ones too.
Let's just go ahead and do it. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You listen, you guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, I mean, I could add text to it, but is it gonna elevate or take back?
That is so fun.
You just have so much freedom there.
So much freedom, and you still have all of the other elements that you can do, right?
Exactly.
Like with like blending modes or color or this and that, and it can get really fun.
If I wanted to go in and do anything else, or like, let's say I wanted to do hue and sad and just kind of come in here and play around with the colors, you could continue to do really anything on top of that. So it's just really dope because, like, again, it just saved me so much time. And I didn't have to go in and create different layers and changes. And if I wanted to come in here, this is the other thing I wanted to make a note of. If I wanted to come in here and change any of the text, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I wanted to change, like,
Oh,
You know, you could change just selecting a different text or whatever the case might be. You can still do that. You can still come in here, change the text, change the size if you feel like you want it to be a little bit smaller or whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
Let me go back. I don't want any of that to be on there. Okay. There we go.
There we go.
I was like, ooh. But yeah, so you can still have that level of customization when you're going into it a little bit further. So I really like that too. So yes, we've done that one.
Love it. Looking so good.
Let's see. What do we want to say on this one? You know what? I'm going to put the name of the brand.
Yes.
It's called Good Road Collection.
Ooh, yes. What if it's just like Good Road Collection like multiple times so that it just goes down?
Ooh, yes, love that.
Or like Good Road Collection, like community, Good Road, or
Collection,
you know, or something
community.
like that. Yeah, like
Okay, let's say Good Road Collection Community. Good Road Collection. You know what? I could just have copied that. Girl.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, what are we doing?
Oh my god.
right,
You know,
cool.
sometimes it's okay.
You know? And then again, all I gotta do is click dynamic text and then bam.
Bam.
Bam. Okay.
Bam.
Yep. That eats.
Unreal.
It eats. And then again, if I was to want to change it, I could do that. And then if I want to just resize it and I don't want it to change, that's the other note that I didn't make earlier. If I want to just make the text box smaller, but I don't want it to change like the way that it's aligned, just hold down Shift and you'll be able to, if I click on it, here we go. Hold down Shift. Ooh. Oh, I'm adding a new text layer. That's why I was like, what's going on? Okay, hold down Shift, and then you can still make those adjustments.
Amazing.
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes.
Because if you like it, you're like, okay, I don't want it to change.
Because I'm like right here, it's changing. If I didn't want that to happen, then I can make sure I hold down Shift, and it doesn't do that. So I'm gonna keep this here. Let's see. I feel like it's gonna. I wonder what it's gonna look like if I. Ooh, no. And then that's the other thing too. You can also stretch it out, pull it down, and it'll also make adjustments there.
That is so fun.
And the other thing I want to call out as well when you're utilizing this feature is that you do have like your options within your layer properties. So if you come to your type layer properties, you can again change the size of the font, the spacing as well. Underneath dynamic text, you'll see like you can make some adjustments here as well.
Okay.
To, like, the spacing.
That's super cool.
And whatnot as well.
And that's
so
like line.
Yeah,
the
lines,
the line,
and then
spacing,
the spacing in between
and then
as well.
between the words.
So if I wanted to make
very
any of those
cool.
changes too, and then let's say, like I mentioned before, you want to make, let's say you want to change the font or you want to just change the color, right? So let's see, I'm going to come up here, I'm going to highlight community, and then we can change that into another color.
I love it.
Question is, what color? I don't know.
I know, that's so hard.
Okay, let's do a yellow. That keeps the
Oh yeah, like get it from something in the
photo.
In the photo.
We want it to be pretty consistent. And you know what? Let's make sure I like this yellow more than this one. It's a little deeper.
Yes.
Just a wee bit deeper.
Love it. Yeah,
Right.
that already looks so cool.
Yep. So then I can do that, and then if I wanted to change the good road into another text, I need to group my my texting, where are we? There was a text that I had that I wanted to use and I can't find it now. So it's okay. We're not going to.
I know. It's like there's so many options.
So many options, and it gets a little overwhelming. I'm like,
it really does. It really can get overwhelming. That's amazing. I mean, it's just so many options.
So many options. But again, little plug, if you want to download different Adobe fonts, you can do so. Okay. So if you have the Creative Cloud access, you can go ahead and go to Adobe. I think it's what?
I believe it's fonts.adobe.com.
Yes. And kind of browse. Browse the different fonts and add them in there as well. So that way you have access to a number of different fonts as well. So it's really dope in that regard too.
Yes.
Okay,
that looks so fun.
Okay, so just knowing that you guys have those options there. Now let's see. Let's see if I want to. Let's see. I wanted to just kind of keep it. We did the back behind for before. Let's say I just want, you can put off to the side, or if I might create like a little, because there's a lot of like
It's a lot going on.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna create like a little box.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So let me. Where's my? What am I looking for? Okay, that's a little rectangle.
Yeah.
And then
Just like fill it or something.
Yes.
Oh, I wonder if you need to be on a layer that's
I do.
like the.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't see the option to fill it. Okay, let me do it over here.
Perfect. Ooh, yeah. Just something to kind of
Just make it pop.
make it pop.
All right, then we're gonna fill it, and then not content aware color. There we go. And then if I click, let's just do black for now. There we go. And then I
Awesome.
can kind of resize as need be. I'm gonna move. Oh, I should have put that on its own separate layer. I did not do that.
Oh yeah, it's like on its own. Like,
it's on the
it's on the actual picture. Whoops.
Whoops, my bad. But yes, you get the idea. So I
Yes.
could like keep it there as well.
Yeah. Cute.
Indeed.
That is so fun.
Perfect. So I like how again it was just so easy and simple to be able to adjust as need be.
Yeah.
Then we have
Amazing.
this one. Let's see. We don't have as much space here.
Right.
We don't have as much space here. And so now I'm thinking about, and the other thing too, actually, I might want to add, let's say this one says Good Road Collection Community, but if it's for an event and I want to add like actual information.
Like location, time,
like,
or
let me
things
tell
like
you
that.
guys when we're having this extra event. I'm going to do this on a separate layer like I should have before. And I think I'll come back to adding the text box, or not the text box, the color fill. And let's see, I want to write date, time. What else is there usually? Location.
Location. Yeah.
Oh, did I open up a new text box? Or what did I do there? Okay, date, time. Oh. Location.
There you go. Perfect.
All right, so what's today's date? June. I keep doing
Oh my
that. I don't know if you remember when she had sent me a DM.
Yes, I
And
remember.
we were like, oh my goodness, we're gonna be Becky, is it Becky R? Does it only work in beta? No, this has been released into Photoshop, so you can download and utilize this.
Make sure to update it.
Update it.
It's available now.
Yes, I made a
We're
slight
just working in
disclaimer.
beta.
Yeah, I made a slight disclaimer. I did not update my Photoshop. I completely forgot to do that. But these are all available, so this is not only in beta. But you had sent me a message talking about, we were like, oh, we're going to be in studio together, da, 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 da. And I was like,
you were like, yes, see you in July.
I was
And
like,
I was
July
like,
17th. She was like,
girl, what?
July?
July, don't scare me now.
I literally was like, oh no, we're in June.
Yeah, we're in June, girl.
You know.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
I'm telling you.
I love it.
So if I add all this information in here, 5
Perfect.
p.m., location, my house, not really, but you know.
You get it.
You get it. And then again, click on dynamic text. Oh, I think I don't know what you did there. Hold on.
Oh, because there's an extra letter in there.
Oh, thank you. I was like, what happened? Okay, perfect. And then there's all my information. So I can also, like, again, resize it or change the alignment.
Oh my God, that looks so cool.
And just kind of play around with it too.
Amazing.
I said my hours.
My hours.
Girl.
There you go.
You, like, today, can Idara spell or is it a...
You know, sometimes it's hard. It's a hard day.
Listen, and we're just trying to do our best.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
We're trying to do our best, you know? Okay, so
Cute.
I'm gonna click this, fill it with color. I think I had black selected. Great. And then I'm just going to put my text on top of it.
Perfect.
And then now, because it's on a
separate layer,
I can make sure that these two, if I select both layers, can move together.
There you go.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So, yeah. So if you wanted to make a design that, again, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm not a designer. I just want you to know how you can utilize
How to
this
use
tool,
this.
okay?
Yes, exactly.
But I really would utilize something like this one for social media. I'm a huge fan of
so
putting
good.
text,
text
behind. Yes.
Is there something so bold about it?
Yeah,
you know?
I really, really like it. And even if I wanted to do it for this one, let me see if I turn off.
They chose the right word for this tool, this feature, dynamic, because it makes it dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
And I just, again...
And John Pierce says, "You are the best."
Oh!
So cute. Love
You
it.
gonna have me blushing. You're gonna have me blushing. I hope y'all gonna stick around for everything else we
I
have
know.
for today.
So fun.
Honestly. I'm gonna add in my text again. Let's say I wanted to write community.
Perfect.
Let's see. I'm just gonna keep my people.
Yes,
again.
I love that.
And then I'm gonna text it. Make it real big like such.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my good?
Beautiful.
Keep selecting the color fill. That's what I keep doing.
Awesome.
For now. Move this, resize it, and then I'm again a sucker for adding my text behind my subject.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just gonna make this very big. And again, I'm holding down shift just to keep everything
Together.
yes.
Perfect.
But I just love how like perfectly aligned it all is.
Becky says, "I see the button, but it's inactive." I wonder if maybe unless you haven't updated the program.
Yes. Try to see
if possible.
Yeah, see if you've updated it. And then also just make sure, it might be what I ran into earlier, is also make sure that you have like your text layer selected, like you're actually on the layer so you can see.
Right, right. Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah,
like you have to like make a text,
Yes.
or like, add your little text, and then it should
be able to show you
yes,
it. Because
like you should be able to like then click on it.
I'm trying to see. Let me see.
That kind of makes sense.
Because if you're looking at here, let me make sure I call this
Yeah,
out.
actually, let's kind of
Let's do
workshop
that.
this.
Okay, so
if you're on,
it's up here and it's not
It's grayed out.
It's
Yeah.
inactive. So if I go ahead and I drag out my text, you can see it becomes active for me.
There you go.
Right?
Perfect.
So you can see that all this text is here. If I click on dynamic text, it'll do the alignment for you. So see if that works for you, Becky, because I want to make sure
that
like,
you can actually
yes.
use
Because
it.
if you've downloaded, if you've updated, I would imagine like you've made your update. That's why
especially
it's
if you're
there.
seeing it.
Exactly.
So yeah, you just need to add.
See.
There
Come
you
back and let us
go.
know, okay?
Yeah.
We're giving tech support.
Text support.
Tech support.
I love it.
Oh, that's so funny. That is so funny. All right, so I'm gonna turn this off. Select my
Amazing.
subject. Oh, I keep doing this on the original layer. Let's just duplicate that. Select my subject.
Love it. Oh, that is such good selecting of a subject.
That's what's so
Oh my God, that looks so
incredible.
good.
Do you see how clean that is? Do you see how clean? Hold on.
I know. And I know you'll share more about that in your stream for later, but it is a like new feature,
And I think
an updated
feature, because you could have always removed your background, and that was always an option there. Selecting your subject was always an option there, but I felt like for me there were times where I did it and it didn't select specific parts.
It didn't do it too perfectly, but now with like the cloud-based processing, it is like
it's so incredible. Yes,
so good.
So you can just see how clean. Like if I just come in,
like
we're looking
even the
clean.
hair.
The hair.
Are you kidding me?
Like look at her hair. Yeah.
That is so good.
Listen. And
my
so
people.
my people. And
I
I also really love to utilize it for and again, we'll talk about this later too, but really love utilizing it for see, I'm not pressing my shift down. Different hair textures too.
Yes.
That's where I think removing a background for me as a portrait photographer gets really messy, is that if I don't have somebody who has like very smooth hair and doesn't have any, like curly, kinkier hairstyles get really difficult.
Yeah.
And so we'll edit an example that has with a girl with like an afro and see how that happens there. Or even like flyaways and things of that nature. So
yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh, you guys, how did the time go by so fast? We have about 10, 11 minutes left. Oh my gosh.
But you know what? It's okay because
It's
we
okay.
have a day full.
We have
of
all day. Yes.
So much goodness.
So with that being said, definitely if you have any questions about dynamic text or about anything else in Photoshop, Idara is here.
that looks
She
so nice.
has all the knowledge and techniques and tips to offer. So don't be shy.
Don't be shy, y'all.
Drop your questions in the chat or any comments. Would you use this? Would you use dynamic text?
What? That's a good question. I want to know. Would you guys use this?
And how would you use it?
Yes.
Like,
how would you use it? And like, what does it solve for you? Like, what kind of headache did you feel like you had that now you're like, yeah, y'all really did that.
Yeah. And these are all, like, all the features that we're going to be talking about today, all day, are, community, like, asked for. Like, the community asked for this.
Yes, exactly.
So hopefully it is super helpful for you guys. But yeah, thank you for being here and watching.
Love that. Okay, let's go to this last one. And for this last one, I kind of want to...
I don't know why, but as I'm seeing all these images and the text, the bold text, I keep thinking of Beyonce's energy. Energy. Yep. That's like what I have in my head.
Yeah, I just love how this is so cute.
It's so good.
Yeah, this one's my favorite. It's just like my people.
The
my
yellow
people.
too.
The yellow, yeah.
I almost would love to see the yellow on that other one. The
other one?
vertical one.
Just go ahead and do it. Do you want it all yellow or do you want? What are you feeling? Are you feeling the people?
Maybe all yellow.
Let's go ahead and do it. Why not?
I know. I feel like it'd be so cool.
We can just ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, you ate that.
Oh.
You ate
John
that
Pierre
down.
says dynamic text rules. I'll use it on ads and their adaptations on different media. So banners, posts, reels. Thank you so much, girls.
Oh,
so cute.
We got you.
I love it.
We got you.
Carrie says good stuff. I'm going to use it today for some social media.
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, so good.
I'm so happy, especially because, I just feel like I am a huge fan of things that just save you time and headache. And the amount of layers that you don't have.
The less we're being goblins,
Exactly.
Hunchbacks,
the better.
The better,
Now that I'm doing dynamic text, my posture, I'm sitting upright.
Just sitting,
I'm sitting upright, okay? I'm sitting like a queen.
Literally. We're like, whoop.
Ooh, the posture has gone up, And so you're just saving yourself so much time, that alignment, not having to go in and
alignment. Oh my God. The alignment.
The alignment,
I can't.
Keeping yourself straight up, right? Keeping everything aligned. And so I just really love how easily that is. And the more text that you add in there too, it just
you'll really see the difference when you start adding all the different words. Like obviously, like with the my people, that's like just the same text. But if you start adding other things,
let's write something with more words.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you help me look up the definition of community?
Yes, I can definitely do that.
Let's just add in some additional.
Ooh, yeah, like community.
Yeah, and then
yes, a group of people living in the same place or having a particular. Wait, I like this one better.
Okay,
a feeling of fellowship with others.
Ooh, a feeling
of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, comma.
Ooh, girl,
sharing
attitudes, comma,
interests,
comma,
and goals. Period.
Period. Okay,
see, this is what this is all about. Adobe Live, right? Community.
So again, of course,
love it.
What I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna hide this because I don't want it to be distracting.
Okay.
With the subject, I'm just gonna add a solid color, just something there so we can really look at the text.
Yes. Perfect.
Make sure it's black too, so we can really see the text there. Okay,
awesome.
So.
Oh yes, there we go.
We said community, a feeling of fellowship with
others as a result of.
Not results.
Oh yeah, results.
Results. As a result of sharing attitude,
interest with the plural,
and goals. Beautiful.
Yes.
Right? So that we got all those words there, right? Now we're just gonna go ahead and
add a little space after the colon or the.
Thank you so much, girl.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. There we go.
There we go.
Now we're gonna click on dynamic text.
Oh my gosh. Gorgeous.
Love it.
I love it.
Again, I can make any adjustments as need be. If I needed to reshape it. Let's see. Let's bring this out a little bit.
There we go.
Beautiful. And so it keeps everything just nicely and aligned. And then if you wanted to come in and do anything else, change any of the text, colors, etc., you can do that. So again, it's really great for, in my mind, I would use it for banners, posters, social media, reels, etc. And so the more words that you write in here, the more it's going to, again, make those adjustments based off of that. So I think it's really, really incredible in that regard. Amazing. And then if you want to come in, again, make any additional adjustments, you can go into your properties where you can, you know, fix any of that spacing, change
between,
it.
like the words
yeah,
or
if
the
you're
lines.
like, oh, you want it to, you know.
Is it words or is it like the letters?
It's like the letters.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it's the letters. So as I'm like,
I see,
you
I
can
see.
it here, like it's the spacing
Yes,
in
I
between
see.
the letters.
Got it.
So you have there, and then this is the spacing in between
the
each
lines.
line.
Got
So,
it. Okay.
Exactly. So if you wanted to make any adjustments.
Ruben says, ooh, ooh. I love it.
This chat is actually quite crazy today.
I love it. Jonathan says, might make mass type a passe trend once now that it's so easy. Yes, now that it's easy.
Yep. Now
Definitely.
That's easy.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring back the bold, fun text.
Because why not?
Yeah, literally, why not?
We need to. Okay, perfect. So I think in this case, this photo is a little bit too small, but maybe
so
I
good.
put something in the corner.
You might still be able to make it happen,
right?
Yeah, because it's more about just the you'll see
bit.
community, and then it'll you can kind of tell that it's a definition. Yeah.
Okay. And I sure did delete the def. Okay, there
we go.
It is. Whew, girl, because I was like, you're right, but it's gone. So see how I'm like, I can resize it?
Amazing. So easy.
Yeah.
And it's so, it's in real time, which is also amazing.
I love that.
I know. I feel like that's been like the thing lately where with a lot of Adobe's programs, being able to see the change right then and there in real time is for all even when they updated the gradient tool, to be able to see it as you're doing it is so
a huge,
cool.
huge thing, right?
Or hovering over the presets and being able to see exactly what happens, you know? It's awesome.
It's just nice to visually be able to see it because it's you just don't know. And sometimes you might see something, you're like, oh, I like that, or I don't like that. And when you're actually visually seeing, you're like, okay, maybe you didn't have an idea of what you wanted the text to look like, and then you accidentally, that's where those happy accidents happen. 'Cause you're like, oh, wait, I actually really prefer that versus that.
Totally. I love it. We've got some hard eyes in here.
I know.
Thank you, Teppernecks. I love it. I wonder, okay, have you ever tried this? Have you ever done this before? What? I used to be obsessed with this thing where if I make a path on Photoshop around a body and then I add the text over to it and it wraps around the body, obviously.
Yes.
But I wonder if you can make a path and then add the dynamic text so that it knows to go around the body. I don't know if it could do that, but
I don't know.
We'll have to try that. I'll have to try that and we'll see. But that's just real interesting. I'm wondering, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
because I get that as you're clicking the corner, it does that. But can you do it so that it goes around a specific shape? I don't know. We'll have to come back to that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You got to try it out. You got to try
have to try it out.
Dynamic text and just see
and
what you can do.
Yeah. And tell us what you do with that.
Yes.
Oh
my gosh. So
love. So just to kind of recap what we did today, I know we have
got
a couple minutes left. So sad, but a long day that we have together.
Yeah.
So we highlighted, of course, just editing these portraits real quickly, changing the different color adjustments, talked about what color adjustments layers are, etc. And the star of the show has been the dynamic text. So being able to, of course, when you were before adding in your text, if you wanted your words to be a little bit more aligned or kind of just kept together very nicely, you would have to do them on separate layers, change the sizing, kind of play that guessing game. But now you can put everything into one text box, click the dynamic text, and just so you guys remember as well, you have 3 different ways that you can convert a text layer to a dynamic text, right?
Yeah.
You can either right click it and you have where is it? I saw it. I promise you guys I saw it. I saw
the little dynamic.
It said convert to dynamic text. It was
maybe because it's already a dynamic text.
Oh, yes,
so maybe.
You're right. Let's just turn that off.
There you go. I see it. Yeah.
There we go.
I was dynamic text.
My eyes. I'm doing the hunchback again.
So just so you know, it goes away once you turn it into dynamic text.
Once you turned it into dynamic text, it goes off. But you do have the option to turn on and off your dynamic text too. So if you wanted to turn it on, or turn it off, you can
Oh,
just do
okay,
that
then you
as well.
just click it. Yeah.
So that's
Perfect.
also a good reminder there too. So
Awesome.
you can get to it by converting the actual layer to a dynamic text layer, or you can go to type, convert to dynamic text, which was right here. It's obviously because it's a dynamic text already. It's already it's not available. Or you can just again in
Do
your
the
little
contextual.
Yep. In your taskbar, you can just kind of click it right there.
Perfect. Yay. Oh my gosh, you guys, this was so fun. So exciting. Thank you so much, Idara. You were awesome. Incredible. Loved seeing how you took dynamic text and added it to your incredible images.
Thank you.
Don't don't go anywhere. Stick around. There's so much happening today. So we'll definitely see you later. Back later in what is it, 12 or yeah.
Yep,
so
we'll be back in a little bit.
We'll see you back in a little bit. Thank you guys.
Bye.
In today's stream, we're going to be editing a self-portrait, and then we're also going to edit a reel that will show the BTS of the process. So this is one of the portraits. The first thing I always do is I duplicate my background. I'm going to go ahead and grab my lasso tool, and we're just going to see what happens. There we go. See, it just kind of fills it up right there. Yep. Okay, so there we go. That's our before and our after. I also use Generative Fill to do skin retouching. I'm gonna merge these together for now because I'm kind of happy with that. So I'm gonna call this skin. So I just kind of highlight one area, I click generate, and I just wanna see what it will do. Okay, I don't mind that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Come to my forehead, got the forehead for me, so that's before, after. I don't like this little piece of my braid right here. Create a selection right here.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we got some options. Perfect. I like the first one. I'm gonna go ahead and merge this. The next thing that I wanna do is start to go into my color grading. So I love to use selective color. In Photoshop, you'll see that there's reds and yellows. Those are gonna be my first two focus colors. So we're just gonna kind of go back and forth and toggle and see what I like. All right, cool. So I did that, and now I'm gonna move to my sleeves. We're gonna start with our blues. And again, I'm just gonna go back and forth and see what I like or don't like. Oh, I like that shade of blue. Ooh. Come on. So now I'm going into my whites. So I'm gonna go ahead and mess around with that. Put this all into a folder, call it selective color. Let's create one more, and we're gonna call this gradient. So I'm gonna select my subject, Command Shift I to invert it to get the background. Click on my gradient tool, and I'm just gonna draw a line. So we have this tealish blue color. So I think I'm in a good place with this portrait.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and open up Express on my computer. I've already added in some of the final images. I also added in the before and afters. I had uploaded some video clips. These again are me just shooting in my garage.
You know what's really cool? I have it on my phone.
There we go.
So we have shared this, and it is a collaborative document. So we are collaborating in real time. If we want to look at the timeline, you can actually see the whole timeline of all of those clips. Maybe let's add in like a welcome screen kind of thing. So what we can do is I can just hit this plus, and it's going to add a scene, and I can drag that scene to the beginning. So we're gonna go into the plus, and I'm going to go to photos and generate, and let's do like blue, gradient, light, and dark, like texture in there. Okay, so we have some gradients.
Just tools I use in Photoshop.
And what I really wanna play around with is this layout. I think that this could be fun. And let's maybe change the color to white here.
Yes.
So we're gonna hop back over to your desktop.
So I clicked on the text, scroll down, you see where it says animation, and let's see the in. Okay, I like the rise. Actually, I'm gonna go to my stuff, go to my brands, and that's where I can find my images. This is the photo we edited. That's the before, add additional scene, and then where is that final image? I believe I should click here, add transition, and that just,
It looks like we're just dragging and dropping directly out of a library onto that timeline to make some new scenes.
let's see, let's go to text. Before, the generated fill, motion blur, gradient, selective color, final.
Over here on the Adobe Express mobile beta, I am just going to click on this little paper plane here, and then I can click on schedule. You can write your caption and then schedule it for when you want to post it. You can do that all directly from the app right here. Bye everybody, we'll be back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. My name is Megan Billy, and I'm here with Fiorella.
Hello.
One of my
Thanks for
favorite
having me.
illustrators. I'm so excited to see your workflow and to talk to you about all the cool things that are happening in Creative Cloud. We have some really cool things to show you all. We have my sound is on my computer. Sorry. We have the new Firefly app that we're going to show you all how to use a little bit. We're going to jump into Firefly boards and tell us a little bit more about what we're going to be doing on your end.
Yeah, so I'm an illustrator and designer, and I always get inquiries about merch, and specifically with the summer coming up, people want totes, people want hats, and I want to be creating my new merch line, but with Adobe Illustrator's newest workflows that are now so much faster, we need to give Illustrator its summer glow up, you know?
Okay, let's do it. I love merch myself, so I'm very excited about this. Talk to us about like your illustration style, what you're thinking for this merch, where you're going with summer.
So my illustration style is definitely very retro and very vibrant. With summer, I like to do very like silly prints, but I also like to make them vibrant and monochrome. So because especially with merch design and working with manufacturers, having multiple options is definitely your best friend. And especially when you front the cost as a business owner and then you want to sell it, it's always good to have multiple options. And yeah, I wanted to design hoodies and totes and shirts for such a long time. It's always so cool seeing your work on clothing and seeing people wear it. And yeah, I would just like to make something that's my own and not specifically for a client. You know?
Amazing. Okay, well, like I said, I love merch. I think we should get started maybe in Firefly with some inspiration.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we're going to jump over to my phone here. Let's see if it comes up. Studio Manager. There we go. Okay, cool. So this is the new Firefly mobile app. What is great about this is it allows for creativity, ideation on the go. It's just on your phone, which is amazing to have that. So when I think summer, I think fruit.
Yeah.
Vibrancy.
Like farmers markets, fresh produce. I remember last time I was here, I think Oliver, who was in the chat, who said, hi, Fiorella, hi, Megan. I think, I may be wrong, but there was a debate about like berries last time I was here, like which blueberries or raspberries last longer. So that's really funny. It's so cool to see some like more familiar faces in the chat too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of produce, I think of salads, I think of greens.
Salads. Oh, wait, I saw a blueberry salad.
Yeah.
Sounds so good.
With peaches.
Okay, I have conveniently written up some prompts that will help us get some fruit assets. I find that prompt writing is such a skill that takes a long time to develop, which is why I like, as you saw, there's such long prompts. So I wanted to write them out prior so we could get some good stuff. So this is really looking at like an assortment of fruits in, I think, like an artsy way, in my humble opinion. So yeah, I just typed in this prompt of like close-up, top-down view of citrus fruits. I don't know about you, but citrus is my favorite fruit. But I know that your concept style is like a little bit more art rather than photo. So let's see what kind of like art it gives us. So all I did was hit content type and then art. You can also say like how visually intense you want to be. You can also upload like a reference image, which none of these really make sense for what we're trying to do, but like
it's cool that you have those controls though.
Exactly.
Especially with somebody like me who's more illustrative and doesn't want something super photorealistic.
Yeah.
It's very cool for ideation.
It is. I like this one because it kind of starts to show you this top grapefruit is a little bit vectorized. So let's download that.
Nice.
I'm just gonna save the image. Oop, yes. This is a new app, so it just came out today. 5 stars.
5 stars.
5 stars. Okay. So yeah, just came out today, so you can go ahead and download it right now. So that was the first image. Do you like that one? I just saved it.
I do like it.
You like
Is there a possibility to do it a bit more illustrative?
Let's see. Okay, we did include vibrant, high resolution slice. Let's say close up, top down. illustrated.
That's so cool how you can just create from your phone and like it'll generate an image for you.
It is. Let's see. Style. Ooh, let's do a style reference. That will probably help us. Let's see. Effects. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. We want it to be more...
Maybe you could do anime or cartoon.
Cartoon,
yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, because your style is very, like, cartoonesque. Also, if you don't follow Fiorella, go follow her right now because
Somebody put my Instagram
Oh my
in the
gosh,
chat.
amazing! Because she's been doing some great things recently.
Appreciate it.
And really fun collaborations, so they're fun to follow around. Okay, this is like, it threw the color off a little bit, but this is more
up my alley.
Yes, what we're thinking. Ooh, this one kind of gives me the same, like, your illustrations are always very, like, movement oriented.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's download that. We're going to save the image. Okay, let's go back to my prompts. I really liked this one because it also, this prompt is trying to get, like, a photo of, like, oh my gosh, I'm like a boomer when it comes to typing, so we'll just do this. It's getting like the pool in there, which since we're thinking of summer, I was like, what else is summery?
Tanning, pool, barbecues. Yeah.
Being by the pool. Okay, now that's done. And I am going to paste my other prompt in here. What is something that I like about this app too is it's really user friendly. I can go back and see all of the things that I already generated. So it's kind of like a
very cool
repository. This, we still kept that like cartoon style. So that's why it came out in more of like a cartoony style. But I love this. I love
that one especially.
This one?
That one.
Okay, let's download it. It's got the water, it's got the greenery. Love.
Has the highlights that we're looking for.
Yes.
Yeah, very cool.
And then one more that I wanted to do, so we'll just go back to my deleting here. And we're going to keep that same visual composition wow, of the cartoon, since that's the style we're going. If you wanted to change it, you just can hit back in here, in the composition, back in the style, and really play around with everything that you can do online. You can also do here on your phone. And like I said, I personally would use this just on the go.
Yeah, you're right. Prompt writing is a skill. Like, sometimes it doesn't create what I want, but I'm literally putting, like, make me a fruit image or something.
Yeah, you have to get, like, very detailed. And what I do is I just write everything out, like, what I'm thinking, and then I go back and kind of, like, tweak it based on what I know that the prompts want.
Ooh, I love the colors on the second one, I think.
This one?
That one.
Yeah, that's super fun.
Love how vibrant that one is.
Okay, and what I wanted is just like an outlay of all the different fruits that we could use. So I just typed in stuff about like all the fruits, lime, strawberries, tangerines, cantaloupes, really getting super granular about what you want, because that's how AI is. It's learning from the words that you're giving it to give you the output that you want. So yeah, just a quick overview too of the app while we're here. You can also do text to video.
That's insane.
And it also gives you like a little bit of a tutorial if you want, which is nice. Image to video, which is super cool. Generative fill, generative expand. So lots of fun things on this app. Like I said, it is available now, so you can go ahead and download it in iOS or the Android store. My favorite part about the app is it has these like photo galleries that other people have created, and it gives you their prompts too. So if you're looking to improve your prompt writing, I have studied a lot of prompts on this app.
You came prepared.
Came prepared so I could write good prompts for you. So yeah, that's a little bit of an overview of the app. Super fun. Again, download it right now. And then let's jump over to your screen to show something else really cool. I will say what we're about to show is my favorite thing that we've released in a long time. It's so cool. So yeah, why don't you dive into it? And I'm going to
Yeah.
add in these photos that we just saved.
Amazing. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, merch design has been on my mind for a really long time. So I just put in some of my past work as a style reference, and also generated some mock-ups for this actually. Like you could literally press like, let's go light pink hoodie, because mock-ups can be, oh, I don't think did the internet time out? Oh no. Oopsies.
I can do it.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know why
Light?
the internet timed out. If you put light pink hoodie.
Pink hoodie.
Okay, I think we're connected now. My computer just likes to be weird. Yeah, it will literally generate mockups for you.
That's so cool.
Because I know that mockups can be expensive and
Yeah.
like annoying to get, and they always have like a watermark on it. So here's a
one-
hack for you too.
Put a person in it. Do you want a person in it?
Sure.
Okay.
Because it's always helpful to see like how it would sit on somebody.
Yeah. I really like this yellow one too over here because I love how the lighting is hitting it. Super cool. But anyways, about what we're working on. This is Firefly boards for anyone that doesn't know. And like Fiorella said, she dropped her work in here so we could use those later for a style reference. And then we also are dropping in some generative images. So right here in boards, you can generate anything you want. I want one that's like laying flat on the ground instead of on a human. You have
like this one?
access, yeah, like more like what you already created. You have access to the image 4 models, image 3 models, and then also some of our partner models, third-party partner models, if you want to add those in as well. One thing to mention is Firefly is always commercially safe.
I was just gonna mention that. Yeah.
So if you are using these other ones, make sure that you're aware of that so that you know when it is and isn't commercially safe. But Firefly, always commercially safe, so we can use that in our mockups.
It's very cool that you can toggle, and it has so much control of what you can generate, and that it's always safe for commercial use. I've been recently using this with clients, so if you want to collaborate with clients on a project, or you just want to ideate or brainstorm, because sometimes clients don't know what they want, you could take them here, and such easy way to collaborate.
Yeah. So we're
what did you
doing a few
generate?
things. We're like generating. I'm going to add in these photos that we generated on my phone for that style reference. Also, this is my favorite feature, and I don't know what this is going to do, but let's see. You can highlight all 3 of them and then remix it, and it's going to combine them all into like a new composition.
Yeah, you
which I
just
think
showed
is-
me this before getting on, and I was like, my mind was blown.
It's like my favorite thing. But yeah, we're really just using this for ideation. I think it's like such a great place to start. Like
Whoa.
this one on the bottom is hilarious. Like where did that
this
come?
one, the oranges on the water.
But I feel like this like the stars and the sparkles kind of does remind me of your work. So I think that's a great place to start.
Awesome.
Okay, what else do we want on here? Just as like to start our ideation.
Could you here? Let's maybe generate summer produce tote bag.
Oh yeah.
Monochrome tote bag. Just like I mentioned earlier, it's always good to have different color options when you're handing it off to suppliers. Ooh, let's see. This is kind of funny. Not my typical style, but I think it's more of like a
Whoa, yeah. It
more
like
of like a grocery.
it
type
really
bag.
took it literally.
It took it literally, yeah,
Yeah.
But maybe if I make it more artistic art and see what it would generate.
Okay. And then yeah, like maybe adding like color, or you could even combine it with that one looks good.
Yeah, this one's more vegetable. I'm more focused on fruits, but definitely the
I
style
like
that we're gonna
To
go
look
for.
at that too, to give you like a scale of how much of the bag should be
Yeah.
full, because I think that's something that is interesting. Like you could make it really small, the logo, you could make it big.
I agree.
Okay, I also want to show you, if you go up on the board, I did this while you were. So basically, I just took that and remixed it with the one that you.
Yeah, like
you're
this one right there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a little bit different than your style, obviously, but I think
so
it's like just a cute little ideation of. You always put little smiley
little
faces
eyeballs,
and
yeah.
eyeballs on things. So I thought that was like a cute inspo pick.
No, I love it. I love that they're all sitting and swimming in the water.
So
and
cute.
actually, speaking of eyeballs,
Speaking of.
funny you mentioned merch because let's design some.
And fruit. Wow,
Funny
it's
you
like we
mentioned
planned
merch
this. Cool. So yeah, I think we're gonna do a little challenge here.
Yeah.
Right? And the challenge is 45 minutes to design.
Some merch.
Some merch?
Yeah, I mean, we are 1 minute or almost 2
1 minute
minutes
in.
now. But yeah, my goal is to design a speed run of merch showing Adobe Illustrator's newest workflows, how it's 5 to 10 times faster, and you're gonna see it as I'm working here today. Like I said, 45 minutes to make as much merch as possible. And chat, I want to know, when you think of summer, what do you think of? Because I just might use it in my designs. And I also want to emphasize here that a lot of the Adobe community has been asking for a faster workflow on Illustrator. And I also want to emphasize that the Adobe team really does listen to the community. So it's cool that like it's now incorporated into the app. So starting here on Illustrator, I'm going to start with the swatches panel. And I did these swatches before coming on here. And it's cool how you can group them and how if you have a color saved, you can tap this hashtag and it can copy it to your into your clipboard. And it can copy it in grayscale, CMYK, and makes it super helpful for any branding project or when you're trying to relay this information to clients. So I'm just going to get started here with this little lemon guy.
Lemon is like aesthetically my favorite fruit.
Right? Yeah. Especially, oh my God, in Italy too.
Yeah. Limoncello.
Limoncello. Yeah. That's, you're going to have so much fun. Megan's going to Italy this week, actually.
Yes.
For just like a small party. She's getting married.
Don't worry about it. It is my whole personality. I'm like not allowed to talk about it on stream anymore.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. Okay, so you're adding in the shading there.
Yeah,
that was so quick.
Yeah, it's always important and that's what I liked when you generated things on Firefly, is that it also generated highlights, and that's super important aspect of my work. And you mentioned eyeballs and stuff. Here we have Miss Raspberry. Yeah, she's super cute. And then we also have a blueberry here doing a little hang loose. Do any of you surf? Does anybody in the chat surf? I feel like a lot of people in California surf. Do you surf?
No. Not at all. But we have had heated discussions here about snowboarding.
Interesting.
On Adobe Live, I've had heated conversations.
Heated conversations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, about which one's better, snowboarding or skiing.
Do you...
Or surfing. Let's throw that in there.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Do you ski or snowboard?
I ski.
I used to snowboard a lot as a kid. I just recently picked it up again, and it's hard.
It's very hard, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like skiing is... Because you can have the poles to, like, get up.
Oh, you think skiing's easier?
I'm not saying it's easier. I'm just saying...
this is
like,
the heated discussion every time I get on here.
No, I'm just saying when you fall on a snowboard, like, you have to literally get somebody else to help you up because it's so hard. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Can I ask you a question about these cuties?
Absolutely.
Did you draw them out, like you sketched them out before hopping in here, or like what was the first step of the process?
Yeah, so I drew them out and just kind of made them a vector before coming on Adobe Illustrator. I actually used the pencil tool, which I will show you in like 2 minutes when I'm done live painting this. But that's also another big feature that's launching in this new Illustrator launch, is how the pencil tool is now a lot faster and you have so much more control if you want to make it smoother or more organic. And I was playing around with it a lot yesterday and it was a lot of fun. Should I make this like blue sunglasses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that would be a nice contrast. And these kind of look like the oranges that you generated.
Oh, yeah, they look so much like them.
Yeah, so it's cool that they could have a style reference and for it to generate so similarly to what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's color in these leaves.
This is like so satisfying. I feel like it's like one of those games when you were a kid where it's like color and everything.
I used to be really into Sims when I was a kid.
I would always like go on the cheat codes and stuff and make them aliens.
If we have any other Sims fans.
Sims fans in the chat. And I would love how they would like interact with each other. Because they have like their own language too.
Oh.
I don't know.
I did not know that. I learn something new every day.
But yeah, speaking of Sims, let's talk about the pen tool.
Okay.
Or sorry, pencil tool. Okay.
Okay, so this is the new pencil tool
This
you were
is
saying?
the pencil tool here.
Okay.
So here are some sketches I made prior to the stream just to get some ideas. But what's cool here is that I could use the pencil tool. Let's go in a black stroke because that's typically what I do. And we can choose the thickness of the stroke as well. So I'm going to choose stroke 3 thickness, and I could just draw in real time like this. And it's nice because sometimes when I use the pen tool, you kind of have to like guess where the vector points are going to go and how round it's going to be. But actually, with this, I find that you have more control because you can double click here and then just press smooth, and it will go 10 times smoother. Oh, sorry, that was a really bad one. For example, here I have a. Let me just do another one. Here we have more of a. I know we have more of a better circle, and I can do this one here.
Yeah, it's nice that you can make it like all the way smooth. Like you can bump up the smoothness, or you can bring it down if you want it to be like exact.
See, like look at that leaf.
Yeah.
Like that was so nice, especially like when you have just quick adjustments to make, because let's say, where is the pen tool? Anyways, like the pen tool here, like you would kind of have to guess, like you don't have too much control with it, but that's why I like the pencil tool in the newest update. And I actually didn't used to be a fan of it, but now with this update, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use you more.
Nice. I think that it like almost mimics your style too, which is like the illustrative style rather than like the super vectorized pointed style. You
Exactly, yeah, because I feel like my style is a blend between like organic and super sharp vectors.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have that in between with the new pencil tool. See, like, look at this apple that I'm gonna do. Boom. That's so much smoother than what I sketched. And you can also press N on your keyboard to have the pencil tool. So that's cool. And it's nice that you can see the vector in real time when you're ideating some ideas.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I kind of want to make these stickers for merch as well.
Okay.
So I highlighted a couple prompts and text. Oh, I forgot to move that one. But there
is a preview.
Yeah, there is a preview. I've been loving the sticker trend, this illustrative sticker trend that's going on social media, where a bunch of artists and illustrators do their own take on fruit stickers that they've collected. I actually follow somebody on Instagram who like saved all these apple stickers that she used to eat like as a teenager and as an adult.
Onto the apples?
Yeah,
Oh my
because
gosh.
a lot of them are actually very beautiful, because it would be
Yeah.
like product of Mexico or like product of Florida, and it would be like the Sunshine State, and it would be like an orange and a sun, and it would be really, really pretty. And yeah, a lot of people are doing their own take on things.
Fun.
And and I'm from Peru actually, and a big produce is blueberry, so that's why I put the blueberry in the hang loose. And a lot of people do surf there, so oh no, we're gonna get back to our debates here.
It always comes up.
When we talk about surfing. And yeah, like I said, I'm following that same color palette that I had, which is also pretty similar to what you generated too.
Yeah,
so
it
that's
is.
really nice and awesome. So let's go ahead and move these over here. For the raspberry, I put "Don't be so rasp."
Wait, did you think of these? They're hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yes, I thought of these, and I also use a bit of AI for help, just to see how
We
I
love
can
a
make them more
tool.
punny.
Yeah,
We love
yeah.
a tool. I have to make them more punny,
Yeah.
if you will. And then let's go
my
to the
gosh,
pineapple.
hilarious.
So I put "You're a fine apple," and like I know these fruit stickers that you see at the grocery store probably don't have these things on it, but you know what? It's my world, and everybody
Honestly,
else just lives in it.
petition to do that. Petition to have that little pop of joy every day.
Yeah, and I love how, like, you know the banana brand Chiquita?
No.
Anyways, it's like a banana brand, but they actually just did like a very cool creative sticker on all of their bananas. Like they hired an artist to do it.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it's been very cool to see brands like invest in meaningful creative. So then this one I put berry fresh, obviously. We see
Obviously.
obviously. We see the sunglasses, and then I also put super juicy oranges, freshly squeezed.
And I know this color palette is very like on brand for you, but how do you usually go about picking your colors? Like, do you use reference images? Do you just have your repository of colors you like?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So when I work, I have a set of rules every single time that I follow. So like a vibrant color palette, I always have to add sparkles. I sign my name in a creative way. There's usually text in some sort of retro or bubbly font, and that's how I kind of keep the same aesthetic. I always get asked like, how did you find your style? How did you keep such consistency? And that's what I did too, because I actually reached out to an artist that I really love prior to starting this journey, and he mentioned like, you should make some rules for yourself. They've been really helpful with me. So
I like that.
yeah, so if you're trying out to find your style that you like, try setting up a set of rules for yourself. It's been cool because it can be overwhelming at first when you first start, because there's so much out there. There's so much styles of art out there. So like, how do you express yourself? Do you know that TikTok trend that's like, oh, that's like really zesty?
I'm sure my brother knows that. My younger brother. Actually, I think I've heard him say that.
Yeah.
Love it. I love that.
It's like a TikTok trend with like girls and their dads after they try something and their dad goes, oh, that's like really zesty. So of course I had to put it on a lemon. Oh, somebody in the chat put Pratt Institute offers a certificate course on AI is fantastic. And it's fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of great AI courses out there.
Like we said, it's like a tool that needs to be learned how to use. Yeah, and there's lots of resources out there, so that is great.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna make this a poster, you know. I'm gonna have like a cool off-white background and hopefully sell this as a print, right? And then I also want to get into stickers more. But I also want to know from the chat, when you think of summer, when you think of produce and merch, what do you think of? And I just may make a tote bag or keychain and stuff like that. So yeah, let me know.
I do love the bucket hat that you...
Ooh, okay.
You generated a bucket hat back in our board.
Good to know. Maybe we can make a mock-up with that once we get to the mock-up portion. But now I'm actually going to make some more artboards. So I'm going to make some artboards here. And then what's great about the new artboard features is that, I'm just going to move this, is that you can press this plus sign and you can have an artboard next to you, below you, to the right.
Nice.
It's nice to keep them all organized, especially like if you want to do an Instagram carousel or you're handing off a branding project to a client. It's really nice for those things. So actually, too, what's great about this new artboard feature is that you can, if anybody's familiar with the command paste in place, is basically where you copy something and you want to paste it in the exact same place, but now you can paste it on multiple artboards. So you can paste it on all artboards.
Ooh.
Oh, where did it go? Oh, I think it's because some stuff is unlocked. So if right, because I didn't copy it. If I go copy, I'm so silly. And then I go paste on all artboards. Oh.
Whoa.
Or maybe if I select one thing, maybe that would be better since it's still in a bit of beta mode. If I go copy, paste on all artboards, there we go. Yeah, okay. I think you just have to select, don't select too many things because it may get confused. But yeah, it's helpful if, because obviously if I want to make merch, I don't want to include all of this. Maybe I just want to include the strawberry or raspberry or orange and stuff like that. So that's been a super helpful tool for me.
Yeah, I like this because it's something that just seems so like small, but it actually these small things start to like speed up your workflow if you add them together.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Especially because I struggle with like artboards all the time, so seeing this get implemented was a huge win for me. And if I go to the artboard tool quick, okay, let's go here. Artboards.
Are you someone who like names every layer and names every artboard?
Honestly, no, but I did for this stream, just for you guys.
I feel like most people aren't, but then they come on the stream and they're like, yes, all my layers are labeled.
Exactly, and like, no, they're not labeled here. Why can't I? Okay, so we're just gonna move right along. I think I'm gonna make some mock-ups now.
Cool.
Yeah, shall we do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so mock-ups, where are you? There we go. I don't know why I'm saying that. I sometimes do that when I work. But yeah, here are actually some mock-ups that I downloaded from Adobe stock. I actually generated this on Firefly, which was
Nice.
cool. Okay.
I love this yellow hat.
Right?
So cute.
Right? Okay. So I think, what do you think, Megan? Do you think I should do the yellow hat first?
Yeah, let's do the yellow hat first.
Okay. So I'm
Everyone
going to
needs
place it on an artboard here. And, maybe I'm going to do the orange.
I was gonna say, I feel like the blue will look
The
really
orange, I
good.
think, yeah. So I'm going to copy. And then also what I want to highlight about artboards is that now it has this thick blue outline when you're on
you
a
have it
certain
selected.
artboard. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's been also really nice too. Okay, so I'm going to go place on all artboards. See? There we go. Now
Easy
it's working.
Oh, they're so cute. This is gonna look so good.
Okay. I tried some of it out yesterday and it actually turned out really nice.
They're really cool. The color combo.
So I'm gonna, the color combo was so nice. And I was actually walking around Chinatown and went into this beautiful bookstore that had this same color combination. I was like, I need to use that.
Sold.
So I'm gonna go on window and then I'm gonna go mock up. And then I'm gonna go create mock up here. She's assessing.
Give her time to render.
Yeah.
Drop your jokes in.
And what's super cool about
Amazing.
this is that you can move that. I can move the text if I wanted to.
I like this because it just kind of like curved it very subtly.
Yeah, like I could move the mock up around.
You
and
could see what it like looks on the brim.
Exactly.
It's super smart.
And what I love about the mock-up tool on Illustrator is that you can choose different kinds of mock-ups. So like if I wanted to do packaging, it already has built-in mock-ups here. Cool. If I wanted to do apparel, it has t-shirts.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine if it had like fruit mock-ups? Like,
Yeah.
Let me show you what this looks like on a fruit. I don't know, that's pretty niche.
Or like a digital device even.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I don't have any of my mock-ups.
Wait, that's so cool. The digital download too, what it would look like there. Amazing.
I want to see how it would look like on an Apple Watch.
That's pretty cool.
Come on.
Can you set Apple Watch backgrounds like that? I didn't know that.
I didn't know either, but
now you know.
But with the mock-up tool on Illustrator, you can. That would be so cool.
Wait, that's actually so cool.
To do a project like that. And then like, because Apple Watch, like a lot of people have one. So like to have your art on a digital device would be so cool. Okay, next order of business. I think t-shirt. I think t-shirt is next. So I'm gonna move.
I'm excited to also see what it looks like on that hoodie though.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, we're back to
The red one?
Yeah, because see how the way like it curves and there's like not weird, but there's like interesting lighting.
Yeah.
That could I'm so curious of how it will do with that.
Hell yeah, let's do it. Okay. Okay, so let's place it here. And I'm thinking I think this may be too vibrant.
Yeah.
I think the yellow could work.
Yeah.
Here, so why don't we take this, paste it here. Or I could put the paste on artboards. And I'm just actually gonna switch this around.
Okay, so it pops a little bit
So
more.
it pops a little more, and then I'm gonna do, going back to my swatches. And actually, if I just wanna change the stroke, I can hold Shift and the eyedropper tool, and then I can change just the stroke of that. So I think I'm just gonna do that, and then place this on here, and then go create mock. It may be a little wonky because there's the two strings here, So let's just see
We'll
how
see.
that generates.
Maybe it will surprise us and put it below the strings. Who knows?
Maybe.
This is a live demo.
Sometimes she has a mind of her own.
She really does.
Oh, I
no,
don't really
she didn't
know.
do it, but that's okay.
Let's see. Oh, some of the. Let's see if I can. Yeah, so if you move the mock-up around, I should have grouped it before making a mock-up, but it seems like it's detecting this really well.
Yeah, it's moving with it. You can
which
tell.
is very cool.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna do the t-shirt now.
Okay, do the t-shirt. I derailed you.
No,
I just needed to see it.
It's very exciting because I love the trend that's going on now when we see a lot of merch that has like a smaller icon in the front and then bigger ones in the back. So
Reminds me of my college days, like the comfort tees that.
Yeah,
don't know if anyone
and
else
when
had
I
that
think about
experience.
summer too, like I just loved lounging in a big t-shirt after being outside all day.
Yeah.
So I'm also really excited for that. So I think I'm gonna choose that one to go out at the front.
It's just smaller.
Yeah.
I like.
The stroke is a little thick, so I'm just gonna lower it a little bit. Or actually, I'm gonna expand this and then click on this because there's two different types of strokes here. How are we doing on time? by the way?
We are at about 20 minutes left in the
Okay.
stream, so we got some time
Okay, cool.
to do some stuff.
Just want to make sure that we hit all the points that we need to hit. Has the chat suggested any
A sunny, cute smiley face.
sunny cute smiley face?
We got some people that downloaded the app. That's great. The
Let's
Firefly
go.
app that we showed earlier. No suggestions yet. Chat, come on, give us some suggestions for when you think of summer merch. What do you think of?
Yeah. Don't leave us hanging like this. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, that would be a cute one for a banana. Like a cute little saying for a banana.
Yeah, that
Right?
would be.
Bananas hang off of trees. Right?
I think so.
Have you ever seen a pineapple be grown?
Yeah,
It's kinda
actually kind of
crazy.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that. It's kind of insane. Okay, I'm gonna try grouping this now
Okay, before we do the mock-up.
before we do the mock-up. I'm just gonna shrink it a little.
Okay, we got some suggestions from Nate. Thank you, Nate. We have a water bottle.
Shout
That makes
out, Nate.
sense. You gotta be hydrated in the summer.
Hey, you said it. I'm actually, for this back of the t-shirt, I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. You said water bottle?
He said water bottle.
Okay, so I'm sure that we can find that in the
The
packaging.
product. Yeah.
Okay. Would a mug work, Nate?
It's like, no.
No.
We need water.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can generate one on Firefly.
Yeah.
Maybe we can see if we can do that. Okay, so I'm just gonna make this a lot bigger and see how it goes.
I'm gonna do that on my phone.
Okay, that would be awesome.
I'll just send it to you.
Okay. Oh, I don't have a Mac. Oh. Sorry. I have a Windows.
I'll put it on our Firefly board.
That would be awesome. Thank you, Megan.
Great collaboration tool.
Yeah. So we're gonna create this as a mock-up too. Merch water bottle. Hey everybody, towel.
Ooh, towel.
A towel would be actually. I just did a project where I did a towel. It was a project with A6 and it was like more of like a sweat towel.
Okay.
So that was really interesting to work with too.
Interesting how it would like bend
Yeah.
the towel.
Yeah. But
Oh wait, that's so cute. Didn't
Right?
even see what you had going on over there.
yeah, so we could put like a smaller design here and then a bigger one in the back.
Oh, I also like the idea of your little logo going on the front.
Also that too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes I'm like I make everything about myself, so
No.
maybe let's not.
As you should.
But as I should, right?
As you should.
It's literally my channel.
Literally. Water bottle sitting next to a pool in the heat of summer.
Ooh.
I don't have time to really think through my prompt, so let's see what it gives us. I'm gonna add it to the board, people. so
Okay,
you will be able
cool.
to
So then I
see.
can add it to my to my file.
I say reusable.
Okay. And actually, I'm so glad that people stuck around because I'm going to be giving away a free wallpaper. So if you follow me on Instagram, tune in to my stories later on in the day, and I'll be posting some fun wallpapers for you.
Ooh,
a
surprise.
A surprise, I know. So make sure you tune in for that.
And Cody did drop Thea's Instagram in the chat. So
Shout out you, Cody.
Yeah, I can grab that there. Okay, let's see.
Let's
What
see
am
all
I
these
doing?
Firefly boards in what you generated.
Did you just hear my stomach?
Yeah. Damn, girl, are you hungry?
Hungry. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in.
Okay.
It's really fun. I'm excited for you all to see. I guess I could have also generated on this Firefly boards, but I'm just really excited about the app. The iPhone app. Okay, here she is. Cute, right?
That's a great generation.
I know. I'm like so curious to see what the mock-up will look like too.
Okay, so who suggested? Nate. Okay, so since you
I'm
suggested
gonna do a
the
towel,
water
too.
bottle, can you give me what sticker you would like to see on this water bottle?
Quick.
Please.
I'm also gonna do a towel. What did Nate say? A towel. I'm gonna do like a beige towel so you can put your your stuff on it. Beige. If I could spell beige.
Beige towel.
Just say a
Oh,
white towel.
right. So I could. That makes sense.
Next to a
So
pool.
Nate. Pineapple. Nate wants the pineapple. Okay. Ask and you shall receive.
If you haven't seen how a pineapple is grown, go look that up right now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Okay. So I think I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And then it's always important to have your mock-up in the back and then your design in the front, like on top of it when you're generating these mock-ups. So you have to select both and then go create mock-up. I should have probably explained that earlier, but you guys get the gist of things. Okay.
You can see a hole. It keeps giving me rolled up towels.
Unrolled.
An unrolled towel.
Nate, do you see this? Do you see this pineapple? I made this just for you.
Cutie.
Oh, very cool.
Love.
I almost fell into the Owala trap and Stanley trap, and I'm like, no, I can't do it.
Oh, I like mine.
I know. I want to get one so bad.
I think it's worth it. Okay, this is the best towel I could get you.
Okay.
So
okay,
that'd
let's
be
see
interesting to
what that-
see like what it looks like rolled up, kind of.
Let's see what that creates. Okay. Did I download it?
Nate says you're amazing. So sweet.
Okay, let's see if she downloaded. Oh, there we go. Oh,
I could have so much fun on Firefly boards all day. I'm like remixing all these images together.
it's so cool, all the possibilities that you could do, especially when you like blend them together. I'm gonna be doing that the entire plane ride home.
No, it's so fun. Just blending things.
Okay, guys,
my gosh.
towel. What do you guys think for towel?
Okay, I kind of like the product of Peru, the blueberry one,
Okay.
because it's long and towels are long.
True. Okay, let's do that.
When you designed the towel for A6, was it like one design on it, or was like the whole thing a design?
So that project was more of a time crunch, and we did a big mural design first because that was going to be used at the race that they were using it for, and then we took pieces from that mural and made it into a towel.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was a very cool project.
And you ran that race too.
Yeah, so I'm in my running era.
Love.
Is anybody else in the chat in their running era?
I love running. You should come back and do the SF marathon in July.
That's kind of crazy. It's like a month away.
Yeah,
Maybe I should just sign up.
Well, you can do the like half marathon.
True, I think a half would be more doable. I'm actually doing the Toronto Marathon in October. I just signed up.
Full marathon?
Yeah, I'm doing the full. Yeah, I kind of blacked out when I signed up. And the minute I pressed submit, I had a huge pit in my stomach. Whoa! It like made it flat.
Uh-huh.
That's so cool that it detected it.
I kind of knew it would.
Whoa, it's like you work at Adobe or something. You should work at Adobe, Megan.
I should, yeah.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, no, I thought it would do that because the roles, that's what I love about this mockup feature is like if you did it yourself to get it to go over the roles would be really weird and take a long time.
I agree. Okay, so let's get on to this wallpaper portion of things.
Oh, yeah, okay, we're making the wallpaper.
We're making this wallpaper. Okay, so one of the features that I love, I just want to make sure that it doesn't select that, but whatever. One of the features that I love that's new on Illustrator is Gen Expand. Okay, so I'm gonna choose one. Let's go. This strawberry hasn't gotten a lot of love lately, so we're gonna choose her. Let's see if I can.
She deserves more love.
She does deserve more love. And I think I'm gonna do like a gradient in the background. Okay, we're done with mockups. Bye.
Making gradients is I don't know how to do it, but watching people make gradients is my favorite thing.
It's so fun. Okay, I hate when it does the stroke. Okay, there we go. So let's go to the gradient tool here. And let's go on. Let's make it more like this.
Bree said that she ran a 5K and she came in 3rd place.
That's insane.
That's so crazy.
Yo, let me follow you on Strava. I need motivation. That's so cool. Good for you. You probably ran it in like
3rd
15
place.
minutes. That's insane. Good for you.
How far is a 3K?
3K?
Or 5K? That's like 3 miles.
5K is like 3 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, true. I always forget.
I know.
In America.
I know. It's weird.
Okay.
Cute. That was so fast.
Yeah, I love making gradients. Like you said, they're so fun. So now I'm actually gonna click the generative expand portion here, and I want to make this like an iPhone wallpaper, which is like 1280, I think. So I'm gonna just click the top more. Okay. Come on.
Getting it right at that perfect Instagram height.
So I'm going to press...
Oh, right, because we're making the wallpaper. Right.
Yeah. Expand gradient with berry pattern. And let's see what she spits out. Like I said, she has a mind of her own sometimes. But I was playing around with it earlier, seeing what she would do. But it did this one really well.
I was going to say.
Because sometimes it would take the vector design that's on it and duplicate it. And whoa, this one actually turned out pretty good too.
Okay, but I also love that it like vectorizes it, so you could play around with it if you wanted to.
You could, yeah, and it also gives you different variations. And in the properties panel, you can see all the variations that you made in the file and can go back to it at any time.
It added this like ripple effect.
Yeah,
to it,
yeah.
which is interesting.
It is interesting. So, but yeah, you're right. You can go back and adjust it accordingly.
Blend it.
But if you guys look at my Instagram, I'm going to be putting this one on my story later on today.
Cute.
Probably around like 2:30 or 3 p.m. So yeah, make sure you screenshot it and you can use that as one of your summer wallpapers as well. And if you do, please tag me. That would be so cool to see.
Okay, we have like 5 minutes left.
Right.
Anything else you want to show?
So in this last 5 minutes, I want to take a bonus chat suggestion and see if there's anybody else who would want merch created. Nate gave us water bottle. Somebody else said towel. Last chance just to see. Oh, somebody put hello. Ted's oh, Ted.
Ted said hello.
If there's any more suggestions for merch, and we're going to go rapid fire just to show you how quick and how fast.
Wait, we never did the bucket hat.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Megan. We're going to do that. It's interesting how it made this like Windows desktop background. You know the one I'm talking about?
You can remove the background pretty easily.
True, you could do
Wait, I
that.
wonder if you could do that in boards. Edit.
All right.
Generative expand. Generative fill. Edit. There's a lot you can do with boards. I feel like I'm just learning everything that you can do. Oh, you can remove background. Sorry. Look, if you go, just click on it in boards. Sorry.
Okay, you may as well just
I
do
found
that,
something.
yeah.
Click on it in boards and then go to the little one that looks like a little picture on the taskbar. Remove background. Did it do it? Oh yeah, it's thinking.
No way.
I obviously just got so excited.
Yeah.
About this, which is great because sometimes Yeah.
No way. No
Yeah.
way.
Right there. Wow.
No way.
We're learning together.
Sorry, I'm like yelling, but I'm just really excited. Okay.
Okay, going back. Then you don't have that weird background.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
background is
Do you
weird.
know what Windows desktop I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now we have a.
Now we have a
normal one.
clear bucket hat. All right. Okay, so I think, you know what? I haven't put my own name.
Yeah, it's all about you.
It's all about me. It's my world. Everybody else is just living in it.
Love.
Yeah. Let's check this out. Let's embed her, and then we're gonna put this on top. But I'm actually gonna invert. Oh. I'm gonna invert my name. And I think she's grouped already. Yeah. So we're gonna go like this. I actually did make a bucket hat for A6 as well, so planning to
Can people
include
buy
that.
this?
No, unfortunately not, but maybe I can put that in my merch line.
Yeah, you got it. We got to get your merch line up and running.
Yeah.
Give the people what they want.
I know, but it's such a process of like
No, I know. Totally.
shipping,
Yeah.
how to sell it. Yeah, but it's on the to-do. I would love to do it one day. There we go. This mesmerizes me every single time.
Wait, I kind of love it on the top too.
Right? Oh.
Like just no one sees it, but it's there.
It's insane how it can
Cute.
detect those
Can it go on the
things.
bridge too?
A little bit.
yeah,
Actually, yeah,
yeah,
it could. On
yeah.
the sides, you could see it more. That's pretty insane. And
Okay. I'll buy one. You have one order.
okay, great. I'll bring it to you next time I see you. But that's
Okay.
awesome. Like, I'm so glad that it worked out so quickly, so well. And we made, let's see, how much merch did we make? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pieces of merch. I promised 3. Actually, 5. 6. I promised 3, but we made 6. And, like, that's how fast the new Illustrator updates are. And just want to emphasize that Illustrator and the Adobe community as a whole does see your comments, does see your suggestions. So please always comment your feedback because they incorporate it, they see it, and it's so cool. Because I even suggested something at a summit once,
Yeah.
and then they implemented it into the next version, which was so cool to see. But yeah, just want to emphasize that the Adobe team sees you, they hear you, and you asked for it, and now you got it. So that's very cool to see. And Megan, thank you so much for having me on this
thanks for doing this.
stream.
This was super fun. I loved designing with you and brainstorming with you in the Firefly boards. We have a lot coming up for the rest of the day. You'll be back, yeah. So stick around. The next one, we're going to be editing photos like a pro across Lightroom mobile and desktop. So stick around. For Idara, I think is coming back. So we will see you in a bit. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
We are going to get into Lightroom Classic and edit some of my street photography. I like to kind of go through my images, and one of the things that I love to do is give them a color label, and doing the shortcut keys, like either 6, 7, 8, or 9, I believe, are like the colors. So I like this one, and sometimes I like to just see if I can find stories, right? Color stories. So now we can go over to this bottom section here, and if I click on blue, all these are the photos that I selected, so that's amazing. Like, that keeps things organized. Now you can see kind of a little story happening here. How do we start with this? Let's go ahead and just do a little auto moment with white balance. I'm gonna bring down the contrast a little bit. I'm gonna bring down the highlights because I want some of that detail. Bring up the shadows. Do you see how now this becomes like a way more dynamic image? But one of my favorite things to do, of course, is do a little copy settings here. If there's any other images in that set that works for that, then I can just apply and then make tweaks again. So I can just kind of paste these settings onto this one, and Command V, I can paste these settings onto this one as well. And there we go. We have a little bit, ooh, look at that. Let's do a little bit of a different color story because I do want to show a little bit more of how we can use layer masks. So let's go ahead and do a little white balance auto. That looks way better. So let's go down actually just to the transform area because there's some odd things going on in here. So I'm gonna just give it a go with the auto. Let's bring it in though. Let's make this like really just like a headshot here. So let's go ahead and kind of copy those settings again and see if they can work for our other images here. So let's paste that. Ooh,
that color is
okay,
nice.
okay. So let's go ahead and increase the exposure. If we're feeling like this is like too hot, we can always go into the layer mask, select objects. And what I like to do is just kind of select those areas And let's say I want to kind of select this like hot spot right here. It'll just kind of know to select it because it's kind of bright. And it'll all combine it into the same mask. There we go. And now we can bring down the highlights, bring down the exposure even. Look at that. Perfect.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even think about doing that.
Yeah, so if we turn, and this little eye mask shows you what you just did. So let's go ahead and make another mask. Let's select a sky.
Oh yeah, selecting sky, easy.
Easy. Go ahead and go down to this little point color. Now we can just do is select that color, right? And now I'm gonna like work to make it a little bit closer to that like color that's from the
like teal on the window? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go down here as well and give it a little auto moment. Okay, perfect, that looks good. I'm gonna bring this down just slightly. Copy those settings again, and let's paste it on this one. Let's do a sky mask here. Okay, so let's go ahead and pump up that saturation if we can, bring that down a little bit. Now what we can do is do a linear gradient.
Ooh.
So that it's just all of this over here. And let's like increase the contrast a little bit. I'm gonna use my little generative AI remove tool here to kind of get rid of all this stuff right here.
Boom, done.
Easy.
Easy.
So let's go ahead and do another object mask, and let's have it select this whole little section over here. Let's go ahead and use the point color. Now let's kind of play around. See?
Ooh,
the
trying to match that color.
Trying to match that color. We can do the primaries. Primaries. Let's go ahead and bring that contrast down a bit. Bring those highlights, and then let's bring up those shadows. Look at that. Ooh. So now let's definitely pump up the vibrance. I think we need.
Yes.
Ooh, look at that.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. You guys.
That's crazy.
Go down to point color here. Let's just make these a little bit like more vibrant. I don't know. Just increase the saturation just slightly.
Someone said almost the same color as my shirt. Look at it. Like that is almost a perfect color match there.
So let's copy paste that. Let's do it
Primaries,
on both
primaries,
of these.
primaries.
I
love the color story of just like finding those primary, and you have the green, you have the blue, you have the red. Like it's all there in just different ways. Oh, look at that.
Look at
okay,
that.
can we do the first three real quick?
Yes.
Okay, chat, we're doing photo stories. Amazing.
Amazing.
Love those second two together. And then we worked with primaries in these three photos.
Okay, this we could probably deepen the green a little bit, you know.
Oh my gosh, I love this. So I love finding those color stories, chat. If you're going out and doing street photography, find a color story and then watch the stream again to learn how to do point color, to edit everything together, to get it cohesive. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm here with Arabella, and I'm Fiorella Granda. And welcome Behance, welcome YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us today. Arabella is one half of Weekend Creative, which is a photography studio based in the Bay Area here in San Francisco. And together with her co-founder, Elle, they work with incredible clients to create scroll-stopping images. They've worked with incredible brands such as Honey Pot Co., Blue Bottle Coffee, Benefit Cosmetics, and so many more. You can find so many amazing resources on their website, where you can find resources for photographers called Saturday School, and you can find courses, templates, office hours, pricing guides too, which is such a game changer when you're running your own business. So definitely check out their work. Welcome, Arabella.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. That was such a great intro.
Yeah, of course. And for those of you
honored.
watching, this is going to be an incredible session. You're going to be learning from the best. Thank you for being here. So Arabella, tell us what you're going to do for us today.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Yeah. If you want to check us out, we're at weekend-creative.com or on Instagram at weekendcreative. But today's actually going to be a little bit different. We're going to be getting into some of my personal work, which is a lot of portrait, street. It's funny, actually, this is a whole nature shoot, just because we did, like, I went out with my friend on a photo walk to the Hakone Japanese Gardens over, like, nearby Saratoga, and it was gorgeous. And so I took some portraits of her as well. I do portraits, like, on my own time. I do portraits and street and a lot of really fun stuff like that. So we're going to just kind of jump all over the place today because I have so many exciting things to show you guys. Lightroom has gotten such a glow up. I'm so excited for all these features that are now available to you as of this morning. So yeah, we're going to jump around from desktop to mobile and then to my personal favorite, which is Lightroom Classic. So it's just going to be, a little popcorn effect here and kind of getting into a few different things. So yeah, why don't we get started?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do you ever work in Lightroom?
I was just going to say, I don't really use Lightroom, so I'm excited to learn today. I've only used the mobile app, but I'm excited to learn from a pro.
Amazing. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I'm mostly in Lightroom Classic, but I'm also like, Lightroom, the Lightroom desktop is also very similar, maybe like more updated and more intuitive. But I'm definitely a Lightroom Classic girly, but we're going to be showing all of them today. So it's going to be really exciting.
Super fun.
Let's get to the first, feature that has come out, which is a lot of removing distractions. So removing distractions, and we're talking reflections and people. This is both available in the Lightroom desktop and Lightroom Classic. And so, yeah, let's just get into it. So this, of course, is a whole series of, my friend and I that we went on this photo walk to this Japanese garden. And I had taken some photos that what's crazy is that, like, removing the reflections, I personally avoid shooting inside of windows because that is obviously a distraction. Like, I don't typically do that unless it's a very specific scenario where, like, I once did like a cute portrait session of a couple like having coffee, and I did kind of shoot inside of a window. But oftentimes, like, it's very hard. There's like reflections and it just kind of looks clunky. So sometimes I don't actually, like, it was actually kind of hard trying to figure out, do I have any photos where I have reflections like in the scene? And so I did end up realizing that I do have some. So let's take a look at these gorgeous images here that we have where the reflections, beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful photo, right? But the reflections are definitely a distraction. Although in some ways, like, this is kind of pretty. Like, I kind of do like the merging of the nature and, the inside of this. I don't even know what you call it, but it's, it's here at this Japanese garden. But let's take a look at this example here. So right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm in Lightroom Desktop, you guys. I'm just going to kind of adjust and align right here. But of course, remove distractions is now available to us. So you just head over to the remove section here. And there we go. We've got a little pop-up. We're going to try it now. And so you can just go over to this distraction removal panel area here, and we've got reflections and people. So I'm going to go ahead and open up reflections. And now we've got options for, preview, standard, best, or standard and best. And then, all you have to do is just click the one that you want. I'm just going to start with standard for now, and then I'm just going to apply. So I'm going to let it do its thing. It's going to analyze the photo and sort of decide, okay, where's the reflection? What do we need? And it's using generative AI to fix the reflection.
Shut up.
Look at that. That's insane. You guys,
That's insane. That's
shook
crazy.
it. Like,
I didn't even realize that. I love how you have so much control and you can pick what you want and what you don't like.
Literally. And like obviously it's not perfect. If we really zoom in, there's a lot of artifacts and a lot of things, but even just so that I have a little bit more control and I can like crop in, you know, and decide what it is that I want to keep, you know? So there we go. Now we've got this gorgeous image. Again, I'm just going to show the before,
That's crazy.
show the after. Isn't that insane?
That's really insane.
So now that makes me think like, oh, what can I do with, you know, images where I do kind of photograph within like a window, inside of a window. Like I usually avoid that because it is a distraction. But now I feel like I should just try it just for fun and see what happens.
Well, now you have Lightroom. So
exactly.
we're
So,
good.
you know, it's like pretty awesome. So definitely something that you should check out. You know, would you use this tool? I feel like this is super fun.
You shot this outside in a window.
Yes.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, were you on the roof?
Yeah, so you can kind of see here a little bit like what's going on. Now I can definitely try it with this one and see what happens. Sometimes I've kind of been testing this out beforehand, of course. And so, you know, you kind of got to try a few different things. Sometimes it might not always get everything, but so far it's been pretty successful. So we'll see what happens with this one. Of course, it's going to take some time because it's analyzing everything.
She has a mind of her own, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And you're using generative AI, so like it's doing all the work to basically see.
What I do really love about this is that it's very subtle because sometimes when you use AI to like expand an image or to remove distractions, it can be very like manicured.
Yeah.
And I like how it still keeps the integrity of the original image that you took.
100%.
You know?
And I feel like I'm a little bit of I don't usually remove a lot of distractions, quote unquote. See, so sometimes like it doesn't do it like perfectly, right? So like, you know, I think it depends on the image and what you've got going on. Obviously it did really do it perfectly for this other one. So, I mean, you know, I think it just depends. But
maybe because that one's a bit brighter.
I think so. And maybe because like it's specifically like in one area, maybe this one was just like a little bit too big. Yeah. So, you know, test it out, try it out. And, you know, obviously the more you play with it, the more that Lightroom will continue to learn and kind of decide, okay, like we need to work on this or, you know, so forth. So super cool. I love that. Let's go ahead and keep it moving. So one of the things that I love about you know, Lightroom desktop too is that I can just like make these like smart albums. So I'll do this thing right before I'm like ready to cull, which actually, you guys, there's like a new AI culling feature too. I'm not going to be showing it today specifically, but there is something out there that's coming that's really exciting. That's kind of all to do with like culling your images, especially like if you're a wedding or like a portrait photographer where you like, you know, want to sift through all these images. Maybe someone had their eyes closed or like things like that.
What is culling? Sorry.
So, oh, yes. Sorry. Culling means that it's the process of like selecting your images, like your favorites, right?
Okay.
Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Right. And if you shoot a wedding, you're shooting like 4,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Makes
it's
sense.
definitely coming as well. So, you know, definitely check that out. But so anyway, so I'm going to do a little culling session here and I'm going to create this smart album here where I'm going to put 5 stars Hakone. That's the name of the perfect. That's the name of the Japanese garden. So then I get to add like little rules basically for this smart album. So I want to do the rating and I want to make sure that the rating is 5 stars, right? Because that's what I'm going to use to like to cull and to make my selects.
So you rate the images that you want?
Yes, but I'm going to do that after. And so what happens, I'm pre-making this album so that I go into, you know, like my images. As I hit 5, it's going to immediately go into that album.
No way.
Super cool.
I need to use Lightroom.
It's so good. It's so good. I mean, truly. Okay, and then let's see, location. Oh, and actually not that one. I want to do album. That's what I want to do. So select album. And actually, no, I'm gonna leave. Oh, actually, yes, I'm gonna make that. So I'm gonna make that album really quickly, but I do want to get all of these images right here. I'm gonna select all of them. I'm gonna add to an album. Oh, and I actually need to make it as well too. Okay, let me make an album that's just Hakone. Perfect.
Oh, people
and then
in the chat are saying that they use mobile a lot, so
amazing. I'm going to get into it
Yeah.
shortly. So amazing. And what's cool too about using Lightroom desktop and mobile is that all these images that I put into my desktop show up in my mobile.
Let's go. I was just gonna ask.
Super cool. I don't usually do that for like our product photography work just because it's clunky, but
High
like for my personal,
resolution,
because we take so many, so
Right.
you know. But yeah, okay. So I've got my Hakone album. Let me see. There we go.
That's a cool image.
And then, thank you. So we've got our Hakone album, perfect. And then I can just go back in, edit Smart Album, because I don't want just any photos in my Lightroom library that are 5, right? We want to make sure that it's also coming from the specific album that I made. So now I'm saving it, so it should be empty. So then now I can go into my Hakone album here, and I can start sifting through. So I know, so
your
cute.
friend?
Yeah, that's my friend. Her name is Sarah.
Shout out
She's
Sarah.
equally creative and amazing. I mean, look at her hat. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go to some of her portraits here because I want to edit some of her. Really cute. Oh, there we go. That's fun.
Oh, that's a cool picture.
Yes, I love it.
Wait, I need some portraits done. Can you do them for me
Yes,
next time
of
I'm here?
course. Oh my gosh. I love it. So now if I hit 5, I can see that all of these will be in that album.
Is there a keyboard shortcut that you're doing too?
Yeah, I'm just like sifting through the images here. Yeah. And then I just hit 5 for 5 stars.
Oh.
And then there we go. So super cute. Love it. Obviously I can hit 5 on that one that we edited earlier. And so now
Yeah.
if I go into my album, all of those are in here, which is super cool.
Yeah, that's
And
really
then this
helpful.
same album should show up as well in my mobile. So super fun stuff. So anyway, that was a little bit of Lightroom desktop, especially with the remove reflections, which is so cool. And we'll get into some more stuff as well. But right now, I kind of want to go into a little bit of Lightroom mobile. So let's switch over to my phone here. You guys, this is my first time streaming with a phone, so if I look weird, don't mind me. I'm gonna be like,
Your mom texted you.
I know, right? And I literally turned off all notifications, you guys. I was so freaked out. I was like, oh my God, I hope nothing pops up. You know?
My mom texts me 24/7. You know how Latino moms are in the
Literally,
WhatsApp group chat.
Yeah. I have to share my location with her because otherwise she's like, ¿Dónde estás? Like, where are you?
Yeah.
You know? I'm like,
where, when,
girl.
why?
Yeah. Yes, always. That was
that
like
worked.
the question. Okay, so like I said, we have all of these images here in my mobile, and I kind of do want to, let's see if we can find that album here. And maybe it might not actually show up that 5-star. That might be just for desktop, actually, I'm realizing. So that's okay. It happens. But I know which photos I want to edit. So you guys, what's really awesome about Lightroom Mobile, what has come is so cool. It is this new feature called Scene Enhance. So let me show you how that works. So let's go into one of these images here. Let's go into this one. This looks amazing. So basically I'm gonna head on over to my actions and it's gonna analyze this image and you're gonna click on the scene icon here. And so what happens, and shout out to Chris, because I know it's his, Chris from the Lightroom team, it's his baby. He loves this and he's behind all this. I mean, I'm sure a whole team of people are behind this, but it's definitely one of the things he's been working on. So I'm excited to share it. So basically what happens with Scene Enhance is that it's analyzing your entire image and essentially looking for, whether it's a subject, background, sky, mountains, architecture, vegetation, water, natural ground, and artificial ground. And it basically just, how it works is that, so if I swipe up here, you'll see that it already analyzed that there's a subject, a background, a sky, and vegetation.
Yeah.
And so basically the way the slider works is you are either emphasizing or de-emphasizing, and it's using AI to kind of figure out what features or what tools to use in conjunction to de-emphasize or emphasize. So here, let me show you what that looks like. So if I go over to subject, see how it's like brightening up?
That's insane.
Or if I want to de-emphasize, we can go the other way. So I'm going to brighten her up just a tad bit. I feel like that's fine. And again, you have all these presets up top here that you can also use in conjunction with, messing around with the de-emphasize and emphasizing.
My Instagram is gonna go crazy after this demo.
I love it. Okay, so now let's do background. So we can, brighten it or de-emphasize, emphasize or de-emphasize. I think I'm gonna brighten it up just like a tad bit. So one thing that you can do is you can see the before.
That's
so actually,
cool.
I kind of want to de-emphasize a little bit. And then sky, we can...
No way, that's so cool that it detects the sky through all the trees too.
I know, and it's incredible. And then vegetation, of course. So we can, I think I kind of want to brighten. Yeah, perfect. Oh my gosh. And again, you can like go into all of these presets here. I mean, gorgeous, like so cool. And you can adjust the amount as well. Wow, that one's actually really cool. All of these are really cool.
I like that you can adjust. And you have a lot of control again.
Exactly. So again, I'm pretty happy with these settings here for Scene Enhance, but that is not all. So I love this, but what if I want to make more tweaks?
There's more?
I got you. Scene Enhance has set up these exact subject, sky, vegetation, everything into masks. So then all you have to do is just go into the mask area and click on the one that you want to do, and now you can make further tweaks. So that alone is incredible because saves you so much more time. You don't have to like create new masks. It's already made for you by using Scene Enhance. Helpful. So for example, let's go into the subject, right? Like I think her hat's like a little blown out, so maybe I can just go in here. I'm gonna zoom in. And now I can, just with that mask alone, I can bring down the highlights, right? And then I also want to bump up the shadows a little bit. So there we go.
Wow.
I'm gonna up the contrast, and now I'm gonna go into like color because I do want her blue denim kind of jacket to like stand out. So we can do, oops, did not mean to do that. We can go into saturation here, and now that brings in the blues.
Tone,
yeah, perfect.
That's so cool how it makes a mask and you don't have to like manually select it.
I know, it's incredible. So I love that. I think that looks great. And then we can also go back into the other masks, right? So like the rest of the background here, and then make further adjustments too. So really, really cool. I think it's awesome and saves you so much time. So Scene Enhance is awesome. I love it.
Shout out Scene Enhance. Shout out Chris.
Shout out Scene Enhance. Love it. I know, he's awesome. So yeah, and then you can, further make tweaks. If you have presets in here that you like to use, then you can apply them. I have some little editorial presets that I have saved here that I can then apply super easily and kind of go down the line and see what works best. So again, so much that you can do. I love it. And so, yeah, I'm super happy with that. So now I can just literally copy some of those settings and paste them somewhere else, especially for the colors. Obviously for Scene Enhance, you might have to like go in and tweak, per image, but it's pretty awesome. So I love that. Okay, now the other thing that I want to show is, of course, now we have like generative remove in Lightroom Mobile. I know we've had it for some time, but it's, obviously continuously getting better. So let's see if we need to update another image, or we can edit another image and show some of that. So let me go down here. Hopefully it's not giving you whiplash at MXs.
That's so cool because if you have a client wanting to make a quick edit, you can just go on your phone since it syncs right to your cloud.
Yeah.
And send it over.
Yeah, exactly.
And it will update the album, right?
Yep. So super pretty. We can do something like that.
Photo.
Yeah. Again, we can go into scene and like see how it already knew, like, okay, here's the subject, here's the background, vegetation, and I guess water. I don't even know where the water's at, but
raindrops? No.
Ooh, okay. So it thinks like kind of that little part right here is the subject. This is the background. Ooh, that's really pretty. You could also go the other way if you want to like emphasize
a more moody picture.
Yeah, I love that. The vegetation would be kind of all over because it's all
right.
It's really
the whole image.
Yeah. I wonder where the
curious.
water. Oh, in the back. Oh my god, you guys!
That's crazy.
It is crazy, the way it knows.
The detection is
kind
of mind blowing.
I mean, truly. So yeah, I mean, there's so much that you can do. I wonder actually what would happen if I just like, let's say this is like dying flowers. Like, okay, it's a little distracting. We can always go in and use generative AI to remove some things. I don't know how well it's gonna do. Let's see. We're testing it out.
The dying. Oh yeah.
The little.
Oh. She
I
just
know.
needs some
She
love.
just needs a little love.
I heard that talking to plants can like actually
Oh,
help.
there we go.
Oh wow, look at that.
Hold on. I needed to add generative AI. There we go. Perfect. So let's try that one more time. Amazing.
Let's see what she makes.
Let's see what she makes.
That's
Wow.
actually really
And
accurate.
then let's see, we can refine and choose different. Look at that. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty spot on, especially when something's out of focus and not focused, because you can clearly see the subject and it's blurred in the background.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of game changing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm shook. So again, so many uses for this. Of course, like my favorite is for street photography too, if you want to remove people or things like that. So it's pretty awesome. So lots to do there. Let me see if I can find another fun image to work with. There's so much, truly.
While you're finding an image, I want
Yeah.
to know people in the chat where they're tuning in from, or where
Yes.
they're from. We're right now in SF, but I'm actually based in Toronto, Canada, so I'm not sure if there's any other Canadians in the chat.
I love it.
Fun.
I
But
love
yeah,
it.
Let us know. Oh,
Amazing.
Those are some cool pictures that you
Yeah,
have.
so let's take a look over here. So again, I feel like with See and Enhance, you know, a lot of it is really great for, you know, like nature, travel, like out because, you know, obviously it's detecting sky, mountain, subject, whatever. But like what
Architecture,
happens
yeah.
when you're editing like a street photo, right? Like I wonder like what happens when you do that instead. So let's go ahead and take a look at one of these images here. So
I love all the colors in these.
oh, so cool. And this is in Mexico, in Jalisco.
I
in a
knew it.
town-
I was just going to say it. Yeah.
In a little town called Zapotiltic. So super cool. Let's see. Okay.
I knew from all the colors. Like,
Oh, yeah, right? You
I
can
was
just
telling
tell.
you earlier, yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look. So here's like just a basic kind of image here. Obviously, I took it a little bit, like it's a little hot, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and use Scene Enhance just to see how it detects what comes up as far as all the details. So
Bree put love the pink bug, like the car.
Yes,
I
aw.
know, so cool.
I love it.
Such a
Okay,
cute card.
so we've got, ooh, look at there. Look at that. We've got subject, background, sky, architecture, vegetation, and artificial ground. That's the first one. We haven't
Would
seen
that
that
be
one.
the pavement?
That would be the pavement.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm gonna kind of zoom in so we can see what happens here. So there we go. Yeah, look at that.
That's pretty crazy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I like maybe just kind of bringing it down a little bit.
Right.
And then as far as vegetation, I think it's just this
Just the
kind of
tree.
this trees over here. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. We can like de-emphasize them or just like kind of darken them. Actually, it even got the pole too because it's like that's like wood.
Yeah.
And then the architecture,
The
whether we want to
houses.
de-emphasize or emphasize. It's almost like if you go all the way to the right, it like
Right.
increases the contrast too, which is kind of cool.
Interesting.
And then the sky, I do kind of want to bring in the color of the sky. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think it goes well with the car.
Yeah,
The bright blue
100%. And then I think it's gonna suggest that the subject is the car. So there we go. Perfect.
Right.
So we can kind of bring it down a little bit. And there we go. So again, went from that to that.
That's
So
a really
cool.
great
Yeah.
difference. I wonder, can you also use remove distractions on mobile?
Yes. Yeah. Remove distractions. We've got, I mean, it's basically the remove tool with generative AI.
Oh, right, you
So
just did that.
let's,
Right,
yes,
right.
exactly. So let's say maybe there's like something distracting here. Like, I don't know, maybe I don't want this in here. And we can just select it. And then it's going to analyze it.
Yeah, because I wanted to see. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I love how it, like,
yeah, it's a little wonky.
oh, there we go.
Yeah,
That one's good.
That one's pretty good.
Wow.
Because I wanted to see, because there was railings, there was the
Yeah.
light pole, there was
Yeah.
cables. I wanted to see how that would work, but it's pretty accurate still, and I like that it gives you different variations.
It really does. Yeah. So you just go hit refine and it gives you all these options. So that's super cool. What would be great, and Lightroom team, I hope you're listening, is maybe, I feel like we already have removing cables and wires inside of Lightroom, Desktop and Classic, I believe, or definitely, or sorry, we have it in Photoshop. That's what I'm thinking of. We have it in Photoshop, removing cables and wires, but it would be cool if we had it in Lightroom too. So I feel like slowly and slowly, I can do so much more in Lightroom. So even for my own portrait sessions, I can just stay in Lightroom and I don't sometimes have to even go into Photoshop, which is kind of cool. So, okay, cool. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's great.
I agree. That's a great image.
So let's say, you know, these are photos that I edited a few, like this cute little chihuahua. So fun. She's so cute. Oh my gosh, look at her. Just adorable.
Do you know her name?
I don't know her name. It was just, you know, I was passing by, just, you know, so cute. But let's say I wanted to share, you know, some of these photos with my friend who it's her hometown, or her, you know, her family's hometown. So I'm like, oh, maybe this little chihuahua. And, you know, we've got some other photos here, maybe like grandma's chairs. And I know, abuelita. And then maybe, like, these are some of the photos that I edited already, but like.
I love the pink wall.
Which one? Oh my God, I know.
The pink and the yellow door.
Yes. So these are edited, so I can add them to an album.
That's hard.
So I can hit plus album, and then maybe I'm calling it for Rocio, that's my friend. And I can add them, and now I can say, show me. Now, these are all the photos from her hometown that have been edited.
Those are beautiful. Oh my God. Can you send me this? No, just kidding.
They would make great prints, honestly. Like, I kind of want these, you know, like, look at it. Look at how cute. So
That's
now
beautiful.
What I can do, I have this album, I can share it with her. I can invite her if she wanted to add her own photos into it. And I can even share it as like a QR code and like put it up on my, you know, on my Instagram or whoever, you know, I can even send it to people. It's awesome. This is one of the newer things that have come out as well, as far as like sharing features. So
it's nice because sometimes Apple Photos, when you share albums, it can be kind of wonky, but can they also edit it?
I don't know unless they have a Lightroom, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I actually haven't tested it out, but I know that it gives me the options of like if you want people to add photos or not. So that's just right down here. If you want them to add photos,
very cool.
Do that. So yeah, so super cool. I love it. You know, obviously you can invite people or you can send the link. Obviously it has all these options. It can even, you know, invite only. So super, super cool. Lots of good sharing, you know, updates
somebody
there.
put Jalisco. And
Yes,
it
Jalisco.
Is, right?
It is Jalisco.
Yeah.
It's a little town called Zapotiltic. So super
Very
cute.
cool.
Love it. And I think that's pretty much it for Lightroom Mobile. So definitely check out, you know, all those features. Scene Enhance is literally game changing. So killer. And obviously Generative Remove is just getting crazier and crazier and so helpful when removing any kind of distractions. And then, you know, sharing. So super fun stuff. So anyway, let's head on over to Lightroom Classic. I feel like it's time to do some more stuff. Yeah, I know, the big mama.
The goat.
Okay, so we've got, let me share there we go. I'm going to go over to my Lightroom CC, and we're actually going to get to this image in a little bit, but I'm actually going to relaunch to my other catalog here. So I'll let that do its thing. And then, again, by the way, just real quick, the Lightroom for desktop, any edits that you make in the phone then get updated onto here, and then it's like super seamless. So love it. It's really, really cool.
That's nice, especially because like I don't have a Mac, so that would be very clutch for somebody like me.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's do really quickly. I'm actually gonna go over to this one.
This is classic.
So many. This one's classic, yes. So I'm opening this catalog. I had a photo that I wanted to test out the removing reflections real quick, just to see like how it would do it. So I did a photo shoot for this local arts publication magazine called Content Magazine.
Whoa,
and it was featuring,
this is such a cool
thank
picture.
you. And it was featuring this lowrider who's also the dean of this school in San Jose called West Valley College.
Oh.
But he's like part of the low-riding community. So he's a teacher
cool.
and a dean, but he's also like super cool and a vibe, right?
He's so much cooler than I'll ever be.
No, girl, you are just as cool.
The tattoos.
The tattoos, I know. No, but literally how cool. His like lowrider is just like incredible. Anyway, so I did all these photos, and I wanted to again mention like there's some photos that I just don't pick because they're, you know, maybe like not what I would normally go for. So I wanted to show, let's see if it works to remove reflections on this one.
Interesting.
I know. I didn't pick it, obviously, because there's just a lot going on, but I'm just kind of curious, you know? So let's go on over to develop. This is Lightroom Classic, you guys. And again, you are just going over to the remove panel, and it's same thing. We've got like the distraction removal panel, and we've got reflections and people. So let's go over to reflections here. And let's just do standard. And I'm going to hit apply and see what happens. I'm so curious. I feel like you have to test it out and try a ton of different things. Just
shut up. Shut up.
You guys.
Shut up.
Are you kidding me?
Shut up.
Shut up. Cállate.
Cállate.
Wow.
That's kind of crazy.
Wow. That is actually insane.
Especially because there was that big one on the left of the image.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, exactly. It really is. There's so much. And of course, again, artifacts, right? But it's only going to get better. I feel like it's, you know, it just needs to, you know, yeah, it just takes time. But we've got our slider here. So let's say you wanted to have a little bit of reflection. You just bring down the opacity. So super, super cool.
It's also cool that because his hand tattoos, right? And the reflection was kind of covering his hand tattoo.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting how it still kept it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing,
it didn't,
you guys.
Make it wonky.
I'm shook. Okay. So yeah, anyway, I wanted to test that one out because I was like, okay, let's see what you're made of.
Yeah, the potential is
pretty wild.
Quite crazy.
I know. Okay. So let's switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to head on over to, let's see. We've got...
we're just about halfway.
Yeah, I know. How did the time go by
know.
so fast? I'm shook. So let's go over and switch over to this other series of photos that I took. Actually, this was actually a really fun Adobe Live photo walk that we did in San Francisco. Here in San Francisco, I don't even remember, was it earlier this year? I feel like time goes by so fast. So let me go on over to just like my regular Lightroom catalog here. I'm trying to keep things a little organized. So let's see. Okay, here we go. So I took some photos on our little like Adobe Live like photo walk, and
I ran past you.
Yeah,
this weekend.
there you go. So you see Paco in here. If you know Paco, tell us in the chat. You know, so all these photos I just kind of took.
The rainbow.
Yeah, I know, it was such a good day. But obviously, like, I've already edited these photos, right? So there's like, you know, I can kind of show you guys what like a previous.
I love the green bench.
What it looks like beforehand, for example. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I could show you this one. Let me go into develop.
Oh, the fog, Carl.
And
that's what they call it here, right?
Oh yes, Carl the fog with a K.
Yeah. CARL.
So here's like the reset, and then here's the edited. So just kind of like a, you know, adding a little bit of, you know, kind of this vintage look. But anyway, so I've already edited these photos, right? But because now we have remove distractions people available to us, I kind of want to give these like a little pass. So, you know, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, maybe I can remove some people here. So again, I'm going over to my remove, going down here in distraction removal, into people, and it's going to detect distractions. So now it's going to like, it literally knew.
It lights up, yeah.
Hey, all of these need to go. So I can just hit remove, and then hopefully it'll just do the thing. And there we go.
Whoa.
Amazing.
And the palm trees in the back too.
I mean, truly.
Still very, because again, that was out of focus in that picture. So I like that it still kept the camera focused too.
Yeah, totally. And it also gives you the option. Let me see. Let me go over to a next one. So for example, this one, right? Like these are the friends that I want.
That's your subject. Yeah.
That's our subject. I kind of didn't get all of her, but that's okay. We can always do another gen remove on top of it. But we can, I'm gonna just, so for example, like if this one, I don't want it to like, maybe I wanted to keep her. I can just click on that little icon there and I can hit trash.
Oh.
Remove, and then we're good to go. So like for example that, and then I'm gonna remove that. So sometimes it doesn't always get it like exactly perfectly, but that's okay. It's going to happen. It will eventually. So there we go. Look at that. Super easy. And then if I wanted to just go back to my regular remove, I can go in here, use Generative AI, and now I can just remove her as well. Now, you want to make sure that
What
you
keys
were
were you
also
holding down?
removing.
Oh,
Which
her
one?
shadow.
Yeah.
Were you holding down a key when you did that? Like something on your keyboard?
No, I'm just I'm zooming in. Oh, I guess I'm, just kind of going up and down in size.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. So let's go ahead and remove that and see if it can do that for us. And I might need to remove more. Oh, there we go.
You may need to remove that shadow.
I might need to remove more of the shadow. So we can always do that too. So let's do that. Let's remove this. I'm going to remove that. Select that.
Very interesting.
I know, right? It's super cool.
Yeah.
There we go.
Probably that one. But the rest are fine, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to do this just for safe measure.
Okay.
It's good. This is good because we need to Lightroom needs to get learn from us. Perfect.
Let's see what she does.
Let's see what she does. Hopefully she knows that we want. Awesome. Yeah, and sometimes it just takes a little second. This is obviously a much bigger selection to remove. There you go.
Wow.
Amazing. And you can sift through the variations just to kind of double check, okay, maybe this one is kind of looking the best or whatever, and then you can do some more, right? You can like maybe this looks wonky, so you'd want to redo that. But now these are the friends, and
I love that.
they're the ones.
That's
so
such a cool picture.
Again,
these are edited, right?
These are already edited.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
But for example, here's another image that I'm oh, there's some people in the background that I just want to quickly remove.
Post too.
There we go. Look, it even knew the shadow that's not supposed to be there. This, and I can hit remove, and it just knows hey, okay, I'll do that for you. And it just takes a second, and there we go. And now you've got a clean.
Could it remove the post as well?
Yeah, I mean, you can do that by just doing a regular, regular remove.
Right.
This one, the distraction removal, is the new feature that's the reflections and people.
Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Very cool.
So super cool. Again, so easy. You can you can kind of go back into any of the sessions that you've already edited and do this thing, right? That maybe you hadn't done before or whatever, So super easy. It knew that there's people there, and it just removes them. Super simple, very efficient, and there you go.
Cool.
This is especially great for travel photos where there's so many people.
Like I said, Instagram's gonna go crazy.
I know.
This year.
It's gonna be wild. I know. It's gonna be the world doesn't exist because there's just nobody anywhere.
Yeah, because I may go to Europe this summer, and I need to remove all the tourists from my picture.
Yeah, see, it just so you can kind of sift through and see what happens. So there you go. Super cool. So let's kind of switch gears a little bit. I do want to show one last thing, and then also just kind of edit some other photos if you want. So one thing that I actually really love is that we've got an updated denoise, an updated enhanced / denoise. So in the past, for example, here's let's say this image right here.
Oh.
I know, right? So this image right here. So I'm going to just create a virtual copy just so that you guys can see. So actually, this is crazy. This image was not how it looked before. This is how it looked. I know. It looks wild. But I knew in that moment it had potential, but I didn't have the right settings at that time, but I just knew I wanted to capture it because it just looked really sweet.
I had to trust the process on this one, actually.
Yeah. And so obviously with images like this where it's super dark, right? Oftentimes you are going to get a lot of noise, a lot of grain, and sometimes that's a vibe, we obviously add grain to images to make them vintage and stuff, but sometimes the noise that the camera adds isn't always great.
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to update these here. So you can kind of already start to tell, right? There's the noise that just doesn't look appealing.
Okay.
Right? So with the enhanced denoise, or the update to the enhanced denoise, before in the previous versions, you would basically have to go down here into this section where it says detail, and you would hit denoise, and it would make a second it would like make a second copy, and that was the one that you like the denoise was applied to.
Okay.
But then what would happen is that then the initial image that you edited, that one was probably saved into an album already, or had like, you know, for example, had like 5 stars, right? That second image then suddenly would not be flagged or would not be rated. So it would just like be somewhere, and like you'd be like, where's my image? So, and then on top of that, like why would you want to have like an extra file of it, right?
Right.
So
More
now
storage on your computer.
Exactly. So now what's cool is that it's all within that image. So you can actually just literally hit denoise, and you can update, you know, like you can select the slider and update in real time versus having to like redo it again. So yeah, if you're a fan of this, you'll know this is amazing, and that it's like right then and there. And do you see how it just like cleaned that up? See
How you
that?
zoomed in,
Isn't that crazy?
That is very
So
crazy.
it uses AI to kind of like fill in the detail there. And yeah, you get to decide how soft you want it, how much, you know, less, all of that jazz. So again, such a sweet image, and like
That is such a sweet image.
you know, yeah, and it's like it wouldn't have happened like I just like we made it better with you know, denoise and all of that jazz. So super fun.
You trusted the process on this.
We trusted the process. So
I wanted
Yeah.
to ask you, how do you describe your style as a photographer?
Oh,
like
gosh.
when you capture people like this, for example, do
Yeah.
you like to capture moments? Do you like to capture interactions?
yeah, I think it's like probably both of those moments or interactions. Like I have done the thing where I run to
Okay.
like a person is walking by with like a red puffer jacket, and like they're gonna be right in between this like door that's like yellow or something, you know, and then I'm like, oh, gotta run and like prepare myself so that I can like capture, you know, or sometimes it's just like on a whim. Other times they're very posed, right? Like some of these ones where I told her like, hey, like be right here,
Right,
you
right.
know. And then I like a lot of street photography, like this like moments, like you know. So this was actually in Chinatown.
I was just there on Saturday.
Yeah, and I just like love it. It's just so fun.
I think
so
it was my favorite part of San Francisco, honestly.
yeah, it's oh my god, so vibrant, so vibrant. Okay, so let me show you what this looked like actually before, what it looks like. There we go. That's the before, and then here's the after.
Wow.
I know, it's insane. So let me
The
show you
color
what that
grading
looks
was
like.
really nice.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna create a virtual copy, just so we can start from scratch. Okay, here's our image, right? And now we can use our remove distractions, remove people. I want
wanna
this
keep
guy to be the subject. Yeah, I am okay with keeping him because he's got the vibe. He's got, you know, the smoke and the this and that.
Yeah.
And
He
yeah,
looks very
let's
cool.
remove these people. So let's go ahead and remove and see what happens.
Ooh.
I know, it's so cool.
It looks like a vintage film. Yeah, that's
Are
insane.
you kidding me?
And it filled in the background. Did it fill in a car?
It filled in
a car.
everything. That did not exist.
Yeah.
This did not exist.
It did not exist. Can it remove the shadow too?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, wait, that's a building shadow, so maybe it should be that. I don't know.
I
Whatever you
mean,
want.
maybe not.
Maybe
we
not.
can just do a little.
Yeah, because the finished image looks like it was taken on a film camera.
Thank you. That's a compliment.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, amazing. So now we've got. So again, I'm kind of going back to some of these photos and realizing like, oh my god, I can do so much more to them now that these features are here, right? So again, this is. I mean, I do really like the aspect of the like the half face. Like I like those moments. They're kind of funky, but again, we can kind of create a different story here with these new tools. And maybe if you're someone who likes this, it's awesome. So, okay, so let's get into editing this photo, right? So we've got, let's definitely, so a weird thing that I like doing is I like to bring down the contrast. There's something about bringing it down and then later infusing the image with color that looks really cool. So again, we're bringing down the contrast, but we're gonna bring in a lot of color. So I love using vibrance to kind of like really play with some of those colors there. I also like to increase shadows, right? Because then we get to see the details here. So here, if I could just turn this off.
And the shadows. Here too.
It just becomes a much more dynamic image. Actually, this whole series of images was, it was part of a color in photography workshop for It was with a photographer. Actually, she's been on Adobe Live as well. Her name is Teresa Freitas, and she's incredible. And I learned so much from her. And so it was fun to just like take the challenge of like color, you know, in street photography. And so it was super
I literally
fun.
wrote that down.
Oh,
Bring down contrast, bring up
Yeah, bring down contrast, bring up the shadows. You can kind of bring down the highlights a little bit. And then
it looks so much better already.
Yeah, I know. And then we can add a little bit of texture too, maybe a little clarity, and then we can kind of play with the vibrance. So again, vibrance, saturation, right? Saturation also increases. Oh, that actually looks kind of cool too.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It looks cool too. But you know, sometimes it can like take things too far. So that's why sometimes I like using vibrance, because it doesn't
Instead of
affect the
saturation?
contrast
Okay,
as
okay.
much. So because we're already, right, we're decreasing the contrast. So there we go. Perfect. And then we can continue on. We can do more things. Again, going into my mask, I can just click on this sky mask and it already automatically knew, hey, this is what you want. I'm going to maybe like decrease the saturation a little bit because it was a little crazy. And then there we go. Perfect. And then again, I can make other masks. I can be like, okay, select people. So then, oh, there we go. Okay. I'm going to do select subject. That's what I wanted. There you go. Perfect right there. Amazing. And then sometimes it like ends up adding a little extra to the mask. So you can always just hit subtract. I like to do select objects. And then I can just remove the extra stuff that I don't want in the selection there. So it'll remove it. Perfect. Okay. Oh, wow. I think it may be, hold on. Let me subtract. There we go.
I also wanted to ask the chat.
Oh, I don't even think it's selected, actually. It is just red.
I think it is just red, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask the chat if there's anything that you would like Adabetta to go over.
Yeah.
If there's something that you've been struggling with on Lightroom. She's definitely the best of the best, so definitely a great time to ask.
Yes.
Now.
Any questions you guys might have, always open to answering anything. So, open books over here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do subtract. There we go. Okay. I don't even know. Oh, there you go.
I love all the control that you have on this
I know.
app.
It's incredible. I mean, truly. It's gotten so good.
Yeah,
I
very
love
smart.
It. And sometimes it like misses stuff too, so maybe you want to like, you know, add to that. There we go. Perfect.
Oh yeah, the backpack.
Now that looks great. So now I can, you know, just affect him. So I can just increase the contrast a little bit. Maybe shadows a little bit. That looks really fun. Okay. Perfect. And now I can play around with, you know, coloring techniques, like anything that I want to do, you know, whether I want to add, you know, a certain touch or, we can kind of do that. But it's so fun. You can do quite a lot in here. So
yeah, the potential is
insane.
It is insane.
There we go.
The reason why I said it looked like a film photo is because you added texture to the final image, right? And you were mentioning that that's what kind of makes it look more retro. And the color grading too.
Yeah, color grading. You know, you can get pretty wild with all these things. Hold on, let me see. Oh, there we go. Like the grain. There we go. And then maybe a little bit more like texture, a little bit more clarity. Look at that. That's crazy. And then sometimes dehaze can be really fun too. Like, look at that. I don't know. You can play around. There's so much that you can do, you guys. It's so cool. So there we go. I mean, it's definitely different from this one a little bit. I think this one was like more warmer.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, you can. And actually, I think maybe we can just do that real quick. Like that.
Is that with
This
warmth?
is just with the white
temperature.
balance. Like temperature.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Super cool.
Wow.
I know. So awesome. So again, so many things. And like there's some images here too where I had some people that were showing up that I maybe didn't want in them. Let me see. There's like one image I don't remember that was over here. Oh, there we go. So like this image, right? For example, like this was part of this series that I like, or not series, but I love that these photos kind of go together.
Yeah.
And I specifically edited them in a way where like the colors match.
Right.
Because this definitely did not look like that. This was like this.
Whoa.
So,
you made it a bit more pink. Yeah.
Yeah, the like pole I made more to kind of match the pink there. But again, I edited these and I was like, oh, it'd be nice if there wasn't quite as much distractions. Maybe maybe in the back. So let's try that little people distraction there and see if it'll do it. Okay, so it only analyzed this one. So again, not super perfect always, but usually does a pretty good job.
Could be because of the shadows too.
Could be because of the shadows. But that's okay. It still does an amazing job for that one person. So then all we have to do is just go into here, make sure your use generative AI is selected, and then just kind of go over the people that are in here. There you go.
It makes it so easy to manually select too. Because sometimes on Photoshop it can be a little bit finicky. But I like that here you can select a general area. Because I feel like with Photoshop you have to be a bit more precise. But with here,
exactly.
It's nice that you don't have to switch with the apps a lot.
Yeah, and if it doesn't always do it perfectly, you can always hit again. So sometimes maybe it makes more sense to do a few at a time.
At a time.
Yeah, so it depends. You kind of got to try out a few different things. So yeah, I think like it's
there you go.
Just so good.
Yeah,
I know, amazing, and it did it in seconds. It's really, really so useful.
Do you also have control of the generative AI? Like, before you do it, can you toggle what you want to remove, what you don't want to remove?
So yes, so like for example, here if I go here, right? Then I can just do subtract. So let's say I'm like, don't get this top of this, taxi thing here. I'm gonna zoom in just so you guys can see. Like that, right? We can kind of remove right there. Or if you were like, actually, I just want this whole thing gone.
Right.
I can just click on that and then hit remove, and it should do its thing. So that's one way that you can see. Perfect. Wow. Truly amazing. That's an easy
and
way.
It filled the patio too.
Yeah. It's insane. I'm like, what even is this right here? I have no idea.
Probably the antenna of the car.
Yeah. I love it. So yeah, it's like super easy. You can kind of, I would say that the generative remove, and which again, you have that in your mobile too. So I can take this image and put it into mobile and do the same exact thing. And it uses generative AI to fix stuff. So this one has a lot more control, obviously, with the distraction removal for people. It's like using, it's analyzing what's in the scene. There's still not a whole lot of, other than just removing, the little trash can icon to remove, hey, I don't want this to be the people, But yeah, I think that will only come later. It'll come at some point where we can like decide, hey, like actually this, you missed this person, or maybe it'll just get better where it will analyze and make sure that everything is actually.
It's only going to get better, so I'm very excited to see the potential of this app. And I want to see all of Adobe apps too.
Yeah. So there we go. Yeah, polling signs, there we go. Oh, perfect, yeah. So again, super, super cool. There's so much that you can do. And yeah, it's an exciting time. So for example, like this image too, right? Like it's kind of really strong with just her being in it. And I kind of want to maybe remove this one. Let me see if I can. There we go.
It also works if you don't talk to somebody in your life anymore. You can just edit your old images. Be like, bye.
I know. Okay, so in this one it didn't do it. So I'm like, maybe it needs to like be unedited or in some way, or maybe because it's like on the edge of the frame. I'm still trying to learn like when it doesn't do it, because it is interesting. It's like, okay, because there's other times where it does it perfectly. So
right,
that's what happens. It's a new tool, so we gotta like play with it, use it, and it'll only get better. So. Yeah. So again, just wanted to recap everything that we did today. There was so much. We've got Lightroom Mobile with Scene Enhance, where you can really fine tune all those things. And when you use Scene Enhance, you have all of those masks available to you to create even further, to fine tune even further. And of course, Generative Remove is on there, sharing. And then for desktop and classic, we've got the Remove Distractions Reflections, which really, really cool, and people, and the improved denoise. So yeah, that was everything, you guys. Oh my gosh, we did it.
That was, an
nervous.
Insane masterclass. I learned so much from you too, and Lightroom always intimidated me a little bit, but now it like incentivizes me to use it more because you made it look so easy. Like it was effortless.
If I can recommend, Lightroom Mobile is the way to go.
Yeah.
Especially for all your iPhone photos, all your travel photos that are literally directly in your mobile. Like that's the easiest way to get into Lightroom. And you can do so much of what you do on desktop that you can do in mobile.
Yeah, like I said, Instagram's gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Annabella, for sharing with us. And thank you, chat, for tuning in.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
So we're gonna be in Adobe Express today, creating a deck for a shoot that I've already technically done. And then we'll make our way into Firefly, and then we'll kind of go into Lightroom to show you all the images. If you go to just the home of Adobe Express, I believe I just clicked the plus here and I just generated a landscape. I like to start from a blank just because I'll be importing so many of my own images. The first slide here is just, Beyond Art Exhibition, photo shoot plan, and mood board. The second slide is just kind of an about me. So the next thing is to figure out your approach. Now, this is just a good place to just take all of your ideas and dump them. Then the next thing you want to include, after you kind of decide what your approach is, a timeline. In here, I would have detailed like where I'm sourcing my inspiration, any deadlines for that, any deadlines for sourcing materials, any deadlines for the actual shoot, and then post-production. We're now moving into our mood board. Here, I already kind of took some words that are relative for this specific project that I was doing. So let me just leave this up here. Then I'm gonna come down to, go to your stuff. So I have some images that I've already kind of generated. When you're sourcing inspiration, you wanna make sure that you keep yourself as organized as you can be. So as I'm sourcing images, whether that is from Pinterest, Instagram, wherever it may be from, I am saving them and then I'm kind of naming them as I go. I have here this one image. Because this was just for me, I just like to keep things straightforward, like just throw the images, throw the keywords, move on. If I was creating it for a client, I probably would have arranged this in a specific way, change the fonts, make it look really nice. And this is why I love Adobe Express. It's just a space to take all of your ideas and just dump it somewhere and keep it organized in one space. If you click on this little view all pages button, you'll be able to see what your entire deck looks like so far. Cool. These are 3 images that I'll put in here, and I'll also add in here some text so that way people will know, like, okay, what is this referring to? So let me add a text box. So I'll say second shoot, change my color to black. I just added like, goal of the shoot is to create a timeless look with a suit on the subject and have them in a setting with curtains. Just a quick description. These are the images that I'm seeing so far that I really liked. And then I'm gonna come back into Firefly and we kind of created like this curtain backgrounds and studio setting with the spotlight in the middle. I really like this image, so I'm gonna go ahead and download it. I'm just gonna import my images in here and drop this in here. So this is kind of like an idea of what the set can look like. So let's go back to this kind of spread here. There's a share button here so I can publish to the web, invite collaborators, etc. So that is really great to make this a space very, very collaborative. How can I bring this to life? So I'm gonna go ahead and open up Lightroom. This is what our image came out to be. I did edit this photo in Lightroom as far as the color grading, and then I went into Photoshop. You can see over here in the corner, her arm is sticking through here. You can see that kind of, and I didn't want that. I just wanted tool everywhere. So I went in and I kind of extended that out and brought the tool out so that way you can just see tool at the bottom and then this detail of it coming up in her face. Right. And that was how I came up with this final image. So again, you can see the inspiration that I had in the actual outfit itself, incorporating the curtains in some kind of way. That's what the final image came out to be. That's some examples of how you can take your ideas, put them onto one space with Adobe Express, and then bring them to life.
Dara, you were amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your work, how you present your work. It's amazing. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back. We're back. Us too.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you.
We missed you. My name is Arabella, and we're here with Idara. Oh my gosh, Idara. So fun. Round two over here.
Round 2. Yes.
Yep.
I know y'all saw her just killing it like
thank you.
all of 10 seconds ago.
Oh my god. Yeah, 10 seconds ago. Thank you guys for being here. I have some people in the chat here. Cody, as always, thank you so much for being here and for moderating. Hi, Jose. We've got Selin, RB, Oliver. Thank you guys. You are awesome.
All of our friends.
I know.
So nice.
All of our friends. All of our friends. Oh my god. The puns are just going to come out. It's that time of the day. Yeah, we're so excited to continue on with all of the updates here across all Adobe programs. And yeah, it's really fun. So can you share a little bit about you for people who don't know you and what you're going to be working on today?
Absolutely. So my name is Idara. I am a portrait photographer. And if y'all don't know me, I've been shooting for about 10 years. It'll be 10 years in January.
Oh my gosh.
So we're getting close to the 10-year mark, which is quite
10K.
insane. I'm telling you. But today, you know, we're kind of continuing the conversation of new features in Photoshop. So earlier today, we talked about dynamic text. Now we're going to be talking about the improvements that we're seeing to selecting your subject, removing your background, and also being able to select your objects. So I have a couple of different portraits here. You know, bam, bam.
I love that one.
You know, like, there's plenty here for us to play around with. I wanted to make sure, like, we won't run out of content.
And I'm glad that, like, hair, too. Hair's in here.
Hair is in here because we want to make sure that we're showing how to select hair and what that looks like and the improvements there. So I want to also kind of call out, if you want to utilize the new improvements to removing your background with utilizing cloud processing, you can turn that on if you don't already have that on. If you've updated, I think you should be fine. But just a quick call out, you can go to Photoshop 2025 settings, and then you can go to image processing. Here you should see select subject and remove background. Just make sure that cloud is selected.
Awesome.
So that gives you those detailed response. You'll see here that device will give you quicker results, but we want detailed response. We want our selections to be really like in tune, especially when it comes to hair. I don't want to go back in. Okay, listen, I like to work smarter, not harder. All right.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. So we have a couple of different portraits here. We'll do a number of different types of selections. So we'll remove the background. So we have like 2 examples here where we can remove the background. We're going to select our objects, and there's some new updates there with selecting objects and selecting people. So I'm going to give you all the choice of where to start. Do we want to select people first? Do we want to select an object, or do we want to start with the background? Bam, because we're going to hit all 3.
Yeah. What do we want to start with? So we've got people. You said background?
Background or object.
And object. So tell us in the chat. We'll give you 30 seconds.
You know,
a little mind. Yeah. Where's the Jeopardy? I'm like, let's not get
don't leave
over
us
here.
hanging, please. I know there's a little lag. Y'all gonna hear this
there is a little lag.
Yes.
And thank you, Oliver. He said, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Oliver.
So sweet. I love these. I love all these images.
Yes.
I mean, I'm all for, what do I want?
What do you, exactly, do you even know what you want?
I don't even know what I want. Maybe I should figure that out first. Okay, let me see. Okay, we got
people,
background, and objects.
Yes, background, objects. These are backgrounds. This one will be object. We'll try to do some hair in here too, and then people.
Okay, I'm gonna say people.
Okay.
Because we're going with the theme of earlier today, my people.
Let's just continue on that theme.
So I feel like
beautiful.
I'm okay with that, if you're okay with that.
I love it. Okay, cool. So you will notice that if you guys come over here to your, where is it? I just lost it. Okay, here. No, hold on. I lost it. I had it selected earlier. No.
You're like, where is it now?
Where is it now?
It
okay, thank you. I see it.
There you go.
I was like, where is it? My eyesight, even with my glasses, I'm so sorry, y'all. So you'll see that there is an object selection tool. So it's going to take a second to find the objects and the people in my image first, right? So it's done that. If I go over here to select people, you see that it's detecting all the people in my image.
Oh my gosh.
Right? So it has, bam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 5. I'm telling you, we started off with a banger.
And I thought my stream had a really cool stuff, but like this, are you kidding me?
We're starting off with a banger, right?
Wow.
So I literally can go in, and if I want to do all my subjects, I can click all my subjects. If I want to click on a subject, any subject, I can do so. So let's start here.
Can you do a shift click to like...
You know, that's a good question. To like pick two people?
Uh-huh.
Let's see. I think I can. I just did that. So, girl.
You
don't even have to click. You don't even have to click shift. You can just. Click
you can just click on.
Oh
my gosh.
Yep. And it'll include them in the selection.
And then it does all the.
Yes. We haven't even gotten there yet.
Oh my
Then you now have the option to edit the entire person, or edit hair, eyebrows, eyes, iris, nose, mouth, teeth, ears, facial skin, upper body skin, arms, dress, accessories.
Wow, that was like a rap.
Bro. Listen, don't put me on a track.
Ready?
Okay. You got hair, eyebrows, skin, and okay. But yes, you have so much that you can
like
edit.
clap and do each one of those like you got hair, you got eyebrows.
Exactly. It's a whole banger.
I hope you guys are excited as I am.
This is a game changer.
Wild.
This is a game changer to be able to like go in and select.
Bree says that's amazing.
That's what I love to hear. Come on, Bree, because you can go in and select
base and pixels. She said
so much with your. It's just so much more specific, and it gives you just so much more control. That's the word of today is control.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to come in here, if I wanted to edit the entire person, I can click apply,
and
efficient.
It's going to
make a selection of the person I selected.
That is so
if I wanted to go in and do anything, let's say I felt like she was, I don't know, I don't have to use brightness and contrast, but if I wanted to make her a little bit brighter and contrasty, I could do that. And it's
because she's a little bit behind the other model.
Yeah,
so I feel
she's
like
a little darker than the rest, right? So then I can come back here. Let's say I'm like, you know what? I want to come in and do somebody else. Maybe I want to do, let's come here and let's go to dress and click apply. And I made a selection of her dress. Yes. And also what I'm doing is when I make these selections, I'm creating different masks. So let's say in this case, I want to change the red in her dress. I can do that and I'm only impacting. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that insane?
I'm shook.
Isn't that like actually, that's actually quite insane. Like we like 7 minutes in, y'all.
Wow.
Photoshop is actually quite crazy. Like
I know. Well, and because like I know that we have like in Lightroom, for example, like we do have the option, like it does detect people.
Yes.
And it does that, but I can't remember if we also have the options of all the. I think we do have the options
we have
of like eyes and whatever.
Exactly. Under
but
presets,
in Photoshop, though,
exactly. In Photoshop, that's something that's brand new to Photoshop because we didn't have that
incredible.
Previously. And for somebody that like for me, I used to do all of my editing in Lightroom, and it was because certain things and certain features were in there where I can detect people very well.
Yes.
And I really love how you go in Lightroom if you want to do any kind of like masking or anything.
Yes.
You can select specific aspects of your subject. But I love how detailed this is.
But it's amazing that we have it in Photoshop now, and it's detailed and it's like so so good. Especially because I mean not everyone that's in Photoshop is a photographer.
Exactly.
Like maybe you're a designer, maybe you're but you work with people. You know what I mean? You use like you use photos with people in them, and then you have to selections, all of that. Like oh my gosh.
And if you don't want to use the select people, you can also just hover over and like it'll kind of select like the face, the eyebrows, hair,
and it's doing it so fast.
It does it very, very fast. So it kind of goes over and you can select what you want.
Honestly, it's kind of like a cool design too.
I know. I'm not gonna lie.
That a little bit and like.
I know. I actually quite love it. So we were able to like add like brighten her up a little bit. We changed the color of her dress. Let's see what else can we do in here. So let's come here. We can do this eyebrows, arms, accessories. She has accessories.
Can it do this thing where like maybe you choose like, for example, we can tell that for the dress and that girl, the blue top.
Yes.
But they're the same kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Can we select her top and her
right, let's go ahead and see.
her dress? So like if we wanted to like punch up the blues maybe for example.
So let's do that. So let's go here. So we have this one and this one because those are the same dresses or same outfits, right?
Yeah.
If I click on dress, let's see if it'll let me, or actually I think I might be able to come in here.
Oh, that you might be able to just like
yes. So I'm coming in here and I'm holding down shift and I can, if it won't give me the option to do so, I can go in and make the selections myself. So I'm in here, I've selected her dress,
that is
her top,
amazing.
great, and then I'm gonna go ahead and make a mask of that, go to my blues, and I can... You guys see that there? I'm going to make some drastic changes so you guys can see the color changes.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane.
I'm shooketh.
Like, what?
Floored.
So you can it gives you, again, a level of control when you're going in and editing and being able to target specific things, okay? Or maybe you want to do an object. So this was another example that I had as far as objects. And we'll go through and edit these pictures from beginning to end. I just really want to make sure you guys understand
you guys see this.
these tools.
Yeah.
But let's say I wanted to change the phone, right?
Yeah.
If I click, I'm going to hold my shift because I want to kind of get all of the phone. You'll see here that it's like two
right.
different.
It's two different things.
So I'm going to hold down shift, select, and it's going to make that selection for me. So it's selected the phone, and then if I want to make an adjustment to that selection alone, I can come in here to my reds and edit the color of the phone.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that crazy?
That is wild.
What? Let me zoom in. I don't know if you guys see this. Man,
yeah, zoom in, girl.
Let's look at that. Like, within, how long did that even take me?
Like seconds. I don't know.
Do you know how like
Bree's like, I love this.
How many times I'm going in and I'm like trying to select something.
Okay,
and
the phone is matching my like lip.
It
and
is.
I kind of love it.
It is. Oh, I'm screaming.
This is so cool.
Yep.
Thank you for showing us.
Of course. And if I go to select people, you'll see here that I have the option to select either all of her or parts of her. If I want to make a selection of her hair, I can do that as well. And it might at times pick up a few other things, but
sure, and that's easy to
to come back and like refine the selection a bit more if you want to. But yeah, you have so many different options there. And if I wanted to make a selection of that, and like, let's say I wanted to add in some tone or color into her hair, or do anything to her hair specifically, I could do that. So many different options there. So we're gonna kind of like play and go through and edit these portraits. Perfect. And play around that.
Can we start with this one? I'm like obsessed.
Oh well,
I mean,
no. Girl, let's go.
Okay. I love this one. This is so good.
Let's start here.
Where was this shot?
This was shot in a space. I found it on Pure Space.
For a second, I was like, space?
No.
Out in space?
In the world of space.
Out in space?
Ooh.
Just kidding.
Love
it. Okay.
So it was shot in like just a space that I found on Pure Space.
Perfect.
So it was like kind of like a vintage room. We were going for like a vintage
retro
vibe.
Yeah.
So this model, she's so incredibly beautiful. She has this beautiful afro, and so I like tried my hand at styling her. You don't see the full outfit here, but if you saw like my I did a Photoshop Creative Challenge last month, and one of her images I used for the Creative Challenge, she has this like white top with red bright red tights and red shoes, and it was just like adding this like vintage vibe. I was very proud of like the styling work I did there. But yes, so I'm gonna come in first, and first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn off this tool because I don't need her right now. We don't need you. We're gonna come back to you though. We're gonna come back to you though. Let's see. Okay, lasso. I'm gonna come in here, and I don't know if you do this.
Tell me.
But I do a lot of my skin editing now with Generative.
Okay, I have actually done that.
You have? Okay.
I to test it out because I was like, okay, what if
I be doing it. I'm so sorry.
Do you feather your selection?
So I need to. Actually, no, I don't. But yes, I should.
Because I was trying the two options, and it kind of gave a little bit like a feathering, and oh my, wow.
And then usually what I do is I just kind of like pull
and you like bring it down.
Yeah, I just bring it down.
That is so smart.
I just bring it down so you can just see like how it just kind of cleared that up and made
frequency separation. Who?
Listen, because again, time,
baby girl. And we're not trying to be hunchbacks.
No,
okay?
we're not trying to be hunchbacks. Okay, because a lot of the times, again, like if I was doing something for an ad or something like that, I feel like the quality still remains. But if you still want to use those techniques, you could.
Especially when you pull back the opacity to kind of bring up the texture a little bit back.
Exactly. So that's
so smart,
girl. When I tell you, I be telling people like when I hop in the streams and I go in to do any skin editing, I'm like I make a little disclaimer. I don't do frequency separation as much anymore, y'all. I be up in here doing it. Literally,
that's amazing.
Because a lot of the times too, a lot of my images I try to keep them very natural too. So I don't.
Well, because when you're only when you're selecting Gen Fill and you're not giving it a prompt, like you're basically telling, hey, can you like clean up the texture and the look of this?
Exactly. So it'll go in and do that.
Yeah.
So I love to do this, especially like
So
we have
smart.
some beauty photos that it has worked like wonders. And you have different variations. So if you feel like it's doing too much, you can play around and
bring it back.
And just bring it back.
Bring it back.
There's nothing that's too
is
crazy
so cool.
here. Yep.
Can you zoom in on this when you do it? Because I'm curious. Like,
We're gonna see. Hold on.
I mean, maybe we don't want to zoom in too
sorry,
much,
sorry,
but
sorry.
no, you're
Sorry,
right. I know, sorry, girl.
But
But just so I can like see
what it does, especially with
yeah,
the detail
because
for Cupid's
it's
lip,
more
yeah.
about the like yeah. Because the other parts where there's not really a lot going on, oh wow.
Yeah. So then I'll still pull back a little bit.
Yeah, you'll pull back a little. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like you did frequency
Girl,
separation.
I'm telling you, I can't.
What?
I can't bother myself.
I love it.
So I'll just do that and make some quick edits to this. So you can see how already drastically that before and after.
You are so smart.
Girl, I be trying. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mama didn't raise a dumb child. JK, no, but for real though, she didn't.
Oh my gosh. No, for real. This is proof.
Listen, I've been trying to find ways, and we're gonna do some dodging and burning just to bring in.
Yes.
So I'm gonna create my curves for me. I usually have like them already saved, but I don't this time. I think.
Can you share how you're
Yes.
how you're setting up this
I
curves?
can. Yes. So what I'm doing is the concept of dodging and burning is basically lightening and darkening areas of your photo, right? So I use it a lot when it comes to skin retouching and just kind of making sure that like, features or things, wherever I want the light to really be there, I'm adding to. Wherever I want to add more
wherever you want to
darkness,
emphasize
exactly. That's what I'll use it for. So what I will do is I will open up 2 curves layers. So you see the first one I did here, and
you just brought down that little.
I brought down the curves. I literally just pull it down.
Amazing. From that middle point.
For that middle point,
Perfect.
exactly. And then I go ahead and do
that's our burn.
I, and I invert the layer so I don't see it.
Beautiful.
Because the idea is that we're gonna go ahead and mask in where we want this to show, right?
Totally.
Same thing here. I'm gonna pull up from the middle point and just pull up.
Perfect.
And then click on the mask. Convert eye. There we go.
I love it. Rick says smarter, not harder.
Smarter, not harder, Rick. That's what I'm talking about. Cause listen, I'm just gonna tell you one thing. I am not in this life to struggle.
No.
And where I can save some time, we're gonna do so.
Yes.
So I'm going to use my, I got my brush tool. I went ahead and kind of adjusted the size of the, there we go, because we're not on there. So adjusted the size of the brush to what I want. But lower the opacity as well, because if the opacity is so high, it's going to be,
if it's too much.
Yeah, it's going to be too much. Sometimes I lower the flow as well too.
Ah, okay.
And then you can just come in here. I need to be on the white, right?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, on the white.
Perfect.
And then I can come in here and just like paint in. Again, it's very subtle. Like, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that?
I can see it.
Very, very subtle. I don't try to do too much. But just go in wherever I want there to be a little bit more light. And I just follow where the light naturally falls, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going against what is in the photo. I'm just kind of emphasizing certain areas, right?
It's like brightening the brights and darkening the darks.
That's it. That's what we're doing. So I could do, it's a great concept to use for hair. It's a great concept to use for like skin editing when you're like, think about also when you do your makeup, right? So when you do your makeup, you have contouring and you're highlighting. So your highlighting is like the inner corners of your face, your T-zone area, your chin, and then the contouring is the perimeter. So you want to make sure that like, that's what creates that depth. So whenever I'm editing, and especially when you're doing any skin editing, especially when you're using this Gen Fill, like sometimes it'll do a good job of keeping the depth, but you may lose it when you're trying to smooth out that texture. So I go back in, I just emphasize the depth again. So
that is so cool.
Just try to
love it.
Add give her a little contour, bam.
Oh yeah, I see it.
It was there before. We don't want to lose that.
Yeah.
So if you want to go ahead and do anything, darken eyebrows, I usually do that in there too, and just make some slight adjustments there. So that's our before and after. Just kind of like brings in the focus to her center of her face.
It really does.
So that's what I really love there. So we're gonna start off with that.
So
then,
good.
Let's go in and do some, again, I love to start
selective color.
My selective color. I'm going to start with, let's make some general global adjustments. Let's start with the yellow, see what we got in here. And again, I just mess with the sliders.
Until you find what you like.
Until I find what I like.
It's that simple sometimes.
It literally is.
And go with your gut and your intuition and what you like.
Exactly. Like sometimes you don't need to do
A whole lot.
A whole lot. And sometimes I think some people will think like, oh, like what did you do like step by step? And I think that is just really important to like get used to just trying for yourself and seeing like, okay, what can I do? Like what do I like? What style, color wise? Like just playing around with it.
Absolutely.
And so I'm gonna come in here. I wanna get her, see, I'm just curious. If I do her facial skin and arms and hands.
Oh, for skin tone.
Yes. You see where I'm
Smart
going, girl.
girl.
You see where I'm
You're
going.
so smart.
You know, make a little selective color for that right there. I'm gonna bring this up, and then I'm just making
Oh yeah.
the slight adjustments to her skin tone, so you can see there drastically where it's like impact. Oh, I didn't select the nose.
Oh no.
What am I missing?
Oh nose.
So oopsies. Let's just do that one more time.
That's okay.
We're just gonna go right back.
You can show it again.
In case you missed it, you know, maybe you blinked. Maybe you blinked and missed it. Okay, I don't need the eyes. I need facial skin, upper body skin, arms, hands. That should be
I think
her
it's
face.
like awesome too because now this makes it so much easier to fix skin tones because obviously for all my women, you know, of color, people of color.
Yes, and you know what's so crazy about it too is that usually what I would do if I am making like a global adjustment, I would go back and I would like mask in where I want the color to show in.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing like skin, it's impacting everything else because to go and make a selection of her skin is just too detailed. So I'll just mask. But to be able to go and have this select people option where I can select her, I can separate her skin from everything else and make sure that as I'm adding more and more color adjustments, I am never like losing the focus of our skin tone, which is so important. We don't want nobody looking like what? Oompa Loompas.
Oompa Loompas. Okay. Yeah.
We don't.
Especially for our like tanner people or darker people, like just we have a lot of orange.
We have a lot of orange,
and so if you're just like, you know, messing with the sliders just willy nilly, you're gonna get Oompa Loompa.
Exactly, and you don't want that. You want to make sure that you're you want to make sure that your subject looks like they do in real life. You want to make sure you have a good representation of who they are.
100%.
I think that's the biggest thing of one of my biggest things when it comes to just editing and color in general.
Yes. Andre on Instagram, he has great tutorials online for like skin tone and coloring. Yeah, it's amazing.
He does. He has a lot of great work when it comes to that. So just find people. There's a lot of tutorials, people that teach about it, and we'll talk about like, you know, the importance of skin tones. And I think it's really important for just every creative, you know, if you do anything where you're editing pictures of just people in any kind of capacity, right? You know, regardless of where they fall in the skin tone range, you want to make sure that you're representing them well.
Yes.
You know, you don't want anybody
100%.
to look, and I think it's hard to do that sometimes because we're in a world where like even creating, we tend to like, obviously there's style, there's like a specific look that I have with my photos. Like if people tell me like, oh, when they see my edits, there's a specific vibe that they know and they can say, oh, that's Idara's work.
Yes.
But even with that, you want to make sure we don't want, listen, Oliver, no orange people. We don't want that.
No orange people.
No, we don't want that. So
exactly.
just keeping everything kind of clean in that regard. So I'm just making some.
Oliver said, oh, nose, not the nose. I love it.
I said, I can't forget the nose. I was like, why do I feel like I forgot something?
Amazing. Oh, I'm loving all these little color adjustments here. They're so cute. Giving it that little vintage vibe.
You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to make...
Hey, Penny. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
If you're just coming in, we're here with Idara Ekpoh. She is an incredible creative director, creative photographer, mainly a lot of portraits, although we were just talking before this that maybe you'd be getting into some product.
Yeah. I think that's
going to come into my world a little bit.
She's calling me. She's calling me into her world.
I know. Really I definitely think you should go for like a fun model campaign with press-on nails.
Yes. I think that would be really dope.
Yeah. I love it.
Excuse me, I need some water. But my bad, y'all. I forgot my water bottle outside. The other thing that I did, I selected my subject just now, and then I inverted the selection because I didn't want to, I wanted to kind of focus on the background.
Yes.
So I went and did that. So you can play around with it a number of different ways.
Amazing.
So you can see that's where I made that selection change there.
Oh my God. I feel like we're going into this like groovy 70s. Like,
girl, that's where we're going. That's where we're going. And then, of course, you can always come in and refine your adjustments where you need to be, because you'll see here on the background of this one,
I got some of her shirt. I was like, why do I see some color there? Okay, let me throw my opacity back up and my flow. So we can just come and just
there you go.
Clean it up. Because I was like, why do I see that irritating color on her clothes?
Oh, Penny says, Idara does awesome work.
Oh, thank you, Penny.
So cute.
I appreciate it. Bam. All right. Cool.
Amazing.
Got a little bit of her finger, too. I can tell that. I was like, we're seeing a little too much color over here.
Yes. Gotta bring it down.
Yeah, gotta bring it down. Gotta bring it down. So just
there you go.
Where I see it.
Gorgeous.
Again, I always go back and forth. Just toggle it on and off, so that way you can make sure that.
I'm just amazed. The selections and like the people and all the different parts.
Mm-hmm. Girl.
Oh my goodness.
It's such a game changer.
Seriously, and the cloud-based processing.
Yes.
I think that is like incredible.
Exactly. It just helps to make it so much more.
Okay. Wow.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Girl, don't gas me up. Don't gas me up.
Those little changes are just perfect.
I feel like we're almost done. I think I don't got much left. I'm just gonna maybe come back into that phone.
Yeah.
And go back to my select object. Make sure I'm on my actual image. I'm gonna select this phone.
Amazing.
Oh, my bad. I need to open a new note. Okay, and then we'll come in here to the reds to see what we can do here. Oh, did I click? Yes, this should have selected the full phone. Right?
Yes, I think you're. Yes, there you go.
So I can make some adjustments there.
That's amazing.
I'm telling y'all, you can do so much. Like, let's just take a moment here to really just kind of just throw everything in the group. This is where we started. We're 27 minutes into the stream. We did her skin and we did a whole adjustment.
Oh, that looks so good, girl.
Come on now.
Amazing.
Don't play with her.
Round of applause.
Don't play with her, okay? Do not, because one thing about it, one thing for certain is we're gonna get some work done.
Yeah,
we're gonna get some work done. So we have this portrait.
Efficient.
I'm
smarter,
efficient. And you can use these tools to work smarter,
not harder.
Yeah. Throw it on a t-shirt.
Yeah, literally.
I'm sure there's plenty of smarter, not harder t-shirts already in existence.
I love it. Okay.
All right. So we're gonna come over here to this beauty portrait.
Oh, Bree says, can't wait to go play.
Oh.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Come on, Bree.
Go
yes.
and explore these new tools. They're incredible.
If you have not updated your Photoshop, please do so. As y'all learned, I did not do so this morning, but I have now. So now we're not in beta anymore. All of these tools that we are talking about today are live. They're in apps, so you can go ahead and download them.
Incredible.
Beautiful. All right, so we have this beauty portrait that we have selected here. You can see here that I obviously can come in and select different aspects of her, but I'm going to focus on that remove background. So I'm going to come off that object select tool. We did talk a little bit about how, or one of the portions of today is that there is some updates to the remove background option as well.
Amazing, okay.
Which is really nice, just kind of making it more clean and effective when it comes in here, especially when it comes to like jewelry and what it's able to detect. Like she has this earring, you can kind of see it got around the earring really well. It got her hair, didn't miss a lot of things there.
Wait, you just did remove background?
I just clicked in remove background.
Okay.
And
wait, I think I'm hiding the I'm like maybe
you are. Hey, let me move it.
There, there you go. Perfect. Okay, wait, redo
yes.
so we can see it all.
We're gonna redo
Perfect.
That. We're gonna do that all over again.
Okay, let's do it.
So I'm gonna.
I know. Suddenly, I was like, wait, it happened so fast.
I'm gonna collect. Oh, I said collect. I'm gonna
collect.
I'm gonna select. Select is what I'm gonna remove background. So it's gonna take a second to do so. And then if I remove this mask, you see that it removed the background. And then you'll also see here that you have an option to generate your background, of course, or import a background, which is actually really dope. I don't have a background to import, but I did not see that before. That's actually quite dope. That you can import a background. Yep. Or you can generate a background if need be too. So
yeah, I mean, you got the options.
I've got so many different options. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go in with a solid color for my background. I want to come in with a red first, and then just kind of we'll make adjustments. I think because that's doing a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. So, I'm gonna pick from her lip.
Ooh.
And just kind of
Pretty.
I'm not a fan.
You're like, not for me.
I'm like, not a fan. And we're gonna go in a different direction.
Okay. Are you gonna add a background?
Yeah, I'm gonna
generate.
I'm gonna generate a background instead and just see what that looks like.
Yes.
So let's see. Let's generate red background.
I wonder because this got the selection like perfectly tight onto like around her shape.
I might need to.
But I wonder if you need to like have a little bit.
I think so.
Like less of it selected, so it's inner.
I think so.
So that it knows.
It knows where to pull.
Yes.
Where to pull back from. Because right now you can see.
Because you can see the gray from the
outline of her. Yep. So you want to be. Oh lordy, we got so much to do.
So much to do.
All right, so we're gonna come back here. Let's make.
Or I guess if you wanted to do like what you just did, where you could always go like add a layer with like in a soft brush with the color. You know, to like kind of clean, like or like add, you know what I mean, like a soft brush.
Let's do
and just
that.
like, you know,
let's do that
so that it looks like it's a color cast.
I like that. I like that.
Or something like that. You know.
So I'm gonna come in here. I don't know why I'm so attached to the color red. I think maybe because her lips are red and your lips are red.
Yeah, it's the theme today. You know,
it's the theme for today.
I love it.
You know. And it's also, I think, too, because it's getting those, like, flyaways, too, and stuff like that. So it's making it a very clean edit. So I think what we'll decide to do is we'll go in and I'm not a fan of these colors.
Yeah, they're more pinkyish.
I'm not, I want you to punch me. No, sorry, no violence. No
violence here.
I want the color to
be bold.
Yes. Okay. Let me try solid color one more time. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do solid color and I'm going to add a gradient.
Yes.
Okay. See, white looks nice. White is not bad at all because white I feel like is a lot. It blends really well with that gray tone.
Yes.
So maybe that's the other thing too is also finding a color.
Like maybe I wonder if maybe it needs to be
like another color.
Like a different color. Yeah. Maybe like I don't know. Like, well, I don't know if blue, like a baby blue or. Oh, that. The purple blue kind of like a periwinkle. Mm-hmm. That's kind of fun.
Tell me when to stop.
I kind of like that.
Tell me when to stop.
I kind of like that.
Right there?
Yeah.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Let's stop.
Yeah. And
Bingo.
That's a good contrast to the red, actually, too.
That's very nice. See, part of it, everything is trial and error.
Baby.
Okay, trial and error. Mm-hmm. All right, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to select my subject one more time. I want to add a gradient behind her.
Ooh,
That's one of the things I love to do. So I'll select the subject, Command-Shift-I so I get her back. Get the whole background.
Yes.
And then I'm going to come in here to the gradient tool. I'm just going to... Where'd it go?
Oh. Wait, whoa.
This is beautiful.
That is actually really beautiful. Wait, remove the blue just for a second.
It makes like a
Oh, it like makes it slightly.
But I can come back and actually really...
I kind of really like that, actually.
I'm really feeling that.
I'm kind of into it.
I'm into it.
But I do think maybe like her subject like it could like the selection could be tighter in so the
so the color isn't as
or
wait adding in the color that's like and maybe if I bring out that a bit more
yes
then I feel like it kind of gets you know a little bit of that a bit more you know
that's so fun.
But I think what the cleanest thing to do
vibey.
It's
like vampire-y.
Yeah, it's like but I think the cleanest thing to do would be go back and kind of refine it a little bit more because you still have a little bit of this gray, but it's not as. Then you can kind of come in here and play around and find like a color that like blends a bit more.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
But where I was going with, that's really beautiful. I think I was going with trying to see like how I could add a gradient to the blue kind of color.
Oh, that is actually really pretty too.
Pull this back a little bit.
Oh wow, that looks good too. Right? Oh my gosh.
You can do so much.
You can take it in so many different directions.
Like you literally can take it wherever you want, wherever your heart desires. Literally. You know? Okay.
I love that.
Yep. And then if I want to increase it, kind of keep the color there. Yeah, I love.
That's beautiful.
So that's how I would utilize kind of changing the background within my portraits.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of having the option to like make those quick selections, remove your background.
Stunning.
Add those colors back in. Love
Girl.
it, right? Excellent.
You're going somewhere with this.
Where are we gonna go next? We've done a little bit. We didn't edit this photo. Let's come back and like edit this one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see what's gonna give. We were doing a lot of selections in, and maybe in editing we'll see like more selections I want to make.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come in
here. For the object selection.
Yes.
Like, how like can it detect quite like literally any object? Like
Let's see.
like I'm looking at that monsoon sign and I like want to pull it down like the brightness of it
the
so that we
brightness
can
of
see
it.
the text a little bit more.
Let's see. Let's go back
Would
here.
it know to like
Let's see. It might not select. So it's selecting the whole
whole
cans
thing.
and
Yeah.
stuff. It's not getting
not
the
getting
sign.
that? Okay, so maybe that's just look,
It's getting
so
the
it's getting
card,
objects.
it's
Yeah,
getting objects,
I see.
But it's missing.
Okay.
But I agree with.
But you
with
could
that,
just
though.
do a little
Selection.
select
Yep.
objects in the
Just kind of do like a selection of. Oh, will it detect an object? Oh, so if I do this, will it detect?
There you go. Perfect. Oh my gosh.
OMG!
Mine's a little levels adjustment or a little brightness contrast. Ooh,
What?
amazing.
I know you lying. I know you can't be telling me the truth right now. What?
Amazing.
I love that. Clean this
That's
up.
super
right?
cool.
Bam. See how quick that
Bam.
was? Big. You can make those quick adjustments there. I love that. Thank you for calling that out. 'Cause
Oh my
I
god,
think that
yeah.
was
I mean,
really dope
I
there.
was curious because I was like,
Yeah.
I know, because obviously we already do have like the select object things, you know, but that's amazing. I love it.
So simple, so quick. I love how
Yes.
it kind of quickly detected that too.
So cool.
Keep that off here. I'm gonna make my other adjustment layer.
Amazing.
Come back here. What am I looking for? Select color. It's at the bottom. I was like, what am I looking for?
Love it.
Love how it's coming together. Yes. Do you guys see yourselves using these tools? Like, what are your
Yeah,
thoughts
let us
around
know in the
that?
chat, you guys. We're here for another maybe I can't do time.
I can't either.
Not right now. When it's 37, I'm like, let me round that up.
Yep.
3
Less
minutes.
than 20 minutes.
Less than 20 minutes.
Right? Because we 55.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So, you guys, if you have any
19, 18
questions, any questions about anything that we're showing today,
Yes,
please ask Idara. Drop it
Yes.
in the chat. Would you guys use these tools? How would you use them? Obviously, there's so much in here.
Girl, there's so much in here.
Selecting objects, people, background. It's so cool.
There's literally so
Literally
much.
so
yeah.
much.
It's crazy too because it's just crazy. This again, the amount of control that you can have.
I know.
People will get her mouth. What?
Yeah.
That's
That's
unbelievable.
unbelievable.
I love that.
So cool.
That's really dope. And it just again makes it just so much easier when making all of these adjustments and selections. It's just really really nice.
Yeah, I love it. Less time spending on, less time spent on
Yep.
fine tuning selections. Like it's so quick, so
Yep.
efficient.
Which is the whole point. You want to find ways that these tools can work for you, not against you, right?
Yes.
So you want to be able to know that like all of this is working for you, for your workflows, and just like making things better. Like every time we're just getting better and better and better, which is a huge part. It's an important part. It's very, very important.
Yes.
I feel like I'm just adding so many selected. See, I'm not doing what I told y'all I was doing earlier, right? When I said I was like naming all my layers. We're not doing that
girl.
right now.
Ooh.
We got a little bit going on here.
She's going off. Ooh,
going
wait.
off.
Whoa. I love that. I love that. Like, it kind of adds that film look.
It actually really does.
The green and
Yep.
the,
And then if you wanted to pull back on that film a little bit,
it's so
yeah,
cool.
that's really nice. I like that a lot.
Amazing. Okay, it's Kane from Behance. That's so cute. I probably would have made a mask in Camera Raw and see if I could make the letters more visible using dehaze or the basic panel
yes.
sliders. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Amazing.
Welcome in, Kane.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. But yep, that's our before and after using just majority of these selections, that adjustments that we were making. We utilize that object select
That is
tool.
so cool.
That's crazy.
I love
That
it.
sign makes such a world of a difference.
I know.
It makes such a big difference. It's crazy.
I know, because it takes away the focus on the sign and more on them.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
Perfect.
looks awesome. Ooh,
We have
okay.
another image.
Love it.
I came prepared today, y'all.
You did come prepared.
Listen, so I can come in here as well. Again, if I'm using the object select people, I can select her hair.
Look at that. It like
And
the
make,
hair.
It'll make a layer from here. Yeah, that's crazy,
I am
right?
shooketh.
So I can make a selection of her hair.
Wow.
Come in here and like make any kind of changes I want to make. Add in some tunes or whatever the case might be.
That's amazing.
It's crazy what you can do. Like,
just
This is so
literally
cute.
just playing around with it. All right, let's see.
I could totally see you doing product stuff, like with models. Like, look at like a skincare like product,
and just
like
have it like against
you know,
her face.
like maybe she's like, you know.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. All right, let's come back here. Let's remove the back. I'm gonna try that again here. See what we're gonna get.
Yes,
We
perfect,
play around removing the background. That's the wow.
gorgeous,
I love how like
snatched.
really snatch. Period. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, that's very clean.
so good.
That is clean. Like I like how refined it is with those
Yes.
flyaways are gone too.
Okay, because
Yeah.
like the normal way that I would have probably done this, or not the normal way, sorry, the previous way that I would have done this to really get hair is I probably would have done select subject.
Yes.
And then I would go to select and mask.
Yes, that's
And then I'd go
Yes.
to, I'd click the
yes, you
refine
can.
object.
Yep, you can. You can
And
still-
then you'd have to like
Yep.
brush over the
Yes,
edge
and
and
that-
let it do it. You know what I
and
mean?
you would still do that. I would still say that would still be like to get all of that detail in.
Yes.
It's
But
still-
this is so
it's
efficient.
still efficient. Yep.
I mean, you could start off with this and maybe you
And then
still
go
need to
back
refine. And then
in.
you can do select mask
Exactly.
as well. But
Exactly.
it already did like the pre-work.
Yep. Like
For
look how
you.
clean that looks. Insane.
Unbelievable.
If I wanted to come in and change the color, of course, again, like you're getting like, I feel like when you're getting all these like removed backgrounds, you're gonna get a little bit of that color in the hair. So I tend to like not change it too
Yeah.
far off from where I'm at. I really wanted to make it brighter, so go from that
Yeah.
gray to white, and then I can come in here, select color, and go into my white, and this is where I can like play around with the tone.
Yes.
Hold on,
Oh, I see what
Oh.
you're doing.
I need to keep that there. Let's merge these layers. All right.
I
Select
see
the
what you're
color,
doing though.
Right, trying to change
Yes.
why is it not why is it detecting only our hair? Am I tripping? Why is it not getting the background? Ooh. Do you see where I'm tracking?
Yeah, I think. Well, I thought that you were gonna leave the color layer there, and then change. You know what I mean?
Okay, color layer is back.
And then, like, add a color.
So I was trying to add a tint to the white.
Yes.
So that's why I went to select a color to white.
I see what you're
to
saying.
kind of, instead of it being like a white, make it more of a like, maybe a little bit of a blue tint or something
I
like that.
see
in
what you're
selective
saying.
Color.
I see what
But
you're saying.
for some reason, I'm not getting, don't
Maybe-
we love. Am I ready to merge? I'm not ready to merge.
You're not ready to work.
You know what? Let's just do this. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to put this away and hide it.
Perfect.
Let's just merge all of this. No. Merge these three. And then come back here. All right, cool. Now let's go to selective color and see
Okay.
if it'll do what I wanted to do. It's still getting the whites in her hair. Is it not coming
Yeah,
up as white?
I see it in the hair.
You see it in the hair, right?
Yeah, I see it in the
I
hair.
was like, I'm not tripping.
Maybe because it's just like too stark.
white?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably too stark.
Yeah.
Dang.
Okay.
You know, trial and error.
You know
trial
how
and
you
error.
were like, I try to keep it to like some color that's like light or like that matches the gray or whatever it is that you were. Yeah. So I've also, when I've tested it out, like add a color. Yeah, like add like a pretty punchy color maybe.
Where are you falling?
Yeah, any color. So, yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And then hit OK. Sometimes what I've done is I've like just duplicated, like copied the layer multiple times.
Oh.
Did it do it?
No.
No, it didn't do it. Okay, never mind. I think you do have to do like a refine edge
think
tool then.
so.
Yeah,
I
because
think
that
so.
has worked for me. Because sometimes
Yeah.
like duplicating the layer like kind of like makes it extra
Yeah,
and
kinda
like and stamps it
puts
more.
more on top of it.
And so
Yep.
that was my way around, like, you know, adding a
said
color in the
no.
background, but it was like,
It
no.
said no.
Yeah, you got to go in there
It's
with
okay.
some
I
refine
love the
edge
white.
tool.
Can you tell I don't have it in me today?
Hey, you did some amazing work already. Look at the other
Listen,
ones. Let's just take a
We've
look real
done-
quick. 'Cause
Girl,
I'm
we've done
like,
quite a bit. I'm gonna come in
Oh,
here and do a
skin.
little bit of skin.
Yes.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
move to the
I
skin.
love
'cause
that you do this with the
Girl,
gender fill.
I'm telling you,
That is so
because
smart.
One thing about me, oh goodness, the only thing I don't like, you know what I wonder? I wonder if I like select people.
Oh, yes.
and then select her face.
Oh my god. Wait. Maybe it's gonna do something real weird though. I'm scared.
I think so. I'm actually very scared. If I go to face skin and apply the selection.
I'm nervous.
Gen fill. You guys,
I'm
nervous.
a little scared right now.
I'm actually very nervous. Oh wait.
What
I'm
if it's
nervous.
like really weird?
I'm nervous. I'm actually so scared. Please don't.
You know what? Sometimes you gotta try things out.
Yeah, I just was like,
Because what if you like bring down the opacity? Wait. Whoa.
I changed her face.
It did change her face.
This is why also. Yeah.
Wait, can you like just like bring down the opacity and just see what happens?
Oh no!
No, it's too weird. It's too weird.
So this is why when I do use Gen Fill, because Gen Fill, I have also noticed when you're dealing with faces, it will change features.
It will change features.
Which,
so you have to be careful of what you select.
So I just select skin. I stay away from features. Even with selecting skin, I try not to select like anything that's too unique. Like I do them in portions. I start with this side, the cheek area, chin, nose. So that way, again, it's not a drastic change.
Yes.
I just was curious. I was like, you know what? Let's just see. Will it let me do that?
Someone put in the emoji with the little like, the, like with a little sweat trickle.
Like, that's how
we felt right now. I was like,
I said, what the heck?
This is how you know we are real life.
We're
here in the studio, real time, trying these things out for you guys so that you know like what to expect.
People.
You know?
And we're real people at the end of the day.
Yes,
you know?
exactly.
So I don't want to do anything. So then I can just pull back.
Pull back. That's amazing.
Just pull back. And it's just like,
look at that.
Really subtle. Chill.
Girl.
I'm telling you.
I'm going to try that next.
Listen.
I'm going to try that next.
Again, if you don't have as much time or like it may be also like when people's skin are like pretty like good, you know, like she doesn't have much like really any blemishes or texture, so it's not even like it's like too much to deal with, but like I just find it a lot easier to do when I'm trying to make like quick turnaround edits instead of going in,
right,
because my skin when I usually will do frequency separation. That is what I do. But doing that takes a lot of time. And it's very efficient. It's a very efficient way like to do things. I just think in Photoshop, one of the things I love to say is that there are multiple ways to do things.
Yes.
So you can
definitely
get similar results by doing different methods, which I think is really great.
So cute.
I'm telling you, girl.
I love her look.
What was your guys' favorite example so far?
Oh my gosh, yes, please tell us
curious.
in the chat.
You know, take a little feedback home.
Yes.
Let us know in the chat. This has been such an eventful day so far.
I know.
Oh my
We've
goodness.
shown so much today. It's kind of insane.
It's
I was like
crazy.
taking a peek at like even the earlier streams today. The video like where you can like gen fill like sounds in Premiere Pro. I am shooketh. I think he was like showing like a video of someone like chopping like mint herbs on like a wooden cutting board, and he like literally typed in, you know, like, hey, gen fill me like the sounds of this exact like of this thing. I was like,
wow, really?
Jaw dropping.
Wow.
There's all kinds of things. So, you know, update your programs.
Yes, please update your programs and get everything together.
And get it.
You want to be
Test
able
these
to
things
have
out.
access. Yep, exactly.
They're all features that have been asked for by you guys. So, you know, try them out.
Play around with them. You want to be able to make sure and add these to your workflows, you know. I think that's what I really like the most is to see like, okay, what would I actually add to my workflow, or what's just like another just cool like tool to have in my pocket if I need it, but I don't really care to.
In your little toolbox.
Yes, I am a huge fan of this Lux subject. Like that's something that just even in just working on these few images has just changed how quickly I can make some adjustments, and I think that's just really, really incredible. So I'm like, that's something that I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna take away that.
Yeah, it's gonna be actually really fun to kind of play around with that for like our product photography, especially for like if how it will determine objects, right? Like selecting objects. Like, will it find all the objects? Because obviously we have a lot of props in our images, and so you know, that'll be really interesting, I think.
That's actually gonna be really dope for you to kind of see what that looks
like.
like.
And then whenever we do have talent too, like it'll be nice to kind of be able to select
for you.
both the products and the objects and then the models as well, which is awesome.
Honestly.
I love it. Oh my gosh. This is super cool.
We're almost there with
you
this
guys.
portrait.
We've got 5 minutes left. Any
no.
questions? Any comments? You know, anything that you want to let the Adobe Live team know? Yes. What do you want to see? These shows and this whole community is here for you. So
we've had so much fun today.
Yeah, so much fun. I'm kind of sad actually that we're done.
Right.
But we had so much fun. Oh my god, it's gorgeous.
I'm telling you.
Are you kidding me?
I've been coming in here.
This feels like honey. Like I'm like,
yes,
honey. Honey. So cute.
Oh lordy. Yeah.
And her skin is so good. Like those lips are popping. Like
look at that. Okay, you know what? This is a solid recap moment. So that's our before.
Yes.
And that's our after.
Wow. Really, really good.
Like
chef's kiss.
What? She still looks the same, y'all.
Yeah.
Remember that because what we saw earlier was not it.
Right. Oh my gosh.
But that is our before and after, being able to quickly select and remove our background, adding a color layer.
You're going to have to share that on your stories later. Just be like, look what I did on stream.
Oops, my bad.
Oop.
Her name is Christina. So sorry, Christina.
I know.
Sis, I'm so sorry. I redeemed you, but like it was not looking cute at all.
It was going in a weird direction.
Very much so. And also, like, the other cool thing is, like, I like to keep in, like, details. Like, her freckles. I wouldn't have gone in and filled her freckles or anything like that.
They're gorgeous.
It's just something that you're doing to just kind of adjust, like, certain things or color or, you know, textures. And it's supposed to be, like, a quick resolve. Like, if you have something where you really need to go in and do frequency separation, pay attention to so much detail, please do that. This is just something I use, like, very, very quickly in these cases.
Great for Instagram.
Yep, exactly.
Great for, like, you know, sending off galleries to like, you know, people. These are like people that just like need you know.
Them. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's our before and after there. Beautiful.
Amazing.
Then we have this image here that we did. We didn't even color.
We didn't even do anything on her.
Oh
on
no.
her face.
Oh,
I know.
No.
You got 3 minutes, girl. Let's see how efficient you can be.
I was like, I know I came here ready to do a little something. Like I had enough examples. Why do I feel like I missed something? Because I didn't even make any adjustments. I didn't even like wake her up. Like
okay, no, I mean that you did a lot.
I did a lot just in that, right? So
yeah.
Let me select. Let me duplicate this. Remove background.
Oh, and then you're gonna switch it.
Yeah.
Yep. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because suddenly we were like, wait.
Bam. Thank you. I was like,
oh
how
yes.
did we get here? And then this come in and select color. Let's just play around.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I love it. Ooh.
I was like, what did I do? I said, ooh.
That is so good.
And again, if I wanted to come back in here and play
you can
around.
Make some more.
Yep. Play around with the actual gradient.
Maybe something a little brighter in the middle.
Yeah, right? Like something like because it's a black right now.
Got it.
Let me come back to my gradient tool.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, that feels so much more better. That's better.
Girl.
Then, you can just kind of play around.
That looks so good.
I really wanted that red to work, girl.
Go down or
No.
Yeah.
But okay, there we go. So we did that one too.
Love it.
Played around with that, so showing you guys how you can also remove your background, change the color. Bam. Love that. Then we have this one.
Bam.
Yeah.
Did amazing.
Before,
great.
After, and then of course.
Lastly.
Oh, there we go.
So good. You guys, this was incredible. Thank you so much, Idara.
Of course.
Masterclass here. Like just showing us all these new features.
Yes. And utilize these tools. Again, like these different like when these new tools come out, I tend to look at it as just a way that I can just increase my speed when it comes to my workflow, right?
Correct.
So there are just ways that, yes, there are many ways to do certain different things in Photoshop, but there are efficient ways to do things as well. Yes. So that's why in here, I would highly encourage y'all to utilize, that object select tool and selecting your subject, your hair, all of those different things. It's just really, really great.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Idara.
Of
And
course.
thank you guys so much for sticking around. And we'll see you next time.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
So I thought that it would be kind of fun to do a little bit of a vintage space ad. I usually like to start with an image, right? But in this case, we don't have one, so we're just gonna like start fresh and just kind of generate an image. A space background with stars and large moon with an astronaut floating. I'm gonna select photo as my content type, but I do want to add the film noir effect here. So let's go ahead and generate that. Let's go with this one. I'm just gonna select this and then generative fill because I want to remove it so that I can just have the background. There you go, look at that.
Wow.
Awesome. You have so much control and so much flexibility. So like even though we started off with that other image, like we're kind of like building our own, right? So I'm opening up with one image that I had. So now I'm gonna do a copy merge of this, which is just Command-Shift-C. And I'm gonna go back to my moon here. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm just duplicating each layer and I'm putting it behind that very first run, right? So that everything's in the front. So I actually turn them as I'm doing it, giving that little like rotation. There we go. So here is kind of that image. Oh my gosh, should we do a cat instead? Kitty
Wearing
in
a space helmet.
suit with space helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, well,
that's kind of fun.
that is so
Let's see.
cute.
I'm gonna grab my magic wand tool and kind of grab this little section here. So,
You're gonna be like,
cat
whoa.
face. You guys. Oh my, wait, this one. Perfect. Okay, love it. I'm into it. Okay, so now the other fun thing that I've been playing around with is that we can generate textures, you guys, and overlay them onto our work. So I'm gonna go ahead and press new and do the same thing, a little letter. Let's do like a vintage paper stock like textures. Maybe?
Oh yeah.
So there's our texture. So now what I can do is I can select it all, Command A, another copy merge, Command-Shift-C. So when
regular
you're
Command-C.
doing Command-C, it's only taking into account the layer that's being selected. You just want to do like a copy what I see. Like
That's
copy
cool. I didn't
merge.
know that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Did I teach you something?
Yeah, of course. And there's always something to learn, you know?
I know. I love. This is what I love about Adobe Live. And there is our texture. You know what? I kind of do like this overlay just because of the texture. It like brings out so much of it on the sides. So let's go ahead and add some text. Go ahead, shoot for the moon. I've noticed that in vintage ads, usually the like first letter tends to be like larger. Okay, and so then like we just added a little grain there. There we go. See?
There.
So now let's go ahead and just do a little black and white, but bring down the opacity. Ooh, there you go. Look
I
at
like
that.
the black
Oh.
and white.
So here we have like our amazing ad, right? But then we're like, we want to create more. So if we do like this and then like craters, and then I'm just gonna do this for like stars. So let's go ahead and save this. And then let's go to our Adobe Firefly. Close up of moon with crater texture in space and a small earth in the back. Let's go ahead and change it to portrait. But now I'm like gonna give it an actual reference image. And then I'm gonna just go ahead and add that same film noir situation, right? So let's go ahead and generate it. You guys, are you kidding me?
Whoa, that looks
Gorgeous.
really cool.
Perfect.
That looks
Okay, I'm gonna download it, bring that right in. Here's our image, right? But it obviously doesn't look like it's just superimposed. You can just kind of go around. Now I'm gonna click on that layer and subtract transparency mask so that it's not affecting the SSD card. Now I'm gonna generate fill, smoky fog. Let's see. Perfect. That looks like it belongs now.
Oh.
And then let's go ahead and just add our text. Smooth landings, stellar performance. You guys, wow. So we've got our go ahead, shoot for the moon, and we've got smooth landings, you guys.
So yeah, thanks guys for watching. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. As you can see, I have switched over to the hosting stage. And we have Fiorella here with us today.
Hello.
How are
let's
you?
Go. I'm good. How are you?
How are you feeling at this point in the day?
I'm feeling good. You know, I just ate lunch, so the
I can use
afternoon
that.
lull hasn't hit me yet. But it was a really good lunch.
Oh,
I'm really full.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's so funny. In the last stream, I was just saying how my stomach was growling. So I went and grabbed a quick
Yeah.
granola bar. But that's going to be me right after this
Yeah,
stream.
yeah.
That's
You're
gonna be
feasting
me.
after. Yeah.
Awesome. So we are going to be talking about a summer drop, designing your own merch in half the time. Mm-hmm. Half the time.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the new Illustrator features are so much faster, and I think I could do it in half the time.
Okay, so what would you say, before we get started, what would you say is like your usual time? Like what would you estimate?
Typically, to do something like this, it would take me like an hour and a half just
Okay.
for one, and I have
Wow.
2 today, so
Okay.
it's gonna go quick.
Okay, well, let's go
Yeah.
ahead and get started. Y'all, if you have any questions throughout the chat, please be sure to drop them in the chat. I am watching, and I'm going to reach out to all you guys. I see you, Jack. What is up? Oliver. Who else? Cody, thank you so much for modding the past few streams. And just really excited to get into it. All right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing a ton of summer-based things, but I want the chat to tell me, when you think of summer, what do you think of? Just for me to keep in mind, as there'll be some mockups towards the end, and I may use it. So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Okay, so
When
we're
you-
gonna.
I
Sorry,
love
go
that.
ahead.
No, I was going to repeat it. When I think of summer, I think of vibrancy. I think of color, fun, freedom. Yeah.
Me too. So what I'm gonna start here with an Aperol Spritz print, because in the summer an Aperol Spritz hates to see me coming. You know, it absolutely hates to see me coming. So right here I have my colors grouped here in the swatches panel, and what's pretty interesting about this is I could double click on this, and I have it right now in CMYK just to make it more easier throughout the merch process and the manufacturing process. But actually, if I wanted this in RGB and grayscale, I can just tap this hashtag right here and it would copy to my clipboard. So it's really nice when you do a branding project or you give branding guidelines to a client, you can just copy and paste it right from there.
Okay, love that.
Okay, so it's gonna look a little crazy at first, but I'm just gonna start coloring. And I want the chat to tell me, are you into Aperol Spritz? Obviously, if you're over 21. I mean,
You said 21 and up.
or no, we're not gonna tell your parents. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm gonna edit the opacity later, so it's gonna look just a little crazy right now. And then I'm also gonna do like a little checkered background.
The way that you're doing that so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I had it nice and set up before
Ready
the
to go.
stream.
She said, bam, bam, bam. It was nice and ready to go.
Exactly, and I have this hatch too that I'm gonna use.
Okay.
I love when I'm doing monochrome designs to have a bit of a texture, and I also wanted to do monochrome because it's also easier when you're making merch to just focus on one or two colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna
I'm a
keep
huge fan of
going here.
monochrome looks. Like there's just something really beautiful about it, and I can imagine like from a design perspective, and also just visually, like it just looks so much easier to look at when there's not too many different colors and things of that nature.
And I think it's a skill too to like be able to make a piece of art with just one color.
Yeah, I absolutely.
And
I'm seeing Cinar Spritz here. I'm seeing margaritas, iced tea. Love that.
yeah, let's go to a patio after this. Let's just to the airport.
That's what we're doing, right? Instead of the airport.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. And then I'm gonna switch over to this one here, which is a disco ball laying down on a beach towel. And
Oh my gosh, it is.
yeah, and like towards the end when I add text, it's gonna be kind of like what I want my email response to be, but I don't have the guts to actually put it down. So I'm just gonna, again, keep coloring here, again with my swatch panel. And what's also nice about this, if you want to keep this same swatches going throughout the entirety of a project, you can go to edit, and then you can go to my settings, and you can go export settings, so you can keep these same workspaces and settings throughout an entire project that you have.
Got it.
That's also really helpful. So I'm gonna do some sort of alternating.
I was gonna ask, like, are you doing like alternating kind of color for the?
Yeah, like I love stripes in the summer, not in the winter. But
Yeah, no. But summertime.
Yeah,
I'm a summertime girl. That's it.
Me too.
Yeah.
And like I'm based in Toronto, Canada, and it's
what's the
so
weather
cold
like?
there. I mean, right now it's way hotter in
Okay.
Toronto than it is here, actually.
Really?
Because the summers are really hot and winters are very cold.
Okay. I'm from Phoenix, so right now it's unbearable.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, how high does it get up in the summer?
So, like, it can get up to, like, we've had a couple of 110 days. It can get up to, like, 115, even 120.
In June?
Yeah.
I don't even want to ask
June,
in,
July,
like,
August. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. And the crazy thing is, when I got to San Francisco last night, when I went out to go meet my Uber, it's the way the wind hit me in the face. And I was just like,
You're like, I want to go home.
Goodness, it was too much for me.
I think I'm going to switch up the alternating. I want this to be, yeah, there we go. Yeah, the wind chill is no joke here. I didn't realize, because I came here in April too, and my cousin, I have a cousin based here, and she's like, why am I colder than you? Like, you're based in Canada.
I don't get it. Like, to me, me being from Arizona, anywhere is closer or colder than where I'm from. So I can't take much temperatures. I'm like, oh, a great day is like 75. And people are like, huh? Like, anything less than that, I'm
You're shivering. You're shivering in your boots.
Yes, I really am. I really am. In the chat, we see, unless I'm working really hard, like yard work, then some sweet iced tea. Clever said that they prefer unsweet to sweet, but unless they're working hard in the yard and they feel like they deserve a treat, give them that sweet tea. Yes. I love me a lemonade, okay? Clever, one thing about me, I love a lemonade. And I love, like, different types. You know, there's a passion fruit lemonade, a mango lemonade, a pineapple lemonade. Oh,
yeah.
goodness.
Give me everything.
Give me everything.
Especially in the summer.
So what are you doing now?
Yeah, I just made little sunglasses on her.
Oh, I love that. So cute.
And I just lowered the opacity so we can see like the sun shining right in her eyes. You know what I mean?
That is so beautiful and so creative too.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
And again, I just want to stick to one color right now just to see how this would work with merch manufacturers.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to demo the new the pencil tool that we now have on Illustrator. So if you go here to the menu bar, it's where the shaper tool would be, or you could just press N on your keyboard, and then it would be right here.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how many of you use the pen tool actually, but for me, it was a little frustrating to use. I'm not gonna lie, but with this new update, the pencil tool has been super helpful, especially because my style is very, I wouldn't say it's too sharp. It was a bit more round and, you know? So to have something that's more kind of free form like this, where I can see the vectors in real time, is very helpful. So I'm just gonna go to the right layer and then you can see here, I'm gonna set up my stroke here first actually. So you can see here in red.
Okay,
but if I go like this, you can just literally see me making the towel right now. This is one of my sketches that I made on the plane right here. And then it would just close it and make the towel. Or if I wanted to make it smoother, well, right now it's in the smoother settings, but if I wanted it to be more organic and free form, I can make it like this, or I could double click it again, make it more smooth. Just like how accurate you want it to be, basically. Yeah. So as you can see, the text is gonna be like, sounds like a you problem. So like when you're out of office and somebody bothers you for something,
like sounds like a you
you
problem.
can just attach this print and be like, sounds like a you problem. Yeah.
I don't know if I have the guts.
I know, me too.
It's like in an alternate universe.
Yeah, that's my alter ego. Do you feel that?
I do.
Me too. Me too. So I feel like if I worked in a corporate,
oh yeah,
I would do this.
So sorry. Here you go. Sounds like a you problem.
So sorry. Yeah, because I could just like defer to somebody else. Oh, somebody put Go Leafs in the chat. Let's
go Leafs.
Yeah,
is that like
that's a hockey team.
Oh,
in Toronto. Yeah.
I was like, oh. Go Leafs.
No, it's okay. I don't really watch hockey either, but yeah, let's go Leafs.
Go Leafs. Yes, I'm with them. I'm with it.
Do you have you been into any sports lately?
I'm a big
NBA?
basketball fan.
Me too.
Yes.
Have you been keeping up with the finals?
Yeah. So yes and no.
Okay.
So I have not it's like sad. Like right now, I think what is it? Is it Pacers and
OKC?
OKC. Thank you. So I don't know. I know there was a game last night.
There was.
Who won? Do you know?
OKC.
Oh wow.
So now the series was 2-2. Now it's 3-2.
Oh wow.
So it could literally be over in 3 days.
in a few
in
days.
the next game if they win.
You know what? But I love basketball. I played basketball in high school.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah, I played basketball my whole life.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I played in university too.
Wow.
Yeah, so now I do a lot of work in the basketball space.
That's incredible.
I knew you were hooper hype because when you say that, I was like, she's tall.
Yeah.
She definitely is.
She
a
played
hooper.
ball, didn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. And then I'm also trying to get into like soccer. You know, watch a little FIFA. I don't watch
with
a
the
lot
World
of it.
Cup.
Exactly. With the World Cup coming up, I'm like, I want to be able to be ready to go.
Yeah.
But that's my thing with sports now. So. Ooh.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. I was like, what's that?
No, I was just making new artboards with the new tool, and actually you can like, I used to have to do this, like manually create it like this.
Oh, do you just press like
But now you can just press plus.
Oh, wow.
plus.
And it creates all the artboards for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I love every time I get the opportunity to host like a designer. That, because you know, as a photographer, I use Photoshop and I use Lightroom. Those are my things.
That's your bread and
Illustrator
butter.
is that's my bread and butter. Illustrator is like a whole new world. So
That's
I'm
like Lightroom with me.
So I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty satisfying, you know?
It is, especially it keeps everything aligned. I really like that.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna add my text and some sparkles here. What else am I gonna put? I need my signature here as well.
Oh, yes.
Because it's always important to sign your work. And then I also
Yes.
put later losers because later losers. And what I love about the new artboard tool is that, let's say I want to select just my disco ball and the sunglasses. Actually, I'm going to group them together. I'm going to just rename this character. But if I want to paste this on all of my artboards here, I can go to the new paste on all
wow.
artboards tool, and it can just go there. But I didn't grab the face. I need to get the face too. Oopsies. I'm gonna just
Okay, so it'll just paste on all of the artboards.
Yeah, which was really nice because before you would have to like manually do it. And you're like,
Now,
ugh.
right now, like as you're prepping all these artboards, what is your like goal? Like, are you changing? Is each artboard gonna look differently? Is it just for like how you're gonna give it to your client? Like, what does this do?
So right now, since I'm making merch, I kind of want to make different kinds of merch.
Okay.
So a lot of the merch that we see now could be like something small in the front, like in the chest area, and then like a fuller design on the back. Or it just has to be readable in different scales.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to make the different artboards.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do this on the April Spritz print as well. I'm just gonna add the liquid that I had before. And then
so
some of the
cute.
highlights as well.
It's the eyeballs for me.
Yeah, that's very much like my style.
It's so cute.
And then we're gonna add some text because, like I said, in the summer it's a horrible day to be an April Spritz. You know, like
You see me coming.
yeah, Friday 3 p.m. Horrible day to be an April Spritz. Okay? And I also put the ingredients. I mean, this is
okay.
This, I guess,
This is
can
so
go both ways because a
cute.
lot of people do it differently. But I'm like, this is the simplest
way to make
recipe,
it.
in my opinion. And I put cheeky spritz. Anyone?
Me.
Yeah, me please. Me please. Make it 5. So, yeah.
You said it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, technically on the East
You
Coast
know?
it is.
There you go. There you
So,
go.
Exactly.
I see we're still talking about the lemonade in the chat. Jack said pulp or no pulp in lemonade. I'm team no pulp.
I'm also team no pulp.
I'm team no pulp.
Pulp is kind of nasty.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
can't. I don't like pulp. Especially I'm a texture person.
Yeah.
So whenever I'm like eating or drinking, if there is like different especially drinking. If I'm drinking something, I'm expecting my liquid to just be smooth. When I
Agreed.
taste texture on my tongue and taste the pulp, ugh.
Yeah, no, I don't love that
Gave
either.
me the shivers, you know.
It gives me the ick.
Yeah, exactly. It's my worst nightmare.
So I'm cannot make.
Oh, Arabella said, "Love this so much."
Aww. Arabella?
Yeah, she's in the chat now.
She's literally right outside. I love her. She's the best. Oh, I showed her this before.
Before coming on.
Yeah. Give her a little bit of a sneak peek.
Yes, this is coming together beautifully.
Thank you.
Oh, I love.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna do
I
a
just love
paste
the
on art.
like
Oh, sometimes
the
I paste it
illustration
up
is just
here.
so beautiful because like the level of detail and how like to see it come to life from like it being a sketch or just even like small components of the sketch and whatnot to the texture coming in and things like that. It just makes it look so lifelike and it's like a lifelike illustration. So cute.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Very beautiful work.
It's been definitely ebbs and flows of me trying to find my style as like an artist, quote unquote. But what I shared before previously with Arabella was what helped me a lot was sticking to certain rules when I do any sort of design to keep that same consistency across any project. Like the worst thing is when I do a client project and then none of my personality comes through and I'm like, I don't even want to post this anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Because people can't tell that it's me.
Yeah.
For me to make my work like easily recognizable, I've been trying that rules thing, and honestly, it's been really helpful.
I love that, especially because you don't want to compromise yourself as an artist. Like, there's work that you want to get, of course. Like, there's work that you want to like be able to have. Let's let the good times app roll.
She's so funny.
There's work that you, of course, we all are looking for opportunities and jobs, but you don't want to compromise, you know, who you are as an artist for that. So I love that you have those kind of like boundaries that you're keeping for yourself. Like, you know, these are the things that I want to make sure show through all of my work. I love that.
Yeah, of course. And like sometimes when a client doesn't give me the creative freedom, then it's just not a right fit for me, you know?
And that's it. Not every client is going to be the right fit for you.
Exactly. It is okay to say no.
Yep, exactly.
How many clients do you think you have per month? Like how much do you take on?
So, you know, it's so funny because I try not to, right now I'm in a space where I'm redoing a lot of my branding. So I can't do two things at once. So I'm not taking on as much, but it really depends on the season. Like as a photographer, I feel like, and also the type of work that I do, like I still do like portrait work or people have like, you know, family photos, sessions like that. I try not to do them as often because they don't fill my cup.
Okay.
But whenever I get the opportunity to do like any kind of campaigns, those just kind of come sporadically depending on like when the opportunity comes. But I do a lot of educating quite consistently.
Right.
And so that's what I'm really filling up a lot of my time with, or more of stepping into like a creative role. And so if I'm taking on a client, shoots can be a couple of them. Like those are quick and easy. Like I can take like maybe 5, 6, 7 shoots, more than 10. Like 10 is like pushing it for me.
Per month?
Per month, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot.
That's
a lot. So like I like to stay on the 5. You know, like one a
5.
weekend, maybe 2 every 2 weeks. Like something that doesn't feel overwhelming. I used to shoot like consistently throughout the week. But now I'm like, I want more control over my schedule there. 100%. Oh, I love this on the tote bag.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna now use the mockup tool here in Illustrator.
Is it gonna make it like more like realistic?
I'm gonna, I'll show you. So if you go to Window and then Mockup, and then you go Create Mockup, it will literally take your design. Oh, did it do it? Let me just see if it's select. Okay, so then I go Create Mockup, and then it would take. Oh wait, no, I have to expand this. That's why.
Oh.
Silly me. Okay. And then I go Create Mockup. Let me see what it did here. Why isn't it? Okay, maybe we can try on the other one here. Let's try on this one here.
Listen, girl, this was me last stream. I was like, why are you doing this now?
Yeah, like you did
it earlier.
So well last night when I was
reviewing and preparing last night. Like it was all Gucci now.
Yeah. Like why isn't? Okay, let's see. Create mock. Do I also have to expand this?
We see here, let's see. I tend to do low to no pulp, but it's because I usually use shredded rind in brewing the sugar. It's all strained. Okay, love that. And Clever also said the two color design is good for both like Rizzo prints and vinyl cuts. I love that. Okay.
I agree. I like having a little pop of color here. Like sticking with 2 to 3 colors has been very
really nice
for me. And like I know there's a bit of white here. I'm gonna have to go back and take that out later because it has to be transparent like this,
that,
you
so
know?
you can see the color of the shirt through. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what mockup tool. I'm gonna try it on the other file actually. So
There we go.
let's go here.
Maybe this one wants to act right, because the other one, I don't know what
Yeah,
she
the other one's
doing.
acting up.
She said,
For
she
no
said, I'm
reason.
gonna act up for no reason.
Yeah.
Because I want to.
Literally. I've been loving the color combination of like baby yellow and red. Same with baby yellow and pink. Because the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to create my own merch line, like for myself, and not necessarily for a client. Like I just want merch to sell on my website for whenever people need it.
Of course.
But like I kind of want to stay away from like a white T-shirt. I want to make something colorful and vibrant.
It's summertime, girl.
Yeah, exactly.
But in general, like I'm the kind of person where I fall really aligned with like brightness, colors, vibrancy. Like it just brings a whole new life to
100%.
Especially to merch. So I love that that's something that you want to do.
Yeah, for sure.
What is your favorite thing to design?
To design?
Like, you know, as far as when you're designing merch, like what is your favorite, you know, are you a big fan of t-shirts? Are you a big fan of like, what have you, I guess, maybe not even favorite, but like what do you get asked to design the most when it comes to merch?
It honestly just depends on the project. Like, I think my favorite project that I just did was, I just did a project with A6 where I did a bucket hat and there was, so it would be like the A6 logo here and then I would do pins for the bucket hat. So I did pins for that and then we did like a big mural for this race that they were sponsoring and they turned that into like a towel. So I'm like, it's the first time that I ever, you know,
a towel.
did a towel. And I'm like, yeah, a towel.
Do you like get a copy of like a version of like everything that you,
Yeah,
so
of course.
they sent you a towel like here.
Yeah, no, literally. That's literally what they did.
Oh, I love that.
And no, yeah, they were so nice about it. They like sent me some, they sent my partner some.
Oh, I love.
Yeah, so it was nice. I think for this hat, I'm gonna do just a more simple design. I think I'm just gonna put, that sounds like a you problem on this hat. Because with smaller pieces of merch, you need things to be like easily readable and recognizable.
Very true. You don't want too much on, like especially a hat. There's not as much space there, and so you don't want it too cluttered. You want it to feel impactful.
All right, are we working now? What? We literally did this last
I
week,
wish
girl.
I could help you, girl.
I know.
I wish.
Okay.
I'm like, OMG, I wish I knew Illustrator enough to be like, press this, or maybe it's that. I know we have some, I'm sure we have some illustrators in the chat. Is there anything we're missing? Because if we're missing something, let us know.
Because,
Or is it just choosing this moment to, it might be choosing this moment to just be acting up.
because in the previous stream that I did with Megan, there was there was so many pieces of merch that I did. Like, I literally did an Apple Watch.
You just did them.
And
you did the Apple Watch.
I literally did a hoodie. I did a hat. Somebody suggested a water bottle. And like, I was like, yeah, sure. And what I wanted to show you is, like, when you make a mock-up on Illustrator, it like moves to
the shape of the item.
Exactly.
Yeah, stays within it.
And the curvature. And like, I wanted to test it out where we got a flat towel and like you could also just like move this to the curvature of the towel as well, because that's why I wanted to get like a flat object to test it out to see if it would detect. But I mean, people kind of get the gist with this one. I'm not sure why it's not. Maybe the keychain actually. Let me see if this keychain will work. Come on now.
Don't disappoint us.
Don't disappoint me.
Don't disappoint us. Because I'm ready. I'm waiting.
Me and you both.
Maybe it'll be the keychain. I think the keychain is. I feel like pretty good about it. I don't know where that pretty good feeling is coming from.
I love your optimism. But let's see. Oh my! If I knew that you played basketball, I would have done something basketball themed.
No. Yeah, I'm not like you, girl. I didn't play in no college, but I played like high school and whatnot. What position do you play?
I was a shooting guard.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was more of like a 2-3.
Okay.
Like a combo guard.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
I played the post.
Obvious.
I was like, you could probably guess that. Yeah.
Imagine if you were like point guard.
Like, oh.
I was like Kevin Durant.
No, I was the big man on the floor. I was doing the box out, grab my rebounds. Yeah. That
Stuff.
Was stuff. Bam.
Get that out of here.
Not in my house.
It was always so fun, like when I got a block during a game, because like I guess I'm more on the shorter side, and all of my
How
posts.
tall are you?
I'm like 5'7".
Oh, I'm like you.
So I guess I'm like middle.
Yeah.
Because the shorter ones are like 5'2".
Oh,
5 feet.
Very
you know?
fair. Very fair.
At least in women's.
Very fair.
And men's, it's like 6 foot.
It's
Is
like,
the smallest.
It's 6 foot and up.
Yeah, the mockup tool isn't working. Okay. Actually, what if we relaunch it?
Ooh,
Let's
okay.
see. Oh, see,
there
it's
we
right
go.
there. So I don't know why it. Let's see if we place it.
Oh,
okay,
Jack.
there we
Okay, Jack did say try hitting the create mockup button after selecting both the image and art again.
I did do that, so I'm not sure why. Here, this is, but like here, you can see that it like, detects it. For
lovely.
some reason, it changed it to black. But
there it is.
But there she is. I mean, here it's red. But what I wanted to show you about this is that you can go to different kinds of mockups. You could go to like apparel. This is all on Adobe Illustrator too. Like none of this is mine.
Oh wow.
So I can go to packaging if I wanted to make a business card.
Oh wow.
And be like, sounds like a you problem. If I wanted to make a tote bag, if I wanted to make a notebook.
Oh, that's so dope.
That's how I made the Apple Watch last stream.
Okay, a digital device.
There it is. Apple
there
Watch.
it is.
This is me right now on my
Chilling.
computer.
Yep.
And you can also on packaging too, but you can place your own mockups here, and you can select the mockup that you created, and then you could press the plus sign, and then it would add it to your template, which is also very, very cool.
Okay, I love that.
While we're doing this,
Yep.
I think. Oh, I'm just gonna delete this quickly. I'm gonna lock this. If I was gonna say that, if you follow me on Instagram, later on today, I'm gonna be posting 2 free wallpapers on my story.
Ooh.
So the wallpapers that I make on this stream, I did this last night with Gen Expand, and I love how it came out. So I'm gonna show you too what Gen Expand is currently. But yeah, if you follow me on Instagram, you can get
please.
2 free wallpapers. So I'm gonna post that one.
Yes.
And then I did like a fruit poster earlier, so I'm gonna be posting this one as well.
I love so
If you, right? So if you go to my story, and you can screenshot both of them to use as like a summer wallpaper.
We love some free items over here.
Right? Everybody loves free stuff.
What is your Instagram?
My Instagram is @Fiorella Doodles. So my name, Fiorella, Fiorella. Doodles. Actually, it's right here. Yeah.
She said always sign your work.
Yeah.
There you go.
Always sign your work. Even like sometimes when I do client work,
really,
I always sign my work. Yeah, unless they tell me to like take it off.
Has anyone told you to take it off?
No. Yeah.
So even on the towel.
On the towel, it was there. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yeah. I mean, like if it's my intellectual property,
yeah,
you know what I
yours.
mean? Yeah. Yeah, I've never really had a problem with it.
I'm glad. And I think maybe it's just one of those things that I think a lot of people might think like, oh, I shouldn't sign my work. But then if you do, like, no one is going to be like, I was just curious, like, would somebody be like, oh, no, that doesn't work with our branding, or no, we don't really want. But it's a collaboration at the end of the day that came to you to create something. It's your intellectual property.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe actually if it was merch and it's being sold, then maybe, but I mean, a lot of my somebody put my
thank
Instagram
you so much,
in the
Jack.
chat.
Thank you, Jack.
That's so nice. Thank you, Jack. I guess like if it's being resold over and over and over again, then that would make sense. But yeah.
Are a lot of your clients, when you're creating merch for them, they're I guess like you were saying before, they're like for specific events or something that's going on or whatever the case, like exclusive to a certain thing?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Exactly. What about you? What kind of clients do you get?
So I do a lot of like portrait work, beauty photography specifically. I really am big in that space. I've done apparel, like sports apparel. It was cool, liked it, but it was all right.
Okay.
I more so am in the beauty space, I would say, and just anything that kind of realm is what I really, really like to do. But I shoot really anything. The only thing I don't do as a photographer is I am not a events anything.
Okay.
I'm not a wedding photographer.
No.
Not anymore. I used to do weddings.
Oh.
And I love capturing love.
Okay.
But physically and mentally and emotionally,
yeah,
the weddings are a no for me.
Fair. It takes a lot of
it does. It takes
commitment.
a lot of you and commitment. Yep, and there's a lot of moving parts and people, and usually you're doing weddings for a minimum of 8 hours. I've done it up to 12 hours, and like physically it's a lot. So those are the only things I don't shoot. If I do shoot a wedding, it's because like I was convinced to do so, or maybe the
close family friend
or something like that. But usually I'm like, oh, this is other
no,
person.
Thank you. Yeah. Fair.
But I do them well. I love capturing love, but I just love capturing people. I think that's the number one thing throughout all of my work is I love the presence of people, and I really am really big on trying to make sure that your spirit shows through the image,
right?
You know,
right?
So when you look at the image, you feel something because that's a human being. You should feel something from that person. So that's whatever format I get to do that, whether that's beauty or a campaign or just a family portrait. That's the goal at the end of the day.
I love that. Yeah, because I was asking Arabella this earlier what her style is as a photographer. And I was like, do you capture candids? Do you capture movement? Do you capture moments? Like, how do you know, like, this is when I'm going to press the camera?
It's just, a lot of it is, like, especially when it comes to, let's say if I'm shooting, if I'm capturing moments, because I love to capture moments. That's what I used to, especially when I was doing, like, in any case, like sometimes you might come in with an idea of a pose or something like that, but there's a moment you want to get. So I like asking my subject to do like motion, like, oh, do this thing, and then within them doing that thing, I'm just shooting. And then within that, I've captured like a number of different moments within it that I can just kind of pick and choose what I like. And so it's just kind of like a trial and error type of thing. You might get something, you might not, but just trying to like stay away from like leaving room from error. Because sometimes I feel like you can be like, oh no, like every little detail needs to be perfect before I actually press the button. You can always delete the photo later. Just shoot as much as possible. I'm an overshooter, so that's always my
Oh, do you
advice.
have like 8,000 pictures at the end of the day?
Girl, like like when Arabella was talking about culling images, that's what I have to do, because the amount of images I have to go through when I do shoots, I try to be better about it now, but listen, it ain't broken. I don't consider it broken, so I'm not gonna fix it.
Exactly.
Ooh, that sounds like a you problem. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
I need
that does
that hat.
sound like a you. Yeah.
I need that on the hat.
I want to make either totes or hoodies with this. So
yes, a tote bag.
tuned.
I'm a huge like lover of tote bags.
Me and you both.
Yeah.
So it's so fun in the summer too, especially like I find there to be more of a demand in the summer. And I'm also kind of hesitant to make merch because I have made merch before when I had like 300 followers, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna make it and it's gonna sell, and it's still sitting in my basement.
Did it sell?
No, girl, it did not sell.
No,
that's the other thing.
Humble beginnings.
Humble beginnings.
Yeah.
Humble Started from the bottom.
Now
we're not there
here.
yet.
Oh, we're almost.
But we're almost
going there. Started from the bottom, and now we're up from the bottom.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Yeah. I actually wanted to ask you. So I posted a carousel yesterday of like, because it's almost been 1 year of me freelancing.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you like, what are some things that people didn't like prepare you, or like some things that you weren't prepared for when having your own business? Like for me, I found it very hard to like place a boundary between my work and personal life. I think that was the main thing that I struggled with. So I always want to ask other people.
I think that's the hardest for me. I would say it's keeping that joy for what it is that you're doing throughout the freelance work, right? It's because when I was creating just to create, or just doing anything photography, anything that realm of creativity, when I was just doing it because I wanted to, there was a sense of joy and passion that I had for it. But then once you get to a place where you're doing it for jobs or money, or like you have different clients, if you're not careful, that tends to go away. And the reason why is goes back to what you were saying earlier, but having kind of like your boundaries when it comes to what you create, and like what are things that like you need to make sure if you're taking on a project, what are the things that you need to check off for yourself? Like, I need to do this, this, and that. Like, I need to at least make sure that like I'm not losing any aspect of who I am as a creative in taking on this job. So I think that is the hardest thing, because of course when an opportunity is in front of you and it's like the money's nice, you're like, oh, maybe I'll just sacrifice and just do it because, or I just might need it.
Yeah.
And I think what I find is every single time I have taken on a job that I did not want to take.
You didn't have a good time.
I didn't have any time. I didn't enjoy it. I was not mentally in the best space. So I think just trying to create some boundaries for yourself as a creative, that's the hardest thing. And I don't think anybody prepared me for it. They're just like, oh yeah, like you're gonna go create. Yay! Like everyone loves the idea of it. But then when you're not getting the type of jobs you want, and then you're only getting a certain type of job, and you're like, you know, and also like not everything, sometimes you have to create work just to have things in your portfolio or whatever the case might be. But when you get to the point where you can make a decision and have a choice, take that choice. So that's
100%.
my advice
Your
of what
2
I wish
cents.
someone told me.
Yeah, and I feel like you're gonna get to a point that you can say no to things. 'Cause I feel like at the beginning you're like, yes.
I'll do it.
I'll do anything.
everything.
You're gonna pay me $100? Sure.
That's the other thing, compromising your rates too.
Yeah.
You know, because that's something that people don't really talk about. Like sometimes a project is sitting in front of you. Maybe you haven't been seeing projects for a minute, and then you get one, and then they're like, "Oh, I don't want to pay your rate, or I can't pay you X, Y, and Z." I think always remembering like there's a value that you bring that came to you for a reason, and also every situation that I have taken on a job that I did not keep my rates to, I was played. Something came up, because it's always the people that are like, oh, can I have a discount? That like stress, it doesn't end there. The stress continues throughout the project. So
1000%. Honestly, when I have something that I really do not want to do, I spit out the biggest number in my head.
Yep. You know.
And sometimes they take it, and like, it may not be
it.
enjoyable, but
you see the dollar sign.
I'm in my bag, you know, so it's fine.
You know, that's the other way to go about it too. Yes, I agree with that, because sometimes if you're gonna pay for it, no problem.
No problem. Anything for you, baby girl.
Anything for you.
You know, so.
Are you making the flowers now?
I am. I think I'm gonna just be a bit more decorative. But actually, before I do that, let's go back to the wallpaper here.
Oh yes, you were gonna do the Gen Expand.
Yeah. So I did this last night, and we just want to see. I'm just gonna show you guys how this works. So basically, you would get an artboard, and then you will click Generative Expand. So I want this to be an iPhone wallpaper, so I'm just gonna stretch this out to 1280. Almost there. And you can also, there's some preset sizes, but sometimes with like the new iPhone, it doesn't really. It has like iPhone X and stuff like that, so not like the stream size. So I'm gonna put expand gradient, no pattern, and then I'm gonna click generate. Oh, I hope I unlock the gradient. So it's thinking right now. That's why it's pink. Or it's not, you know, like at this point I wouldn't be surprised if things go wrong in the stream.
She said, or maybe not. It is that time of the day.
Okay.
It's okay, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. And we have about less than 20 minutes left, about 15 minutes left, 15, 16 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, please be sure to drop them in the chat. I know we've had a long day of streaming. So thank you guys so much for staying with us.
And if there's certain merch that you want to see, whether you want to see like a bucket hat or tote or like a pink hoodie, for example, like let me know.
Yeah.
And we can figure something out.
I want a bucket hat this summer. I want like a cute. You know what? I want to design my own merch too.
Let me know, girl.
And I want. I don't know what I want in that bucket hat, but it needs to be the bucket hat of the summer.
You want everybody to look at you and be like, "Where did you get that?
Where'd you get that from?"
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah. So she's thinking right now. Well, let's see what she comes up with. Yeah, literally. Let's see what the chat is saying. Love this so much. Let the good times apparel. Aw.
Yes, trying to hit that was the one we were going back to the mock-up. Jack dropped the Instagram, so if you guys need access to her Instagram, it is there. I love your Instagram.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a doodler, so I guess that's what I do.
How long have you been creating for?
So I actually have a background in architecture. I studied architecture in school, and then I worked at an architecture firm for 3 years.
Oh, wow.
And then while I was there, I just kind of started drawing and posting it online because I needed a creative outlet outside my corporate job. And then it kind of like slowly grew over time. And yeah, in July it would be 1 year of freelance. And
come on. And that's like tomorrow.
That's like
the
tomorrow,
way the year is running by. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does that transition feel for you to go from working in corporate space to now being freelance?
Honestly, like, again, I posted a carousel yesterday. So, okay, wait, before that.
Yes.
Fortunately, Generative Expand, she's not working today. But you can find the wallpaper on my Instagram story later. So if you give me a follow, you can see this there. But transition-wise, like, again, I posted this yesterday that sometimes it can be very isolating to like run your own company, especially when you don't have close friends or family that are going through the same thing as you. It's hard to like, because especially like if you're in a corporate setting, at least you have coworkers that relate to whatever you're going through together collectively. Even with basketball too, like you're all on one team. Like I miss being on a team. I miss having coworkers and like. Also, I miss stability too. I mean, that was nice.
That was a big one.
That was nice.
That's a big one.
But also, like, this has been the most fulfilling thing I've ever done.
I love that.
And, like, I wouldn't have it any other way.
I love that. I love that.
What about you?
Oh, I feel like, for me, the journey has just been, I don't know, I think it wasn't something that was ever, like, that I would ever have thought would be possible. Like, my background is like in like healthcare and girl.
That is a crazy switch up.
My background is nothing creative, like at all. Like it's not even anything in the slightest.
Interesting.
And it was just photography was just something I did
as a
hobby. Like I just one day picked up a camera and I was like, I had begged my mom for one when I was in college. She gave me one.
Mom, please.
I said, please. She's like, it's gonna take you away from your studies. I said, no, like I can make some money so that way I'm not asking you guys for money because I was a broke college student.
Obvious.
You know, and she got me my camera. I just started taking pictures of friends for fun, and then it just kind of kept growing and growing and growing. And now, like it'll be 10 years of just like me, just since I picked up a camera.
Whoa!
In January, and it's just crazy because where I'm at now, I never knew it could be a possibility. So yes, there's highs and lows for sure. And it didn't become like really consistent until maybe about a year or 2 years ago. But it was just like crazy to feel like, oh wow, like this is possible. I think my brain was, I'm just gonna be in a hospital working for the rest of my life.
No, that's how I felt at the architecture firm I was working at. It felt like to me like there was no way out.
Exactly.
Like, I was very like upset with my situation, but I was more so like upset with that I didn't know what I was gonna do with my life. I'm like, I studied so much for this. Like I'm here. Why aren't I happy and why aren't I fulfilled professionally? You know what I mean?
Sometimes you have to make those little leaps. Not little, they're big leaps. to just kind of get to that place and take that. And I think I also do think it is a like blessing to even have, you know, to be able to choose to do those things because it's not like an easy route to go into.
I agree.
But if you can, it is very, very fulfilling. What are you doing now?
I'm going to see if I can pull up some mock-ups too.
Oh, yes, because we are getting close to the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
So we're getting close to
fun mock-ups that I could do. No,
you did a lot in half the time.
Thanks. See? Exactly.
You did a lot in half the time,
Exactly.
girl.
Like, look at everything that we did. No, I was going to say that sometimes I feel like people on social media especially preach, like, follow your dreams, take the risk, do the thing. But sometimes it's not always the case. For a lot of people. In this economy, exactly.
It like, might not be. And it might just be that you create when you can, you know, or you just carve out an hour or two a week to do something that fulfills you. I think that's just the biggest thing is making sure that you are doing something that is fulfilling you in any capacity. It doesn't have to be 40 hours a week or full time for it to be important, or just as important as somebody that works freelance, you know?
I agree. I'm actually going to demo one of the most used features on Illustrator, actually.
Ooh,
so I'm going to use something called offset path. So I've just expanded my text here.
I have heard about offset path.
Yeah, she's that girl.
I've watched a number of different Illustrator streams that know about her. She is that girl.
So if you go to object path, offset path, and then go okay. Well, you can also choose how much you want it to offset by. Typically I like to do this, but I think I'm gonna invert it. I mean, I don't know. Chat, what do you think?
Yes, what do you think?
What do you
Chat,
think?
y'all been a little quiet this afternoon.
Yeah, a little bit.
Come on, wake up.
I feel a little bit alone.
What's going on?
And also, if the chat has suggestions of what kind of merch they want to do, like if you want to see a tote bag,
I said a bucket hat earlier,
a water bottle.
Ooh, water bottles.
There was an earlier stream that wanted a water bottle. And I'm like, yeah, stay hydrated all summer long.
Listen, that's what we are making sure we're preaching that right now. Clever said, need more Spurs basketball in the NBA section of the Instagram. Is that specific to anything?
So I'm actually working, like I have, I'm part of this thing called the NBA Creators Program, where they pick 5 artists throughout the NBA season to make work throughout the season. So right now I'm doing NBA finals, so stay tuned for that. But
that's incredible.
Yeah, that's what, like I work a lot in the sports space.
You just said that you were working a lot of the basketball space and the sports space. That's dope.
Yeah. So I guess somebody's mad that I didn't do any sports work. It's funny because like they always ask you like, what work do you want to do in the program? And I was like, yeah, I want to focus on like the Raptors, obviously, and like NBA finals and stuff. But I'll tell them to do some Spurs stuff.
Go Spurs, go.
Go Spurs.
Go Spurs, go.
Yeah. Have you been to a Phoenix game?
I have. And you know, I don't want to talk about the Suns, but I used to be a huge Phoenix Suns fan back when, we had like Steve Nash, we had Leandro Barbosa, like all of them back in the day when I was a kid. Huge fan. Now, cool, we got the Devin Bookers, we got we got good people, Kevin Durant, that one was a shocker when that happened.
Yeah.
But it's there. We didn't make the finals, but it's okay. I just enjoy good basketball. That's it.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. Just a good game.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm at with sports. I don't really have like a team that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is my team till the wheels fall off. I'm more so like, I just want to see a good game. So if you play well, that's it. Ooh, look, you got get me like excited, get me all riled up.
I agree.
I like this on the pink hoodie though.
Thank you. Again, mockup isn't working for some reason. I think because I created so many before that it's not
exhausting.
Working now.
It's tired of you.
For real.
It said go home.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be on my way out soon. I'm literally gonna go on a plane very soon.
She said very soon I'm on a plane. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
You'll get to rest.
I actually wanted to highlight also the links panel on Illustrator here.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if any of you use InDesign, but on InDesign you can track how many, like the images in your file. So if I select this image of this pink hoodie, it will say light pink hoodie JPEG here. And if I also wanted to relink it, let's say I updated the file, let's say, I don't know, I wanted to update it with this file, it would just replace the image.
Wow, okay.
So if you modified that image outside of Illustrator, you could just do that there instead of going back and forth.
That makes sense.
Between apps.
Oh, dope. I love how like easy a lot of things, like a lot of these apps, what I'm seeing, especially like again coming from somebody who has the whole creative library, creative cloud, but uses Photoshop and Lightroom. But one thing I love is seeing how well a lot of these apps they work together and they're integrated with each other and whatnot. It's really, really nice. I also use Premiere Pro. I've tapped into that space a bit, trying to get myself to use more applications, but sometimes it can be a little intimidating, but...
It is intimidating, but like now watching Arabella earlier and do everything with Lightroom, like now I want to expand into Lightroom and like Premiere Pro too, and like I'm excited for that. I actually wanted to show you just one more thing.
Yes, of course.
Before we head out for time. So
Yes.
I'm going to show you something called Generative Recolor. And I also wanted to emphasize that the Generative Expand that I was trying to do earlier, anything that is generative AI on Adobe apps is safe for commercial use. You can use it with clients, you can use it anywhere.
Yes.
So that's something that I really want to emphasize. Because, and it's not going to train on your content either, especially like as somebody that's in the art community and as somebody who is sensitive to AI, I'm really glad that like it's not going to train on my content, you know?
Absolutely.
I want the chat actually to pick. This is red, right? If you wanted to see this in another color, what color would you pick?
Come on, chat. I know you're there. Clever, I know you there. Clever, I'm gonna call
Jack,
you
I know
out.
you're there.
Jack, I'm gonna call you out. What color do y'all want to see? And what was your favorite feature throughout the day? I know we're getting to like the last few minutes. What was your favorite feature? Because Oliver said the new stuff added to Lightroom Classic today is pretty cool. I was using it earlier. Clever said brown. Come on, Clever. I knew I could count on you.
Okay.
Purple. Come on. Options. Clever said, you want options? I'm a green.
Let's go with brown.
Okay, so we got a brown. I feel like brown is a very like specific type of color to.
I wanted to pick more like espresso brown. You know, wait, why is this?
Jack with the eye emoji. Jack said, y'all call my name?
Purple, brown, green. Let's try purple.
Purple.
Just because.
Purple is really nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, Jack said I would have picked green.
Okay. We can do green
Maybe
too.
we go green. We got 2 votes for green. Thank y'all.
I don't know if I think I would do like a forest green.
Yeah, forest green would be very nice.
You know? Here, let's see. Or I could just pick here
teal,
and
Carrie.
be like, okay, so it's, let's say I wanted monochrome, espresso, brown. And then I could click generate. Maybe this won't generate based on how things are going in this stream. I don't know, girl. Okay, let's see. Good. Great.
It's like the generating, it didn't want to work for us today.
It didn't want to work for us today.
But we have like about 3 minutes left, and we can try one more time, see if it's gonna help, if it's gonna work, maybe with like a teal or a blue. Then do a quick recap before going into what we have for the rest of the day.
Honestly, I think I like the
That's
the
nice.
dark blue a lot.
The dark blue is very nice.
But yeah, let's do a little
Recappy.
Little recap of what we did. So we created some summer merch that hopefully is going to be in my summer merch line soon. We did this one. We also did an Aperol Spritz print because, you know, in the summer it's a horrible day at Aperol Spritz, you know. A patio hates to see us coming.
I'm telling you.
So we did that. We also knew the swatch panel if you want to save your swatches, and you can also export your settings and edit my settings, export settings, so you can keep using these in any way that you want. So we looked at colors. We also looked at how you can, if you wanted to copy and paste a certain code, you can copy the code in CMYK and RGB and grayscale, because that's very important when you're working with a client. Especially if you're doing some branding guidelines as well. So we did a lot of line paint. We also reviewed the pencil tool that's gotten a huge upgrade, because it used to be a little laggy, and like I said, I'm gonna admit I was not the biggest fan of the pencil tool, but now like I'm definitely gonna use it a lot more, and you can go here to use it, or you can press the keyboard shortcut N and you can have it right there.
Love that.
Excuse me. And we also talked a lot about artboards and how you can duplicate them now a lot
Very
easier.
easily.
You can press the plus signs, and as well as the edit paste on all artboards command, where you can paste your design on every single artboard instead of doing it manually. We went through a lot of mockups too. Unfortunately, the generate mockup was not our friend today.
But it worked earlier.
It worked earlier, yeah. And with the stream that I had with Megan earlier, we were doing water bottles, t-shirts, towels. Like, again, we see the baby yellow hat that we saw on the on this print on this stream right here. And then we also went through Generative Expand.
Yes.
Again,
and also head to her Instagram, which is in the chat, so that way you guys can get access to the two. You said there's gonna be 2 free
yes. So there's gonna be 2 free wallpapers
Yes.
after this stream. There's gonna be this one, sounds like a you problem,
'cause it
and
does.
then exactly, and then there's gonna be this one of a raspberry.
I love that.
Just to get you in the summer mode.
Yay.
And we also went through offset path as well,
Yep.
and generative recolor. And again, want to emphasize that all of the generative AI on Adobe apps is safe for commercial
Yep.
use. And
Yeah.
that's basically all that we went through. That was
everything.
a lot. In half the time.
In half the time.
Are you silly?
literally.
Half the time.
Thank y'all so much for joining us and just staying through a full day of just new features all throughout Adobe Creative Cloud. And I'm just really grateful for you guys for joining us and being proactive. Do not leave yet. I want y'all to stay tuned for a weekly challenge with Alex that is coming up next. And we will see y'all next time.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Idara.
Of course.